All right, all right. Welcome everybody to another awesome TCH Live from Dallas, Texas. I am joined here tonight again for the second time in a couple of months now, but Greg Vail is back. We're going to do a 5-card Big O game tonight. It's going to be awesome, and just like last time, you're going to get some great information, great analysis from poker coach, life coach, book writer, professional poker player, Mr. Greg Vail sitting next to me. Greg, glad to have you back, man.
Thank you. Good to be back.
Awesome. Well, tune in. He's very familiar with a lot of these players, and we're just going to get after it. This is going to be our first hand, and get ready to learn something, folks.
Mine's in my bag.
And Steve has one on the ground.
And we got Tyler doing the first round of dealing here. It looks like they're going to do some sort of a bomb pot.
Wait till I found it.
Scattershot of cards.
Yeah.
Or it's just all the cards all over the screen. Yeah, it is what it is.
Howdy, Sassy. Congrats on being our first in the chat, as always.
You run so good.
Oh, well, we're going to get after it here in just a second. So if y'all aren't familiar with Greg Vail, I'm going to let him do just another quick intro. And Greg, remind us about yourself and how you got into playing this game you love so much, Big O.
Started playing Hold'em just like everybody else did back in the poker boom. You know, my first year at college was 03, so that was good. It was a good time to be out on your own. And found Hold'em like everybody else and didn't understand that it was a game of skill. I had no idea. I thought it was just gambling like everything else. And once I've solved that ignorance, you know, and started making money, and by 2004 or 5, I was doing it for a living. And then a few years later, I found Omaha Hi-Lo. I found that there was more complicated, more granular, more mathematics, and then I found the edge was bigger. All it really was I just discovered I could win more at a different game, and then went down that rabbit hole, and you know, here
win
we are,
more,
20
lose
years,
less.
Yeah, here we are, you know, 20-something years later, and I coach split pot games. I coach mental game. I would never strive to be a life coach. I can't, but you know, I coach a lot of players. It turned into a full-time job.
Awesome.
And I wrote 4 books on this game, which is a series dedicated for Hold'em players who understand Hold'em, and I explain it to them as Hold'em players, because we all understand the 2-card game, right?
For sure.
So I can explain the math that way, and yeah, it's a great time. It's a weird niche to be in, but you know, it's a great game. It's a game super skillful, and you can play a lot lower variance. You win more often if you want to. You can also jack this up into a comedy space of psychotic gambling if you choose to. But here in this game, we get to choose it. Where in PLO, you got it. It's just forced on you.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
You can make that choice in this game, and that's one of the million reasons why I love it.
And it looks like for this, they just did 4 cards for the PLO bomb pot here, so just a regular, maybe PLO high.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, not sure what they decided to start with, but I know last time you were on during this Big O game, you know, I mentioned, you know, within 30 minutes, I really felt like I had a much better understanding just hearing your analysis through a few hands. I mentioned I learned playing Hi-Lo via 4 cards, and so the 5th card, you know, I always was like, oh man, that just seems like too much craziness or whatever, but you know, I think you made it pretty clear in your analysis. Again, like you said, you come from a Hold'em background, so being able to explain that, you know, to folks that are used to, you know, the Hold'em game, and just letting them understand the, you know, some of those terms like push pull. Last time you were on, so excited for another night to do that. And again, you guys out there, y'all are getting a free lesson from a professional on how to play Big O. And if you are blessed to live in a city that has more than just, you know, Hold'em going on, you guys can always start it up. Most rooms are willing to spread any game, that as long as their dealers know how to deal it, they will put this game on. So we're definitely trying to grow Big O here in the Dallas area. Rebecca hosts a game every Sunday and Tuesday. That's her in the 9th seat there, Rebecca Thompson. But keep your eyes out for Big O, and add it to your list in your local room.
And this is a game that really that attracts the strategists. You know, those who like very complicated strategies, and you don't like this, you know, get a little tired of the simplistic nature of Hold'em. You know, this is a much more complicated game, and as with any system in any craft or trade, the more complicated the system is, the more skill is required to navigate it. And that's what attracts me to this game. I just like that, you know, it's kind of like golf or something like that, where you can never actually master it. You can try, you know, you'll enjoy succeeding along the way, but you know, it's a very complicated game. There's over 2 million hands, you know, combinations of hands to start, where in Hold'em it's, what, 150 or something like that.
Yeah.
So you can, it's a very, very complicated system, and I like that because it's an infinite, it's an infinite knowledge thing that I'll never achieve, but you can get really granular and really down and dirty and detailed, and there's a way that you can win 80-90% of your sessions if you're good enough. Once you get real good at the finer subtleties of this game.
Now, we had this issue a little bit last week where for our first couple hands we didn't have graphics, so we let production know, because that's going to be, it's really hard to do the Jack Link's mystery hand with 2 cards. It's really difficult with 5.
Yeah, that would be a little tough, but for the rest of for those of you out there that have questions, please ask them in the chat and say how you'd play this hand. Would you have done this? Would you have done better or worse? Would you have lost your chips when somebody else won some? Ask questions in the chat if you have anything regarding the game itself. Now is your chance to ask. So shoot us a comment in the comment section, and I'll answer it.
All right, so production was just made aware that was happening, so we may be without cards for about 10 minutes.
Okay,
so
well, I'll do my best.
Bear with us. Greg's going to do his best, and the good thing is we do get to see the cards if they do turn them over, but that doesn't happen as often in this game as it does in Hold'em. So, thank y'all for being online with us and working with us. This may add a little fun element to the start to our game. But yeah, we'll get the graphics up and running here shortly, and really be able to break these hands down for you. Now Greg can just predict what
I can give you ranges. Yes. Yeah. So Sean's coming in for a raise from the button, open for full pot. Becca calls. Just like in any other game, people can be wider from later position, but Becca's going to have a pretty tight range calling from the blinds. Checks to Sean. He's going to follow through with a C bet 75. Quick call.
I'm rooting for them, but you're 3 neighbors away. I'm not rooting for you. Coincidentally, we're always 3 apart. It's funny how that works.
A large bet here from Sean is gonna be generally pretty strong on the high. He should have a 2-way hand here. He should have at least aces up and a qualifying low to make this bet into Becca here, who he knows very well. And Becca's probably calling with a very similar hand here, so I expect there to be these to be 2 decent hands here when we see them. You're not going to see either player out of line here, I don't think. And that changes nearly nothing. A couple of straights get there, but now that's going to be a straight most of the time from Becca here. Most of the time. It also could be, a bluff with nut low when the established high changed. There was not a straight available until the river. Becca lost track of the pot too. So it's one of those 2 things. This is not going to be in like an air ball with no hand. If she doesn't have a high hand, she will have the nut low. I suspect this is a larger hand if she still doesn't know how much is in the pot. It's generally a sign of strength.
It's the 95 that is kind of screaming right there.
Dealer just getting the pot correct here. Like you said, the board, as far as nuts on the high end, didn't change till that river card came out.
Didn't change the established high, meaning the current nut high hand, whether it's a set or a straight or whatever, the established high was a set on the turn, and now it is a straight. So this is a very common place for better players to change direction, change momentum, and bluff their opponent off with a made low hand. However, Sean does not like to fold on the river. I've noticed that, played a lot with him. He does not like to fold here. And she had it. Becca has it both ways. Nut.
2-3 for the nut low. And the Jack 10, yeah. What a hand.
Well done, Becca.
He made the call and didn't even get his hand turned over. Saw immediately what she had there.
Yeah, if Sean calls that, he's probably gonna have something in the neighborhood of like ace 2-5 queen.
Okay.
Something of that neighborhood. It's gonna be a qualifying high and low, but not the nuts either way. If he's mucking there and calling, that's generally gonna be a pretty strong hand. It could be up to aces, but he's gonna have a qualifying low. He's not gonna call there with like just a set of aces, because it's just too easy for Becca to have you know, 7-5 or some small straight. You know, 2-3, 5-7 is a very easy hand to have there.
Absolutely. Got some more fun folks joining us. Mighty Hammer and Sassy, of course, I mentioned. 4-card forever. Asking, will we see the elusive broad wheel at some point?
Broad wheel? I don't know what.
The wheel and Broadway?
Wheel
Yeah.
and a Broadway? Yeah, I mean, you basically played that. It was a queen high straight and a nut low. It's the same thing. But, you know, that doesn't happen very often in one hand. You need 5 perfect cards.
Absolutely. Sassy answered the question, but yeah, 12 notes. We will have these graphics up here shortly. They buzzed out, and we're going to have to get them back going, but it should be about 10 minutes or so. We'll get them back on.
Technical difficulties, please stand by. This is a very complicated program, too. 5 cards likes to argue. It doesn't.
We've been asked, too, to do some of our mixed games on here, and it's just the software doesn't even know what those games are, you know, so there's limited games, you know, for the software options that are out there, but 5 card is I think the biggest we've done on here, and we had a lot of success last time with you in the booth, so hoping for another good night, and again, we'll get those graphics up shortly, but for now, we're just going to have to wing it and, you know, give you a really good insight, you know, let you guys imagine what kind of holdings you'd like to have right now getting into these pots.
So King Jack 10 on this flop. That does not do good for the range calling out of the blinds. You're going to have to make that bet there, whether you have it or not. But judging by the way you put those chips in, probably did. Just takes an ace and a queen out of all 5 cards.
That's all I got to beat tonight.
One of the things I remember taking from your analysis last time we were together, mentioning that a lot of times those hands that you can be scared of in normal PLO high, your top set of 8s or top set of 9s, 10s, those kind of hands, you know, aren't going to be as frequent in, you know, these big opened potted hands pre-flop. You shouldn't see too many 8s and 9s.
Shouldn't see too many sets of 8s, 9s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Generally speaking, because when it takes a very specific set of cards to have a premium hand with a pair of 9s or 8s in your hand or 7s, you have to have exact like ace 2-4, ace 2-3, 8-8. You know, you don't see that too often. You know, every once in a while you'll see a hand like, you know, 8-8, 2-3-5, something like 2-3-4, 8-8, 2-3-4, 9-9. But yeah, if you have ace 2-3 and the other 2 cards happen to be a 9, sure. But yeah, you don't see a lot of that because it's no different than in PLO. You don't see a lot of sets of deuces and 3s. You know, you really, in a single raise pot, you really shouldn't be seeing a lot of that. Like, that's a pet peeve of mine when I play PLO, losing to a wheel. I'm like, come on, man. Like, yeah, come on.
Come on, you're going. And then after I do it, then I'm glad that I did it. But I never would have done it on my own had somebody not talked me into it.
Thankfully, I have played with most of these players before. The gentleman in the... This gentleman in the white hat, I don't think I have... He's the only one I think I've never played with or met. So I should have a decent amount of insight on most players. Jeremy I know very well. He's in the 5 seat. We've known each other for a very long time. Same thing with Becca, and played a lot of poker with Sean before.
Absolutely, and I mentioned to you, man, I recognize Sean. He's got a distinct look, and we took it all the way back to like 2004. I remember seeing him on a final table when I first got into poker at the WSOP. He was, you know, playing Hold'em back then, but Sean's out of Lubbock, Texas, and came in to play this great game, and that's what's so awesome to me, though, seeing that guys like yourself and professional players that play this game. Obviously, it's not as widespread as just Hold'em is, but the games are really good, and you guys travel around and play in these games, and it's really cool to me to see that you guys get to go play in all these different rooms. You know, because this game isn't, you know, necessarily, you know, in every town. So love to grow this game, and you know, everybody I know that plays it are, like you said, super sharp players, and folks that just maybe got a little bored with Hold'em, and they found something that they have an edge at.
It's really hard to go back to 2 cards after you play this. Like it's really difficult once you start playing with more cards than 2. It just seems so like just boring and monotonous and just
Under the gun.
Always a good flop for the person who opened. Most commonly played card. Becca's going to have an ace here a vast majority of the time.
20 for the next round.
Low gets there on the turn, bringing 2 flush draws now. Becca's got aces full here. If she's got this, it should be a larger bet. Yep, there it is.
40 to bring in.
So if she's going to have an ace, she's going to have at least trip aces and a low and a qualifying low here. I expect to see aces full. There it is.
Ace 8, yeah. And a 3 as well.
Later anyway, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what her other cards are, but
So there'll be aces full and a qualifying low. All right.
on a flop like that, an ace, 8, ace, you know, what kind of hands could he have been continuing with that he would have just instant mugged with a 6 of hearts coming out?
You know, if he had a naked ace, you had like ace, king, queen with like king,
All high
queen
cards.
of diamonds or something like, you know, a king high flush draw with an ace, but no qualifying low. So if you have a hand like ace, king, queen, jack, deuce or something,
Okay.
you would want to see a turn card because you can make the nuts in the turn with a wide variety of cards. But then once the low gets there, there's no sense in drawing at half, you know, or no sense in drawing at the high when you can only win half. Drawing at half heads up, 50% of the action, you know,
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
ability to profit. So that is one of the big advantages that people, that better players will exploit is when players risk something to win nothing, which would be drawing at half the pot heads up against one opponent. That is a very exploitable position.
And once we get our graphics up, you know, those hands are definitely going to be something that we'll see come into play. It happened several times on that last stream, and
Yeah.
you know, getting to see your analysis of seeing players do just that. You know,
Mr. Mighty Hammer, I have never been to Wichita Falls, Texas. I couldn't even point it out on a map. So
it's almost at the Oklahoma border, north and west of here, kind of straight north of Fort Worth. But
all right. I have not. I don't know anybody up there, and but you know, this game. I'm always surprised how popular this game is. I mean, I'm always contacted by people for coaching, or I sell books in places I have never heard of any game being played, and that person will get a hold of me and say they play 5 days a week at 3 different games. I'm like, okay, great. I mean, it's a lot more popular than it seems. Ooh,
definitely a change card there.
That'll change things. The person continuing to bet on the flop and then through this river generally is going to have a 10-9 straight. Hey, what do you know?
10-9 straight.
What do you know? There it is.
And some sort of 2-4
Corey's
low.
going to have a 2-4 that he backed in. He had looks like he might have had a smaller straight there and got the low. Always makes Corey a little more confident when you have the.
And he had the 2-4 as well.
2-4s there.
Yeah, so it's going to be quartered there.
Corey likes that river card, but is going to get quartered anyway. That is the danger of playing a mediocre hand on both sides. A lot of times your opponent's going to have exactly what you thought he had, which he definitely has 10-9 by betting through that river, but then he just happens to have the low as well, and you end up losing anyway.
You see on the felt, though, we do have that new felt that we've had for a few weeks now, the Hijack Poker app. We do have Big O on the Hijack app there, so Mighty Hammer in the chat let us know he's been playing a lot of it. And feels like the game is, you know, relatively soft and maybe exploitable. So if you're somebody who's wanting to find an online or a legal online avenue here in Texas, Hijack Poker app is Texas only, but you can get on there and upload money at any of the Texas Card House locations and play a number of different games that are spread on there, and Big O is one of them. So glad to hear you're doing well on there, Mighty Hammer.
I might have to check that out.
They look crazy.
Oh, it looks like so much fun. Yeah.
Graphics are coming, we promise. There's a full pot open from under the gun. That's going to be a very thin number of hands here. Corey don't care. Corey's never been afraid of an under-the-gun raise in his life.
And where have you played mostly with Corey?
In Amarillo.
Amarillo,
We played in
okay.
Amarillo a few
West
times.
Texas, all
He
right.
is a joy, man. He is so much fun. He's always laughing and he's competitive and is not afraid of anybody's raise. He's going to do what he wants to do and get in there. He's a lot of fun to play with. But Jeremy did call in position. He is not one to splash around. So that 2/3 pot bet coming from the opener. Yeah, Jeremy out of the way. Ace King X flop is generally going to be good for the opener, not for the callers. That is one of the better boards to put a C bet in there. You're only going to get called by a very thin number of hands. It has to be like the Queen Jack 10s and diamonds, and any nut low draw that anybody has is not going to make a high hand very often. So it's a good spot for the opener to get in there and throw a C bet in.
So we have a couple guys that rode the wind in from West Texas, Sean there, and then Corey and seat 2. I think the rest of the folks were actually on the stream that we did here last month.
Yep, familiar faces.
Regular places here. Of course, Rebecca Thompson. And the rest of the names will start popping up when we get those graphics up.
Jeremy in the 5 seat was on the last stream
Absolutely.
as well. The gentleman in the 4 seat was too, but his name's
I think
slipping.
Steve.
Steve, that sounds right. I'm sorry about that, everybody.
I'm great with faces, terrible with names.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We see so many faces in poker. It's hard to, it's hard to get good with names. All right, folded to the blinds.
Just a regular scheduled game.
Jeremy's going to go on the attack.
I do know Sean there in the 6 seat still does play some Hold'em as well. He just finished in first place at a Choctaw event
All right.
recently.
Sean plays everything. Everything, everywhere. He just all over the place. I've run into Sean in so many places around the country. If there's a tournament series, he's generally there. You know, he's got results going back to 1994. He's been playing cards a long, long, long time. 94, that was a tough year in music. Yeah. Kurt Cobain died and Justin Bieber was born.
Oh, goodness gracious. I knew the first part of that.
Hey, graphics, here we go. All right.
There we go. Now we got graphics.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jedi. So on Hijack right now, they only have PLO Hi-Lo, so no Big O, no 5 cards.
So PLO 8.
Yeah, it's PLO 8. But obviously that is something that they're hoping to change. That app has only been out for under a year. There you go. You can see Rebecca is the big winner so far. It was kind of the theme last week, or last time we did this live stream. She had a great night and was one of only a couple of people that actually made profit for the night. So
it was the 3 pros. All made money. Those were the 3 winners.
With,
Sam, Jeremy, and Becca were the winners. And, you know, as a pro, that makes me giggle. I'm sure that makes everybody else not so happy. But
100%.
Okay. Todd with an aces combo. Not suited on the aces, but this has a lot of value. You can bluff any black flush.
Okay.
If he gets it has plenty of value. Uh-oh.
Heard the big P word. That came out.
That came from Sean. Sean with a massive low rundown hand. That is a very premium hand.
Oh, wow.
Ace 2, 3, 4 king, double suited. Sean definitely has a different style than I do. He's going for the aggressive build the pot early and punish early. That is a stylistic thing. It's neither wrong nor right. I generally prefer to wait till later streets when our edges are bigger. But that is, again, reasonable minds may disagree. And here we go. Nobody getting much of that. Sean's going to have to come in for a C-bet. This is an uncomfortable part about being out of position, is that if he gets this called and the turn is like a jack or a queen or a 10, it puts him in a really hard spot. But he doesn't seem to mind in this situation. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, very few opportunities for him to hit the nut high hand with what he's
correct. Holding. Yeah, it's tough. He did flop his key card, which is a 5, which means he has a good chance of backdooring a hand. But the C-bet's going to get through here. Middling cards like that, 9-7-5, 9-7-6. Generally, when somebody opens and gets 3-bet, they're not going to like those flops very often. Right. So that is a safe C-bet to put through on Sean's part. That is more of a tournament strategy, or in the first couple hands of a live stream after you ran into not a Becca.
Absolutely.
So that's all good. It'll be interesting to see the stylistic differences here because Jeremy and I play very similar games. Very, very similar. Not many differences. Sean and Becca play very different strategies from each other, but also very different from Jeremy and I. Yeah, they all have different strategies. And once you understand the subtle nuances of poker in general, it opens you up to a lot more options. And we all know this from other games. There's plenty of players who can play 7-4 off, in early position better than you can play kings from the button.
Absolutely.
This game is no different. It just happens in a very different way. And there's not, no matter how much the viewers want it, there's not generally a lot of action pre-flop. It's not you don't get the money in pre-flop because the equities are all the same. So we generally try to wait till later.
Oh my God.
But some players don't mind. Sean opening with aces. Becca calling with, we'll call that a hope and a prayer. It's going to be a Good flop for the opener.
What?
All yours.
Even though he doesn't know it.
Bird
Yeah.
one or something.
Yep,
something.
we're even.
That reaction is, so you're supposed to like a 6-5-3 flop
Yeah.
when you're calling a raise, but
All right, we're even. You
that would be, I would have the same reaction. It's a little surprising. What are you calling with if you don't like a 3-5-6 flop? Becca does like to see a lot of flops. She does not mind giving up that edge early to get involved with players and get in deep, which is, again, stylistic thing. But she likes to do that. And the downside of that is that sometimes you get into some spots that the reaction would be just fold pre.
Yep.
You know, then we won't have this problem. But hey, that's part of the fun.
The amount of times I've played PLO here in the last year and just been like, why did I call with this hand?
Yeah, just
I would
like-
not be facing this decision.
You know, I should just fold pre. Just fold pre flop.
Yeah.
All right, Jeremy with an ace-2 combination. He's going to come in for a full pot size raise. He is likely to flop a push, so he's going to come in for full pot to help that out. And push meaning he's just going to, his hand will play better against fewer opponents, so he wants to increase the size of the pot, so an inevitable push on the flop will be more effective. And that's exactly what's going to happen here. He's going to flop top pair in the nut low draw, and that's going to be a push. He knows that. Having the king of hearts is important, so I expect to see a little bet over probably 150-ish. Hey, all right, still got it.
Yeah.
But Corey does have the nut flush draw
He
and a
does.
pair. He's probably not going anywhere. Todd has a nut low draw and a flush and a straight draw. Happy to call. Corey also happy to call. Turn of destiny. Oh, ouch.
Ouchie, wow.
Ouchie. That's going to mess things up. I suspect Jeremy will continue his push here. Yep. He's going to continue right through. That hand improves his high range and will mess up any low that's calling, except Todd has number 2 and a double gutter here. He makes nut with he makes a nut low with a 4, which qualifies as a 6-high straight in the wheel. And he'll make a Broadway with a jack.
A jack as well, yeah.
And that call gives Corey the price to call. So here we go. $1,800 pot in a 5-5-10 game, no big deal. Uh-oh.
There's that jack.
There's the punch in the ear.
And Todd,
Probably just going to reach out and blast this.
yeah, loves the hand now.
Corey's going to be pissed. I have 2 of the queens. Yep. Lead out and blast it right there.
18, 15. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, had the ace-4 with the hearts, and now he's just like, what the heck? Can't beat much here.
Now, see, the crazy part here for Jeremy is that it's pretty obvious that Todd has Broadway. Pretty darn obvious. There are worlds where Jeremy calls here if he has just a Broadway, but that deuce 5 is going to make the difference. But early in the session, I'd bet that he'd fold.
And he's playing the deuce 8. So
Yeah, he still has a deuce 8, so he could steal half this pot if it's just if Todd is just pushing. But I suspect he'll find a fold here. Later in the session, once he's seen him do this a couple times, I suspect he'll just get out of the way here. Moving and thinking, yeah, he's going to fold.
And Todd would really only have just Broadway if he was the one holding the ace of hearts with, on that flop, right?
It's possible,
Yeah.
yeah. It's a lot easier for ace queen of hearts, ace queen 10 of hearts to get in there. Yeah, he's thinking about it because it's pretty obvious what Todd has on the high. But all Todd needs is those other 2 cards. If he has ace queen 10 in his hand, what are those other 2 cards? If it's a deuce, he needs to fold. And it is. He doesn't like it. Yeah, he doesn't like it. I think he's going to fold. All right. Yeah, he's going to fold. Okay, thank you. He doesn't like it. And that's a fair thought. It's a fair tank there because this hand can get ripped away pretty easily. And that 8-2 can play for the low if your opponent doesn't qualify for a low. It's a fair tank.
in our last live stream, we called that hand funeral, right? You're just looking at it, you're like, oh,
Yeah, card funeral.
slow
He's like,
death.
yeah.
Card funeral, let him go.
Mighty Hammer, which do you prefer, Big O or PLO 8? Oh, God, Big O by far. The
Yeah.
more cards, more variables, more mistakes, more money. But I did start playing Pot Limit. I played PLO 8 first. And then I just decided, well, why wouldn't I want more chances to make the nuts? Why wouldn't I want more chances to bluff
Somebody text
somebody?
Rebecca in 15
And
minutes.
so 5 card it was.
And you've been playing a lot in San Antonio recently,
Yeah,
right? Of course,
yeah.
we don't have a card house in San Antonio at the moment, but
Yet.
yeah. But those are great rooms down there. I've been in both, and glad to hear you're enjoying.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, this game just, and this is that we play the same stakes down there as 5, 5, 10, but 10 on the button, 10 to 25 on the button down there, and it's just 2-3 tables every day. It's great. And I can't say no to the money, even though I live in Phoenix. Yeah, it's great. All right. Sean limping with an ace-3 this time. He's been raising with his ace-2s and limping with his ace-3s. It is a very easy pattern to exploit. I hope he doesn't stick to that. Jeremy will pick up on that quite quickly. But a mega multi-way limp pot, not unusual for Big O.
You're going to see a lot of these hands go in the muck rather quickly if they don't get exactly the cards they're looking for. These 9-9, 6-5-5s, and
Joe, the 3-seat, has found a suited ace-2. He's going to raise the field from the blinds. Oh, we've got a couple folds. Heads up now.
there we go. Makes more sense now.
All right, paired board, but flush draw for Joe. Not a whole lot for Sean at all. Not going to stop him from betting. This is a common thing. Sean is fully aware that it's about heads up. It's a little bit less than 20% likely his opponent is going to have a king. So he's going to try and take that away. A lot of times people that have a low rundown hand will just fold right there, and Sean will take his free card.
Wow.
And make his low. That's the value of the bet on the flop. Now this is very obviously an ace-3 if he bets flop and then checks turn and pots the river. It's very obviously an ace-3, so Joe has to ask himself, what is he betting flop with? Is it a king? He calls. That's a really, really good call, sir. Just an 8.
Ace-8, and then the kings is what he's playing. Wow.
Bluff this.
Yeah. Good luck bluffing that, man.
Well done, sir. That is not an easy call. That is not a call that most players are going to make. Not a lot of players are going to have that ability to make that call. If Sean bet the flop with, like, ace-3, 10-10, that's a scooper. So that's a ballsy call right there, sir. Well done.
Don't know how to say the name, but we do have a chat saying, how the F does this work? Well, you're listening on the right night, because if it were just me in the booth, we'd kind of all be navigating this together. Definitely on the strategy side. I can read hands with the best of them, winners and losers, but on the strategy side, yeah, this is a great opportunity for you to learn from someone who does this for a living and coaches this game. So thanks for tuning in. We're just going to call you Schweleft.
Yeah, this is 5-card high-low. So it's Pot Limit Omaha with 5 cards and a high and a low. The best 5-card hand takes half the pot. The worst hand takes half the pot. What up, Amanda?
Howdy, man.
All right. KD coming in. King Jack 7-2-4. That is very out of line, folks. But hey, it's gambling. It's fun. Corey comes in with a 3-bet aces combination. We were just talking about this. He comes up to me and says, "Hey, how do you play double suited aces?" And I just kind of, said a little prayer and pot it. Yep. And it looks like that's exactly what he did. I was being sarcastic, but all right. All right. Aces and a king high flush draw. Not much for KD. This is probably going to get through.
Good seeing you, Mel.
Going to fold. Well done, Corey.
There's a good question, too. VPIP, very different, I'm sure, for this game than our traditional Hold'em.
Yes, it is very different. So in the Hold'em, you have a lot of freedom to play low VPIP in crazy games, high VPIP in tighter games, push people around. In this game, you don't have the ability to really push people around that much. Now, there's an asterisk, yeah, but there are plenty of games where you can. But in most of the time, you generally want your VPIP to be somewhere between 18 and 28%, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay.
30 is going to be a little too high, a little out of line most of the time. Below 18, 15 to 18% is going to be too tight for your own good. Now, granted, that assumes that you're not playing one where every hand goes to the river, every hand's all in, no matter what, and you can only win with your cards. Then you're probably playing less than that, and that's fine. But I've played games where I played 35, 40% of my hands because people are just folding too much. They're seeing a lot of flops, but then getting out of the way if they don't have it. Well, we can quantify that and we can push people around.
But 18 to 28 is a good sweet spot.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on the game, depending on your game, your opponents, it should be ebb and flow in between there. But otherwise, 25% is probably all right. You're probably not going to be out of line too much at 25%.
Jason Meyer saying hello, Greg from Portland, Oregon.
Hey, Jason. Hello from Portland. I have a lot of business up there. You guys love Big O up in Oregon.
Thank you for joining us, Jason. And yeah, that's awesome to hear that game's getting good and on the West Coast.
Yeah, paired board. Nobody had the 9. Steve-O's going to call now with his aces and a 2-3-4.
And no one even has a high.
Sean with a pair of 10s and a 2-3 draw. He's going to go ahead and see it for 50. Again, pretty common. 3 players to the river. Uh-oh. Sean's going to steal this one. Sean making 9s full of 10s. You need a pocket pair in your hand to make a full house when there's three of a kind on the board. You have to play 2 from your hand, no other choice. First person to bet at this would have won it. Sean's going to take it down. So again, the person that playing, Steve-O does not play a full house here with an ace in his hand. In Hold'em you would. But in Omaha, you must play 3 from the board, 2 from your hand, no other combination. So trips on the board, you have to have a pair to have a full house.
And we did see, of course, the jacks, get out of the way as well. So not a lot of reason to stick around on that turn card. 9 comes in, and Sean will take that one down. Smaller pot. I know last time we didn't see, what we normally see in our cash streams on this, a lot of 6-way hands like you see in low stakes, mid stakes, just regular Hold'em games. But we'll see a few hands like that. We may go to a flop 4 or 5 handed, but a lot of these players, like you mentioned, play an aggressive style and we'll open up and kind of eliminate some of those middling hands.
Yeah, but we do have players that don't care.
Yeah.
Corey does not shy away from any. I mean, look at the VPIPs. Look at that. The lowest is 25%, and I said that was in the range of ideal.
Yep. And
so
it's early, but still.
It's early, but that's typical for a Big O game. It's not uncommon to have multiple players at the table playing half their hands. Not uncommon at all. Sean plays a lot of hands. Becca plays a lot of hands, and I know Corey plays all the hands because that's just the fun part for him. He just gets a kick out of all of it. So I suspect you'll see Jeremy have the lowest VPIP because he's going to identify that pretty darn quickly if he doesn't know Corey already, which he probably does. Becca flops a joint.
What'd you ask, Corey? What'd you ask?
Becca full pot. She has the nut straight and not many opportunities to improve. It's a very vulnerable position. Not a nothing, but a vulnerable position. Joe's going to call with a gut shot and a backdoor nut low, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I did.
Jeremy flop top set. You go ahead and wait for another card to peel off.
Getting better. Then I heard he wasn't getting better.
No, not many people are going to like that one.
No backdoor clubs for anybody.
Becca's going to pot this every time. 240, yep. Now she's telling everybody, this is what I have. If you want to call, you're going to get 2 to 1. That's all you're going to get. Now, Jeremy knows that. He knows she has a queen jack. He knows he can probably take this pot away from her with a low club on a bluff, and he can actually win it by pairing the board. That's it.
Boom. There it is.
Small bet. 400? Yep. A little over half pot. He knows that Becca pays things off like this. Normally, he would make a smaller bet, But he knows Becca and Sean do not like to fold the river to these kind of bets. He knows that. He increased the size. Well played, sir.
Not 10 on the
Oh my
board.
God, I thought there was a low. I went 4. Oh my God.
Well done,
Oh,
sir.
she was thinking she may have also had the low with her 2-5, but there wasn't.
I never believe anybody when they say that.
Especially a pro.
Yeah, I never believed that. You know, oh, I misread my hand. No, you didn't. You got caught bluffing. Like, I never believe anybody. It's probably why I'm a terrible stud player. I don't believe anybody. Stud high is my worst game. And yeah, I never believe anybody when they say that.
Becca flopped the joint though, just didn't like getting rid of it there on that river, pairing the board.
One of the easiest ways to have a bad day in Big O is to flop straights.
Yeah.
If you flop naked straights in this game, the chances of them holding up, and just by the run of the cards, not who folds what, but just like, will this nut straight finish as the nuts? How often? That percentage is frustratingly low.
And if the percentage is low in regular PLO high, imagine, you know, in this game you get the extra card, you get the low aspect too. It's just.
And I talk about this in my 4th book. I quantify this because I can run the numbers through. It's like if you have 7-8 on a flop of 6, 9, 10, and there's a flush draw, the chances of you actually finishing with the nut straight is like 9%. It's for like 11%. It's really small, and it's frustrating because it's like, so does that mean?
Flop the nuts.
Well, does that mean I should flop the nuts and check fold? Yeah, sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes you do.
Yeah.
And that's just like, as my wife says, that's blasphemous. That's poker blasphemy. I don't want to hear it. Well, it's math. It doesn't have an opinion. That's my favorite part about math. Nobody's opinion matters.
That is true.
Another 3-way flop.
7 deuce king.
Well, Corey flops his key card. He's got an ace-3. Draw at an ace-3. He's going to go ahead and lead out. Called by Joe with ace king and a.
And that's a pretty good lay down there for Todd, right? I mean,
it is. Yeah, that's a. Yeah, doesn't have
deuce.
much.
Yeah.
What a card. Corey's going to continue the bluff, but Joe just turned his gin card. That's what he was looking for. Is he going to step on it now? Yeah, he's thinking about it. Is he going to step on it now? Is Corey pod the flop and is betting this on the turn now? So he could have a set of kings, but I suspect that's not going to be the case. He's just going to go for it. Did he say pot? He said pot. He's going to go for it. He's going to force Corey to have what he represents. He does not. Out of the way. Well done, sir. So and that also illustrates the problem with betting on the common when everybody has 5 cards. If you're betting on the common with just a low draw to half, and the established high doesn't change on the turn, it's still a set. A lot of times you're going to get raised. Like kings and jacks there will raise. King, jack, ace, 5. King. If anybody has kings up and like the nut flush draw, if you have like king 7, ace 4 diamonds, you could get raised there. And again, Corey's not afraid of that. I'm not saying he makes mistakes or anything like that. He's just that is one of the dangers of betting on the come twice in this game. Is when the established high doesn't change, you get called once. There's a really good chance you're going to get raised on the turn.
Jeremy says since the days before.
And that's enough to frustrate anybody.
I feel like the hand that Mighty Hammer's describing there, your king 10, 7, 4, 3. I mean, normally combos of those cards are pretty easy to fold in the 4-card variety.
Yeah.
In this, it just seems like, unless you're just getting the right price, you're in the blinds.
Well, the great thing about this game is we can pretty much quantify any question we have. We can just ask and figure it out. What are the chances of, if I have a 3-4, what are the chances of flopping an ace and a deuce? We can figure that out. It's a little less than 4%. So since everything's a draw, even pre-flop, well, what are my chances of having a favorable flop? About 4%. So are you getting 25 to 1? No. That means it has to go in the muck. It means it's got to go in the muck.
Becca's got the only 6 here.
I believe she let that check through to see if all hell would break loose behind her. Did not happen, so she's going to bet the turn. King doesn't change much. Sean with ace, king, queen, jack. Most of those draws are going to be good, but Becca has the queen, jack to cover it all, too. Probably a good thing that Sean missed here.
All right, I'll give it up. A big draw, big
Becca
draw.
showing the 6, but she wasn't out of line. Jeremy wasn't paying attention to that. Usually you don't want to show people
Some might get,
in this
some of them
game
might
where
get in
there's
trouble.
so much information to be had.
So you just bet like ace king.
Little pro tip for all you guys out there: don't show better players and professionals what you're doing.
All right,
They have
2
to
1,
earn that
you got me.
information. We have to earn that information. Don't give it for free.
Absolutely.
We're having 2 o'clock tomorrow.
It's a cardinal sin in most poker games.
Information is just as valuable as our bankroll itself. So when you're giving away information voluntarily, you should consider it that you're giving away money voluntarily. It's just good business.
Oh, they don't care anymore?
So Corey putting the second straddle on now, so we got 5, 5, 10, 20 going on. It's a good thing we got half the players in a blind right now. Mighty Hammer tells them this seems so much more reliable. You are correct, sir. They are, because people are still struggling to figure out what they have. When you're trying to play a game that people don't understand very well, or there's a lot going on, that means there's a lot to take your focus off the things that matter, like, oh, you know, poker faces. So yeah, you are correct. Tells are more reliable in a game where people are struggling just to follow along.
Yeah, I got it from a buddy.
Action flop right there, normally. We got anybody have anything?
Ace 3 for Jeremy.
Jeremy with an ace 3 and a gutter. Nobody bet here. Turns top pair and nut flush draw. Now Jeremy won't be sitting. Won't be checking this one back. Corey turns a bunch of draws, but only a couple of them are good. Only the Jack 9 is good. But that's not enough. He knows Jeremy's good. It's out of the way.
Yeah, good lay down there.
Yep.
I was afraid YouTube wasn't going to let me, but let's see if this will go through. Maybe not. Doublesuitedpoker.com
That's me.
Is Greg Vail's app. So
website. Yeah,
his website. Yeah, is his website where you can get tons of content. How many hours of lessons and content do you have?
I just crossed 200 hours.
200 hours.
I'm sorry, not. Excuse me. 200 videos of live streams.
Videos of live streams.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I do have well north of 100 hours of material total, but live stream analysis is 200 videos just of that alone.
Is some of that of you playing, or is it mostly just you analyzing?
Well, most of it's me commentating. Actually, but
okay.
I used to play on a lot of these before I got in the booth until I got roped into just talking about it. But yeah, lots of videos. My books are cheaper there too, so you can buy all 4 of my books for $1.50 on my site. If you buy them anywhere else, Amazon, you're going to pay $200 for all 4. So they're cheaper from me, and it's best to support
Absolutely.
authors and not pay Amazon a 60% commission.
That's right. So doublesuitedpoker.com. Greg Vail and some great content. So y'all check it out.
Coaching calls, many coaching calls with some of my professional clients, hours upon hours of coaching calls too. Lots of stuff in there. Ooh, Sean with the nut flush draw. Becca with a dead flush draw on a pair. Sean's going to go ahead and take the lead with that, with top pair and nut flush draw. Steve-O might find appeal here with a bunch of back doors, a pair, and he might. Nope. All right, Joe's going to call with his up and down straight draw. And
Steve-O lets his go. Would have had a really bad flush there with his deuce 5.
yeah, and this is probably going to shut this down right here because Sean's going to make a bet with 655 in the pot. There's a good chance he's going to get his opponent to fold here. Anything calling flop is not going to like that card. Every once in a while, I'll check this back with a opponent that does not like to believe me. A lot of times I'll bet on the come, check back when you get there, and then when and if you make a low on the river, you make a larger bet. They think you're trying to steal it and pay it off. I call those alternate lines. We'll talk about that in my first book plenty.
Tyler almost gave the pot to the player not there, Jeremy, and Sean says, I like Jeremy. He's a good guy, but go ahead and ship that over to me.
Appreciate your enthusiasm. Yeah. But we're gonna make him earn the money.
So nobody down, just heaps so far in this game. We've definitely seen the opposite on some of our Hold'em streams where players will be in the hole, 5, 10K early on, but don't have to get all the money in right away in this game, and that's the great thing. You're seeing a lot of good disciplined folds so far, and players navigating.
That's standard for the first little bit of a live stream. Generally in this game, people don't want to be seen as a fool, you know, getting a bunch of money in right away. But
There's the fish.
After they start forgetting that the cameras are on in a couple hours, usually things go nuts. Or when last time I was here, as soon as we turned the cameras off, I went outside and they're like, "Dude, you missed the 15K 2 hands." So 2 hands after we shut the camera off, they had a 15K all in, you know, 4-way all in.
Because we're on a 15-minute delay. By the time we get out there, we don't know what's happening.
They were just, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
And yeah, sure enough. It used to be that way too. We did a lot of these original live streams back at a club in Austin that's now gone, but right before COVID happened.
Okay.
And that was always the case. It was always reserved on the. It was always reserved when the cameras are on, but as soon as the cameras are off, all hell broke loose. So 6-way flop, no action this game, not at all.
Becca getting in there with 6-6-3 deuce deuce. Not gonna like that flop.
No. Joe flops a straight with a 7-high flush draw. There's not many ways to improve this hand, so he's going to go ahead and step on it, try to push his opponents out. Problem with that is that you generally attract all the good draws. Todd's going to call with the nut. There it is, right there. Nut flush draw and a gutter. Got it.
Bingo. Now there is no low. How big are you? Oh, he's checking.
He's checking.
Okay.
He's going to try. What he's going to go for is the trap here. He's trying to get another ace-king to bet because he has the nut flush draw. And so he's going to have more outs to redraw a winner than just about any other ace-king. Obviously, if there's a set of queens out there with an ace-king, it's going to be the same number of outs. I expect to see a check raise here. Yep, there it is.
There you go. Yeah. I was just going to ask how often the trap can be done in this game, and Todd doing a great job of it here.
He walked right into it. He knows it. That pressed lips and the little head nod right there is yep. That's the thing he was worried about. You see him showing it on the side of his mouth right there with that little crimp. Ugh, God.
Like you said, flopping straights.
Yep, flopping straights is generally a way to have a really good day or a really bad day. There's nothing in the middle. I think my wife usually says there's only downhill from here. This is Joe's probably not going to get involved here. He's only being check raised by one hand. He knows. I mean, most players know this. So he's just going to get out of the way. But what Todd was looking for, he was looking for someone who bet the flop with ace-king-10. That's what he was looking for.
Right.
With a similar hand to his, turn the nuts, and he's going to fall into the trap of getting redrawed and free-rolled for all the money. That's what he was hoping for.
Right. What a perfect card there for Todd. And Todd's going to take a nice one down.
And that will work. A lot of times, you catch another ace-king in there, that will work. You know, because they just, well, guess we'll just go for it. You know, and then you end up free rolling for a ton of money.
You lose your integrity over $500.
What did he say? I missed it.
What'd you ask, Dave?
So they have a racquetball deck that started about 2 months ago.
Racquetball?
Yes.
He's spotting him like
12 points in a 15-point game.
Wow.
And
I haven't played racquetball
We
in
set
30
the
years.
date.
Poker players will even gamble on racquetball.
Gamble on anything.
Jeez.
after he wins 2 big pots, and he's swapping for $500 on the racquetball.
He keeps on making excuses. He keeps on making excuses.
He keeps canceling
Oh,
because
really?
he wants to keep practicing.
Well, make a no-show bet.
A guy called out. We'll bet on that too.
I knew a weasel when I saw one.
He wanted it in
You just want to take
Rebecca
advantage of someone who hasn't literally picked up a racket.
You just want to take advantage of somebody. This is a predatory environment. Of course,
is.
you're trying to take advantage of somebody. That's how money's made in poker.
I mean,
They didn't hear him play on the stream to make friends.
Most market. But yeah, they're gonna get in there and knuckle it up. Let's go.
Well, he's already lost half his money twice.
Everybody here with a reasonable holding.
Twice.
Ooh, Becca likes that.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Still has the ace-5 or a low if it comes.
Back it up. But she just flopped the straight, the nut flush draw, and a gutter. That's a pretty powerful draw in just about every game, including this one.
The reason you have 12 points is because you haven't
Picked up a racquetball in 30 years. 30 years.
Kevin called. Turns 2 pair. Oh, this could get hairy.
Give them a.
I mean, how much more of an edge do you want him to give to it?
All right, about 2/3. That's going to get a call most of the time.
Yeah, if I took it, I would have played it by now.
Well, we're going to let the cards decide who wins this one.
I might have lost or I might have won, but I would have found
That's the
out.
thing. I would.
And it's going to be a chop.
I might lose.
Becca gets there. That's the card she'd pick out of the deck, 3 or 4 clubs. But KD did backdoor the nut low and 2 pair. He's probably not going to fold. Snap call. Yep.
He's praying that she doesn't have one particular holding, but
Yep. Yeah. Becca went for the big bet there, which is tough because it's probably not getting called by anything but an ace-3. So I'd like to see a smaller bet there that gets called by anything else. Therein lies in some of the subtleties of this game is that, you have to get called by a lesser hand.
right.
You're just not going to get sheriffed very often, although we did see that pair of 8s check call the full pot size on a board like King 8 6.
Yeah.
That is not generally the right way to go. You don't see a lot of hero calling in this game, whereas PLO and Hold'em, it's every 3rd hand.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting take and lesson there because in Hold'em right now, one of the big trends is to really just overbet whether you're bluffing or you're holding the nuts because the old was you don't want to miss out on value. You got to value bet, but a lot of players now are going super polar in Hold'em. Trying to give off the impression that they're bluffing so that when they do get called, they're winning a ton of money. But in this game, you really can miss out on a ton of value.
Yeah, you're not going to get opportunities to get hero called.
Right.
Like in Hold'em, you can every 3rd hand you play, somebody might make a hero call. In this game, not so much. It's more of a card game than a poker game, especially when you're really good.
Gotcha.
Like there's not a whole lot. You're not going to get a fast one over on Jeremy. You're not going to get a fast one over on like Becca or Sam. So you have to get creative. You have to force them to make the wrong decision. You have to force somebody. Whereas in other games, you can just play with your your moxie and your guts, and sometimes people just sheriff you with ace high for keeps. Or not happening in this game.
Couple big diamond draws. Jeremy queen high, Corey king high. On the high side.
And Joe with the nut low. He's not going to be going anywhere unless a 2 or a 4 peels off. Queen, Jeremy. Oh, goodness. Oh, he folded. Okay.
Queens were let go. Yeah, the queens were let go.
Run.
Corey's going to keep blasting. He's got aces and 8s, nut flush draw, and a qualifying low. This call, after the second check call here, it's pretty obvious what he's got. He's going to have the nut low most of the time.
Little crazy. But not.
It's probably going to go check. Yeah.
On this chart.
Not going to move a man off a nut low like that. When he calls flop, then calls turn, nothing changed. It's going to have the nut low most of the time.
Exactly. Likes to play poker.
Corey knows that.
Likes Big O.
Knows there's not a lot to be gained by betting the river.
Yeah, capture.
Just lets it go and let the card speak.
And how quickly that queen high flush draw folded on that flop as well.
Yeah, as it'd be drawn for half, and it's not to the nuts. Yeah. So it's very easy in this game for there to be multiple flush draws. Again, that's blasphemy to Hold'em players.
Right.
They want it.
So hard to get a flush.
Yeah, they're flush to be the only flush. Well, there's only 7 cards that go unused in this game.
Yep.
If there's a better flush out there, it's generally been dealt.
Yeah.
Whether they play it or not, different story. But yeah, you're going to lose a lot of money if you draw to second nut hands and nothing else for half. You're going to lose a lot of money. Same thing with the second nut low. Nothing but the second nut low for a lot of money. You're going to have a hard day.
Yeah. Texas sub asking what Dallas Ambassador Night was. Well, the goal was to get some of the ambassadors for the game of poker here, and of course for TCH. Greg Vail is definitely an ambassador for this game we're playing, Big O, and promotes it, and helps promote our club as well. And then Rebecca Thompson is a TCH ambassador. She's got the little patch on there. We were supposed to have Fireman Scott join us from the Houston area. He's one of the TCH ambassadors as well. So just players that either host their own game, but they also help promote the game. They're players that have been there since the start of TCH, and we wanted to give them an opportunity to get on here and have fun playing together. Scott was unable to make it today, but we're still glad to have the same awesome voice here in the booth with me, Mr. Greg Vail, and of course Rebecca out there on the table. Joey Pigtails saying, Big O again, I see, I love it.
Absolutely. Love to see as much Big O as possible. And nobody really hit that flop real strong. Steve-O with a set of 4s, but not much else to go with it.
Yeah, 3 of the deuces are out there, but deuce 6 is the best.
Oh, man.
One bluff just got right through.
Yeah.
So, and that for those of you out there wondering why would somebody just flop second set and fold, for the same thing I said last hand. You don't want to draw at half.
Right.
And so that set can't make anything but half the pot. And the low's already there. So the best case scenario is going to be 50%
Right.
of the pot.
Same thing, holding a deuce 6 there. I mean, you're what, third nut low there.
Yeah, deuce 6 would be number 2. You know, if you had ace 3 4, 2 5s and high and low.
Yeah.
And 2 6 would be the second nut low. But yeah, if you had a hand like, ace 2 3 6, aces up in the second nut low, you'd probably not going anywhere. But just a naked set right there, can be a huge underdog, even though it could be the quote best high hand.
Right.
You might be dead to 10 or 12% equity right there with middle set, which is kind of frustrating when you think about it. But it just is what it is. It's math.
All right, through 1 hour, our big winner so far is Todd over there in the 1 seat. He's a regular in Becca's game here on Tuesdays. Play some other mixed games in the room as well, but great guy if you haven't met him. A lot of fun to play with and chat with.
All right, Kevin with the naked ace. We could see him get squirrely, although last time he was on the stream, he actively did not take that line with the naked ace. I think I remember seeing him miss on this twice.
And Jeremy's going to bet with, what, 2 pair, flush draw.
We got a lot going on here, but not a big hand. Uh-oh.
The old 3 pair.
Yep, he's going to do it right this time. Turn the nut low. You have the naked ace. There's not many opportunities for you to make the naked ace bluff when there is a low available, but this is one of them.
A little squirming from Jeremy.
The established high and the established low changed in one card. This is a good time to bluff with ace 3. Yep, and it's going to work.
He shows it.
Yeah.
Shows the
And he knows it. Yeah, don't do that, guys. Don't show better players. Because now Jeremy's going to know. He's going to know everything he said, everything he did, all of his body language, that equals a bluff.
Yeah.
Don't do this. Don't try that at home, kids.
Listen to Greg, but we like it. We like it just as from the viewer standpoint. Just any poking at each other,
Yeah.
we like. But yeah, from a professional standpoint, and if you're trying to learn how to master this game, definitely listen to Mr. Greg Vail.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Crispy Lynette saying, love the stream. Thank you much. We're only an hour in. There you go. Todd up about 2K. A couple small wins so far for Jeremy and Becca. Corey holding down the bottom of the barrel, but in no way is that over for him.
That is not over for him. I have seen, the last time I was in Amarillo, Corey was buried heaps and then walked away the big winner. And this was 30 minutes before the game ended.
Yeah.
I mean, so he has no problem getting in there. There's no amount that Corey is down that will keep him out. He is a fighter. He's just a lot of fun. He's always laughing at stuff. And he also can fake being on tilt pretty well, which I found to be really funny.
I was going to say, I haven't seen a lot of laughs yet because the night's early, and he's got kind of a stern-looking face when he's...
And so he did that when I was up in Amarillo once, and he really was razzing some guy, and then he turned to me and just winks and smiles. I'm like, oh, you brat.
Yeah, he was just totally jacking.
Yeah, he was just messing with him. He was pretending to be upset. He was not at all. He was just messing with him. Jeremy is opening a little wider than he was last time. He's going to probably realize the only person that's going to do a lot of 3-betting is Sean to his left. So he's starting out getting with a little bit wider of a range. Joe makes full house. He's going to blow Becca right off the draw here. Now he doesn't know this, but he had the high locked up and forced Becca out of the pot when she's drawing it only half heads up. That'd be a very exploitable situation if he can get her to call another bet. But
what was the sizing he went with there?
Full pot.
Full
He
pot.
went full pot.
Another great question here from David Jeffers. Are blockers important?
Yeah, David. We talked about this a couple days ago. Yes, they're important, but they're not important like they are in other games. Just because you have 2 of the jacks doesn't mean that no straights are possible.
Yeah.
You know, it's just different. It's different.
Saw that earlier with the 2 queens in a hand, and of course, Queen 10 was
Yep.
out there for Broadway.
Yeah, if it's blockers are, you know, granted if you have an ace and 3 deuces, that's a significant block. You know, that's significant. But generally speaking, blockers are not as important in this game because we deal out so much of the deck. You're not really blocking anything because it's already out there. You know, it's just been dealt somewhere. So not to say they're not important, but it's just different. We lean on things a little differently. The most powerful blocker is the naked ace, as we saw. That is the most powerful blocker. Or if you happen to end up with 4 aces or 4 deuces in your hand, that's also a very powerful way to play an air ball. And no one can make a nut low.
As mentioned before, Greg says don't show your naked ace.
Then don't do that. don't do
It's
that.
frowned upon in the streets and on the poker table.
Unless you actually had the flush, just show the ace. Then they might think you don't have it.
Do you know how to iron?
I'll take that on it.
All right, Jeremy turning top 2 pair. Joe has a mirror on the flop. Don't suspect Jeremy will be folding to this. Yep.
Hopefully she's laughing with
That
us.
should be his green light, but no, we're not gonna. Just gonna take his showdown value. He's got a decent high, decent low. Just gonna take whatever the cards give him. That is a very experienced check on Jeremy's part.
I wouldn't have said anything and just Googled it. I love law.
Gotta have a thick skin to be around.
We'll have plenty of hands like that, you know, $10 profit going each way.
Yep.
No big deal, but you know, by the time the night's over, we should have some clear winners and some clear losers. This game gets fun as the night goes on.
You know, one of my favorite Big O ironies is that's what people complain about. People that don't play this game, they complain, "Oh, I don't want to chop pots
I
all
don't want
night."
to chop pots, right?
Well, you're doing it wrong. You know, and then the chop pot, the split pot aspect of this game is what actually gives you the edge, the mathematical and strategic edge to win more. You know, to win more and play better. It's that is the thing that causes it. So to complain about it, I find it to be kind of fun. But that is the aspect that gives you your advantage in this game, is your ability to win something from nothing, like to have no risk, to play poker with no risk, or bluff with no risk of being called. If you're called, you chop. If you get it through, you scoop. You can't really do that in other games very often.
Yeah, and that's, you know, for somebody like yourself who does have an edge, who's studied, who's played, and
Allegedly.
plays at the level that you play, to not only have an edge but also have the ability to, you know, lose less by the way that you playing this game with those split pots. I mean, it just makes it so much easier for you to profit, and why you're able to do this for a living.
Yeah, and like we said last time, what if you're playing Hold'em and every time you bluff the turn and get called, what if you just chop the pot every time you get caught? How much would you win? It's a lot. You know, you'd win a lot.
Yeah.
Gentleman jack.
Big flop for KD there. Turns the nuts. Sean turns the nut low. Corey's stuck in the middle here. KD wants to make a bet he can get called by both players, and that's exactly what that'll do. An $80 bet, that's a good one. Corey did get out of the way.
Probably sitting off to the side.
Now KD's going to take the other half pot. Remember what I said about no risk? Kevin had no risk here. And now he's going to get half the pot because Sean paired his deuces, made way too many pairs here. And KD is going to win this pot. But that is the benefit of the smaller bet on the turn.
Sometimes these are actually hard to read when players have that many pairs, but you're trying to figure out which low is good here.
Yeah, it really would help if you used a 4-color deck. Yeah. It would really, really help.
It would.
You don't see that too often, though. That's more of an online thing.
My eyes were going crazy. I normally can pick it up real quick on who's got what. Sam joining us.
Sam, hey, girl. FOMO is real. Yeah. I just assumed that Sam was coming to play. Oh, I just assumed she was going to be here. She's always on every live stream.
Such a great time on our last one. We were blessed to have her on last time, and you got to commentate that. So getting to commentate another one of your poker friends.
Yeah. Sam's good people.
All right.
I'll contribute to that and have a little.
She did bring a lot of fans into the chat as well, so
As she should.
definitely missed. Thanks for joining us, though.
Sean, another ace-2 combination.
Very West Texas put there. He said razor.
He has also verbally raised his bets when he was raising for value all 3 times now. Something that better players will take note of.
He said razor on up.
Yep. Generally, people talk when they have it. Generally. Deuce right in the door. Nobody likes that when you open with an ace-2. Steve-O flopping 2 pair. Sean dinks his deuce. Not going to like that. Tough to make a hand when that happens. Becca makes at least queens and 3s.
No kidding.
Steve-O's taking the lead. Again, checked around on the flop. Nothing changes on the turn. It's a good place to take a stab. Sean with just a double gutter here. He can make Broadway with a king or a wheel with a 4, but it can't be a spade, so that takes half of that away. Sean experienced enough to throw that right away.
Corey with more of the wrap there. Ace, king, jack.
Corey likes that card.
Ace of spades.
Yep, Corey likes that card. He has the ability to bluff all the spades, and he can just make a hand a lot of different ways too. Every card 9 or higher doesn't pair the board. Hi-ya! Not that one. But Steve-O did make a set when he was kind of making a move with 2 pair. But that check right there is going to lose him half the pot because Corey's going to play an ace-7. Got to make another bet there.
I flopped 3 pair.
Well, when that queen hit, I had
What's your low ace-7?
queen 3, and
Not low.
And those are the subtle little advantages that we talk about, is that if he bets there, there's a good chance he's taking the pot down. So if he bets, he gets 100%. If he checks, he gets 50.
And the only thing you're scared of is what, jack 9?
Jack 9's the only draw that got there, but the flop was 10-3
Right.
deuce.
And jack 9's not checking to you, right?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah, that
not.
makes sense. I understand that being fearful of the hand, but when they check it to you, in a game where you've got to get value from
You got to
your
get
hands.
value from it sometimes. But a lot of the value you get here is by forcing other people off these junk half pots, like
Right.
you just saw there.
Yeah.
If he checks, he loses to the ace-7. And since Corey's calling on the turn, but checking on the flop, it's not impossible for him to have a low makeup. And any low makeup that was there on the flop got on the river. It's not like it was a 4 or 5 or a 6 that could screw up a bunch of stuff. You got to make a bet there. You cannot lose that half pot. That'll make a huge difference in your day.
Remember, if I don't put it
Got to pick those pots up. It's no different than the hands in PLO that the orphan pots. The ones that are the first person to bet is going to take it down. This would be the Big O equivalent right there.
Yep. You win a chunk of those a night, that completely turns
Changes everything around.
your session
Yep.
around. Yeah.
You got to find ways to. You have to find ways to take those pots. You cannot let people get half pot for free.
Heard it here first. Can't let them get half pot for free, folks.
2, 3, 4, king from Joe. He's going to come in raising from the blinds. Todd and Steve with a low round. Corey with 2 pairs, looking for something very specific. Didn't find it, but Joe flops a dream flop. My goodness. Flops everything. If he could go into the deck and pick out a flop, that's the flop he would pick. Goodness gracious. That's a big hand.
A lot of people like that better anyway.
Fortunately, I think he might have too much.
kind of starting to be the standard.
Might have too much.
More of a Alan Kessler type game. I think you had it. He's kind of pushing that.
Todd with aces and 6s.
Yeah,
Nope.
both of those ace deuces aren't happy
Yep.
really hitting a pair there.
And that is the issue when you have king 2, 3, and you do flop your ace. A lot of times people just fold aces up in this game because they just can't have much. One of the things that my wife and I talk about is that, how's your day going? Oh, I'm flopping a lot of 2 pairs. She goes, oh, how much are you stuck? So it's tough to flop 2 pair in this game. It doesn't hold up well. It doesn't play well, and so generally you play this game enough, you end up folding a lot of 2 pairs on the flop. And so that generally is the downside to flopping huge with 2, 3, 4, king. It's better. It's usually better to call a raise with a hand like that, and then somebody bets with 2 pair rather than be out of position and bet into the 2 pair. But we can't really control these things.
When I had that hand, all I had to draw. I mean, I'm good with anything other than an ace or a king there, and 4 pair.
AD with a hand we should not be playing in any direction, anytime. Yep. You don't want to play a lot of middling cards, even if it's double-suited kings. It's generally not that valuable. Corey wakes up with a good one. Just blast a bunch of chips out there. You tell me how much. Tell me how much to bet. That much.
Probably give you some back, but I'm just gonna
That's funny.
blast it.
I don't know why, but I find it funny when there's $80 in the pot and they put out 900.
Yeah.
Like how much?
All right, heads up.
All right, heads up. Now, neither player is going to like that flop.
I'm thinking.
Becca's thinking about leading into this board because she knows it's not going to help Corey's hand very often. Yep, there you go. She's right. A lot of times Corey's going to have a single pair of aces there.
Hey, how much?
Becca's experienced enough to know that. Well done, girl. Well done.
And Corey's got his stack down dwindled enough that he's going to add on another 2K. This is a match the stack type of game. They all started off with somewhere between, I think, 2 and 4K were the stacks.
Yeah, generally, I saw most around there. Yep. But with so many players who are not scared, that will not be the only rebuy of the day. I'm willing to bet on it.
Absolutely.
You want a pen? I don't know if I trust that guy or not. Did I say that out loud?
I know you're very familiar with Corey.
Yep.
Does he play on other streams? He's wearing a high-stakes poker hat. I don't know if he's ever been on a high-stakes stream or something else.
No,
but,
not that
okay.
I'm aware of. I don't know. Corey's another person I run into all over the country.
Yeah, just a poker fan and
yeah,
poker player. So
don't know if he's ever been on a stream or not before. I know there's plenty of people here who have.
Absolutely.
Actually, I think everybody here has been on at least one that I've seen. Kevin and Todd, they were on the last one.
They were.
So was Steve-O.
So was Steve-O, yeah.
So the gentleman in the 3 seat I have never met before, so I can't say whether he has or has not.
Don't think I have either. So, got any Joe fans out there?
All right, Joe,
let us know.
Bunch of limps. There's a straddle and a re-straddle on this hand. Bunch of limps.
Not quite a family, but quite a few players seeing a flop.
More hands in play than in the muck. We like Big O. All right, a little something for everybody here. Except for Steve-O, the only real hand of the bunch. He's the one that missed completely.
As a Hold'em player, I'm excited to see Sean's holdings there. The eight-seven of spades.
Sean does have an up and down straight flush draw. Usually worth appeal, but Sean's going to get out of the way. And he's going to do that. For those of you going, how could you possibly fold that?
Exactly.
There is a good chance that a 10 is not worth anything.
Right.
So it is essentially a gut shot. He knows a 7-high flush or an 8-high flush generally doesn't have a lot of value. So yes, you might see that's a straight flush draw. It's not as big of a deal in this game.
It's got to be the straight flush.
Yeah, it's not as
right?
big of a deal in this game because a lot of times, even if you get there, it's for half, and it's just not as valuable as other games. You have to make a straight flush with something else, or somebody else has to make a big hand. So if somebody there is, if the player betting just has ace X of spades, Sean's not going to have a lot of value in this hand. So he knows that, by the way.
Let's go back to this racquetball match. So get somebody else.
It's just different, folks. It's just different. It's a very, very different game.
I want to do it on a game day.
But straight flushes are a lot more common in 5 cards, obviously. More cards, more action. You do see them a lot more often than you do in other games.
Like, you guys are going to come all sweaty.
And it's still just as painful when an ace-high flush runs into a straight flush. It's just as painful in this game. And it does happen. If you play full-time, you can expect to see that a few times a year.
And they do have facilities there, correct?
And it hurts every time.
Some of these guys were talking about playing racquetball or pickleball and then coming and playing poker. And Rebecca's like, I don't want y'all nasty, smelly at the
You
table.
smelly weirdos. Take a shower. 2 mystery cards from Kevin. Hey, it's same flop. We saw that exact same
Yeah, we
flop
did.
earlier, didn't we? Ace 4, 3, 2 hearts. Again, a couple aces up from everybody. Ace 4 and ace 3 make 2 paired. People generally don't bet that kind of hand.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, white got checked all the way around.
At least one wheel in play now. We can't see what Kevin's other cards are. Probably one of them is a wheel card. I would expect Kevin to have a wheel here just about every time. Joe as well. We can see Joe has one. Joe cannot really improve here, but Kevin might be able to. KD, excuse me. He might be able to. Sean's has the nut straight. He's hoping that both players have a wheel and nothing changes, which is exactly what happened.
Absolutely.
So I suspect Sean might get a check raise in here.
Who you gonna practice with?
Well, that's exactly what he's going for.
He did check, yeah. Another trap here.
My torture.
Nope,
No.
he just called. That's strange. Seems like kind of a miss to me. Those cards are wrong.
They are wrong.
Sean has a deuce in his hand. We don't.
Yeah.
Oh, well, disregard everything I said, everybody. That's
Yeah, this was actually what we were told. It was hand 34. It happened on hand 33. So
oh, that'd have been nice. Sorry
yeah,
about that.
he had a queen.
Yeah, it's a queen 7-5 deuce 3.
Yeah, he had a deuce, not the
And
queen.
the card was wrong. Okay, well, then that miss makes sense then.
Yeah.
I'm swinging at ghosts. He's swinging at actual fastballs.
And he doesn't have the 6-7, correct?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, KD is going to have the
Yeah.
the only straight there. So KD did not have a wheel. I was wrong. He had 10 and a 6 under there. But that is good enough for the high hand.
Yeah, I know. You're trying to take advantage of an injury, for real.
Dealer buttons right?
You guys are going to really throw me for a loop
I know.
if the cards go wrong. I might really put this to the test. See how many times I can get it right.
I didn't tell you anything.
That would be never.
Well, we have another one we know coming up here on hand 36. So
Hand
we're on hand
36.
34
All right.
now. The one I thought was going to be the misread. So hopefully
Okay.
this was. Sometimes those RFID scanners, you can see those little bullseye-looking things out in front of each player. That's where they scan their cards. Every now and then when a dealer might pitch them or a player, when they grab the cards, if they drag their cards a little too close to the player next to them, it can kind of screw things up. So
Yeah.
technology, not perfect, obviously.
It's harder than it looks. I've seen one of these built,
Yeah.
and it is just insane how difficult it is to make this work with more than 2 cards. It's very easy with 2 cards.
Yeah.
But with more than 2, 4 and 5, it's challenging. It's a technical challenge. One I do not have the skills to solve. I have seen it done. I'm like, nope, not for me. Again, more hands in play than in the muck. We like that. Those of you say Big O has no action, I refer you to the previous hands. Nope, but well, one jack.
Ace jack,
KD's
yeah.
got a jack. But Joe does have the straight flush draw that matters more. This straight flush draw matters. This has a lot more value than like that 7-8 of spades that we saw Sean fold for obvious reasons.
King of spades is still out there.
Oh, so close. Doesn't change anything for Joe. Although Joe might believe now a queen might actually be the winner.
They haven't decided.
That's a great check by Kevin, to be honest with you. It's a fantastic check.
They're going to do it again.
He's selling the fact he has a jack and nothing else by checking the turn. A little value bet there, trying to get value from the exact type of hand that Joe has. That's a fantastic bet, by the way.
And same puckered up face.
Yep, and it's going to work.
It is.
Well done, sir.
And a cheap PLO game.
Fantastic line. That's earning it right there.
Did have one out though after the turn.
He said, I had one out after that turn.
He's right. Yep.
He did, yeah.
And that's earning it right there. That's how you get paid from a better hand. If he just blasts the turn, he's not going to get paid.
Yeah.
Because if he's getting, with an ace jack in play, turns an ace, that check sells the fact that he has just a naked jack. That's what he sells. So therefore, you bet small on the river. When the spade gets there, it's
Get called.
reasonable to assume a flush is going to call you most of the time. That's a fantastic bet.
Yeah.
Good job.
So the player doesn't just have to have one of those cards. They have to have both, the ace
Correct.
and
They
the jack.
have. There's only a couple combinations to be full. It's an ace, a jack, and what was it, a 6, whatever.
Six, so
whatever.
sixes, yeah.
So it's the only way to make a full house. Generally speaking, you take that line, you're going to get called by a flush. Well played.
Very nice play there.
He had
KD.
such a beautiful hand. Like he was just running.
Yeah, we got to remember, value betting, you got to be called by less. You're not going to get hero called very often in this game. You got to force it.
I bluffed in the top set. For
Oh, I remember that hand.
For 11K.
I remember that hand. When he had such kings, right?
Corey talked about how he's bluffing right into top set for 11K. Verified. I've seen such things happen in Murillo. Jeremy wakes up with the big one.
I didn't think that hit him.
Ace, 3-2.
That's the hand you're
Suited
looking
ace,
for.
Yeah.
One suit. That's arguably the best hand in this game. Ace 2-3 with a Broadway or wheel card.
I bluff once a year. I've already got it out of my system.
I don't believe it.
Lies. that's a bluff. I call.
Got it out of his system. We don't believe you, sir.
I'm done for.
Oh, and Corey has a.
25.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Nasty.
Oh boy. Oh, Corey's in. It's exactly what he wants to see, and he's going to walk into the buzzsaw of the one hand that's going to punish him.
Just has him punished.
Oh. Now, if the turn is a 4,
Vomit.
there is absolutely no way that Jeremy will not get all the chips. But that flat, oh man, he's going to keep that nut load that's betting into him. He wants to keep it going. Even better. Oh my God, Corey picks up the nut flush draw. This is going to get nasty.
Yeah, and he's going to continue to put money out
Jeremy's
there.
going to pound it. I expect a full pot raise here. Get it in.
Go for it here on the
Yeah,
turn.
he's going to go. He's just going to pot it right here. He's got bet into twice, and he has currently the nuts both ways.
For what? 420.
Is he only gonna, he's going to wait to the river. Oh, he's going to wait to the river. Oh, I don't know about this one. But what he doesn't want to go up against 2, 3, 5 and hearts either. But he has the 3 of hearts. Oh no! Bad beat coming. Oh, ouch. Oh, pot's quick call, and oh God, that's a bad beat.
Indeed.
Ouch.
He was in horrible shape, and look at that river. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, nice catch.
Nice
Yeah,
catch.
that's exactly what it is. Oh,
Yeah.
man. Ouch.
Played you like a fiddle, he thought, and boom, the diamond gets there.
Oh, that's so painful. Oh, my God.
I really thought we were going to see a big pot indeed.
Yeah, usually that's
The
going to
other way.
end up go the other way. I mean, a majority of the time, you know, Corey has to backdoor diamonds to win this. Like, he can't make a full house. He can chop with a 5, but he has to backdoor diamonds to profit here. And, that is a painful, painful bad beat there.
I mean, very hindsight, results-oriented, but him not repotting it, Corey's not folding on the turn,
No,
is he?
gosh, no. Oh,
okay,
God,
so
no.
he's
No,
not
no, no.
folding anyway.
No,
doesn't
he's not
change
folding
anything.
anyway. But I believe I'm gonna ask Jeremy about this later. But I believe he's gonna, because they changed momentum on the flop. Corey bet right into him on the flop. He's probably gonna believe Corey has like 2, 3, 5 and hearts.
Just not that strong of a hand.
Well, that
on
would be a very strong
on the
hand.
high side, though.
Yeah, and he just doesn't want to gamble against a hand with a safety net because
Gotcha.
Jeremy can be scooped. 2, 3, 5 can scoop ace 2, 3 there. A 2 and a 3 on the river, and that's it. Oh, so this is the hand. We got a board.
Board's going to misread a little bit. So.
Don't catch it. What is it? Until the river?
Yeah.
Doesn't catch it until the river. Okay. All right, we will have an incorrect board here. Just a warning.
So look at the actual board, not the posted board.
Okay. Oh, man, what a beat. That hurts.
Yeah,
That's right in the ear. All right, Steve-O coming in for a raise from under the gun. That will be a premium hand every time. That's exactly what he has.
I know me. I know I'm getting all my chips in there.
Becca with a good one, too, is an ace 3-4 rundown. Double
I
suited.
don't trust myself.
Jeremy looking up at the sky there. Sean says, I'm getting all my chips in there on that. So they're talking about that turn.
Yep, and that's exactly what Sean's saying.
Yeah.
I can't believe you didn't lose all your chips there. And well, he saw something. Okay, ace 5, 10, 2 spades.
So far
So we
board
know that's right.
is read correctly. Yeah.
All right.
So we have a 10-5 for Joe.
Steve-O with the gutter ball and aces up. And Becca's going to have a bunch of draws. Double gutter. Both gutters are to the nuts. Means a jack or a deuce as long as it's not a spade. Steve-O bets a little less than 1/3 pot. That's a sneaky little bet there.
Yeah, no one has spades here.
Yeah, that kind of bet usually fishes out the better hand. You know, like the 2, 3, 4s and spades.
Yeah, I live in.
And it also denies them a little bit of profit if they happen to have a hand that big.
Yeah.
There's the Broadway.
Becca makes a Broadway, but it is a spade.
It is a spade. So yeah, it's not the deuce of diamonds. It was the jack.
Jack of spades is on the turn. So it went check, check, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so Becca's got Broadway here, not the wheel.
River's a queen. Becca they both make
They
Broadway.
both make Broadway.
Now there is the power of position right there, folks. That is the power of position. Becca's going to win this hand if she's in position because she'll bet, but by being out of position, she has to check it to her opponent. Opponent takes a free card, and they both tie with the same hand, and Becca is unable to make any profit here. That is the power of position. Position's important.
Very different hand from the hand prior where we had some serious fireworks there. And great job, Tyler. He's going to be done for the night. We're going to get a new dealer in. And if you're enjoying this and you're in Dallas, this game is hosted regularly by Rebecca Thompson. They're in our 9 seat. 5-card high-low or Big O with 2 bomb pots on Sunday and Tuesday, 1 p.m. If you get there on time, you'll get your first hour for free. There is the phone number if you're interested in playing some Big O. I believe it's the same stakes that they're playing tonight, the 5-5-10.
All right, it's a decent game. I like 5-5-10. I mean, I don't mind playing bigger. I don't mind playing smaller, but 5-5-10 just like it's like the perfect sweet spot, I think, to make for good action. It's not too big for a lot of people, but it's big enough.
Yeah,
you know, and it's a good sweet spot.
See, and I could play this 5-5-10. I wouldn't play a 5-5-10 PLO game because
God, no, that's a much bigger game.
That game
much
they say
bigger.
pot once pre-flop. They all get Tourette syndrome, and they all say pot 7 times.
Yep, and
you got to get your whole stack in pre-flop. You know.
Yep.
We're seeing many a hands here where we're going 4 and 5 to a flop for $30.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, I like 5-5-10.
A lot of playability.
Yeah, 5-5-10 or even 5-10-20. I don't mind. Like it's just it's a perfect sweet spot. Granted, that's just my personal opinion. You know, anybody can disagree. Joe flops a nut flush draw yet again. So for those of you that don't play this very often, this is how common the nut flush draw is. Very common to be in play. So non-nut flushes generally don't have as much value in this game as they do in other games. Backup flops king 10-9. Oh, nobody folds. See? Big O's great.
Yeah, now we got a juicy pot.
Oh, it doesn't change anything, but adds something for almost everybody. Low draws. Kevin's got a gutter in the nut low draw. Becca's got the same hand now, but adds a different gut shot. She makes a 5 now with a. She makes nut with an ace now, and also makes a straight with a 5. How many gutters does Becca have here? 5. Ace, king, 10, 9, 8.
Finally get the lay down there from Steve-O.
Steve-O out of the way. Didn't have much. Pairs the board. Nobody makes anything. First person to bet's going to win this pot.
And what is it? The ace-jack is good here?
The ace-jack is good here. Becca might take it away here. Nope. She's not going to do it. And those, you have to pick those pots up. Yeah, she knows it. She knows it. That was the one.
But I don't know what you're betting, so it's like...
What were you betting with?
Well, on the flop, I didn't really have anything, but
There you go. Mighty Hammer giving a shout out to Tyler Bateman there. Yeah, he did a great job. And it looks like he's going to be here for another hand or two. He thought he was done. Maybe let the dealer go take a quick restroom break or something before they get on here and are trapped for a couple hours. Just hit the hour-and-a-half mark on our Tuesday night live stream. Again, I'm Eric Van Loosen, joined by the great Greg Vail, here to help us out with the Big O live stream.
Translate the 5-card chaos.
That's right. 5-card chaos indeed. We've already seen a little bit. Stacks are getting bigger, so hopefully we'll see some more.
Shot with another hand. Verbalizing the raise again. That's 4 for 4. You can take that tell to the bank.
But he swears he's not going to bluff.
He's not going to bluff. Yeah, that's the
He's
bluff
already got
itself.
that out of his system this year.
That's the bluff itself.
we need a round of 25.
And Todd has the triple aces. Not good
All right.
any 4-card or above game.
Now, see, this is what the conversation about blockers earlier. You have 3 of them, but still, Sean's still got a premium hand. So it's all the
Right.
most of the cards are dealt out here. Just because you have 3 aces does not mean the other one's not in play. Oh, Sean flops 2 pair and nut low draw, but a monotone board, and Todd does have the ace of spades.
He has the one blocking ace.
Yep,
that's important.
one
here.
of them. He can bluff 3/4 of the flushes. One he actually makes, the hearts. But it's mandatory. This is a mandatory line. You have to take this, whether you like it or not. You have to do it. All right, so Sean did peel one here. He's going to try and peel a full house or make the nut low and free roll a flush. Didn't happen here. Todd has to blast here. Has to. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, he let it go. Oh no, he let it go. See now he's gonna have to make a tough call because now Sean's gonna try and bluff him off his pot.
2 pairs.
Or not. Or not. Guys, you're trying to win, right?
Yep.
We're trying to win at poker, right?
That was definitely odd on that turn. That didn't change anything. I thought,
Yeah.
just like you said, that Todd would blast again.
You have to. He bet the flop. He had it right on the flop.
Yeah.
You have to, if you're going to tell a story, you better tell it right. And Sean's got enough experience to know that if you try that on the flop and then check it back, you almost never have the nuts. Almost never. And for those of you paying attention, I did say that earlier, that sometimes I do check it back there. Sean did the same thing earlier, where he turned the nut flush, bet the flop, turned the nuts, checked it back. Because every once in a while, do that play for that exact same reason. But
when you don't have it,
when you don't, you have to play it like you would, like you actually have it. And it's also, you got to tell a story right, too. Not just what you would do with the nuts.
Yeah.
What would your opponent see I would do with the nuts? How do they see it as I have the nuts? Whatever that is, whatever that story is, that's the story you tell.
Got to keep telling it.
Yeah, if your opponent says, like we just seen Sean, every time he raises with a value hand, he says the word pot or raise, then that means that Todd needs to do that with the nuts. He needs to say, I pot it, or you need to verbalize his bet, because Sean will read that. He'll see that in himself, and he will probably think that that is exactly what you want him to see.
All right, let him live.
Again, more cards in play than in the muck. 5-way flop again. Ace 10 deuce. Nobody really got much of that. Whereas in PLO or Hold'em, these are action flops. Ace, paint, X.
Right.
You're going to see a lot of action on those flops. Those, not so much in Big O. Generally, you want 3 low cards or 2 low cards and a high card. Those are going to be the action flops. Not like in PLO where it's 10-9-5. That's the action flop. Everybody's got something, right? Jeremy's going to take this one down with his nut low draw on a pair.
If y'all want to, we'll keep it going if y'all want.
All right, well, now we're playing 5-5, 10, 20. So with only 8 players at the table, that means half of everybody's going to be in the blinds. Yeehaw.
We didn't do it to him before. We broke it already.
So if Jeremy puts 20 dead in this hand, I'll
Y'all want to keep doing it or not?
No, because we're all such rule sticklers.
Yeah. Oh, if he didn't do it the hand before, I'm not putting $20 out there.
These guys.
Now Rebecca gets paid off. That's why. That's one of those people that aren't doing it. I want to put them in a different category. Do not pay off. Do not pay off.
Yeah, no fun. You put that in the no fun category.
Do not pay Rebecca Thompson off, he says.
Oh, the next hand she plays is going to be a bluff. Todd waking up with the ace-2 hand with a bunch of Broadway cards. Coming in for the open.
Okay, I'll fold it then.
Sean with trips. Should put the trip game on, then he'd be motivated to play that piece of garbage. A lot of times players in this game will put on a prop where if you win a piece of the pot with trips in your hand, you get a prop from everybody. All right. Hey, neither player is going to be folding here. Both with the nut low, one with a gutter. Bet and a call, fairly standard. Boring, changes nothing. Adds one more gutter to the 9-8.
Super boring turn card.
Now, a lot of times oh, check, that's sneaky. Okay, a pair of 8s is going to take this down. Take the high down, rather. Neither player is going to go for it. Oh, maybe. Todd's going to value on himself right here. This mistake's going to cost him $50.
You saw him shake his head immediately,
Yep.
too.
That mistake's going to cost him $50.
Yep. Throws it over.
Yep, the place to do that was on the turn, but it wouldn't have mattered.
Value owning.
Yep, value owned himself. But in this game that he made a $100 bet, but it's only a $50 mistake.
Right.
It's a little consolation prize in that.
Amen. So all that whining, like you said, about I don't like playing chop pot
That's
games.
what gives you the advantage. Yep, that's what gives you the advantage.
Thank you, Sassy. Reminder, if you're enjoying this stream and other TCH content that we put out, please subscribe. You'll get notifications when we're streaming from all the locations down there in Austin, Houston, Rio Grande Valley, and of course here in Dallas. We mix it up a little bit. We're trying to do some more games like this, PLO, and of course Big O. But normally we have a 5, 10, 25 no limit game on Tuesday night. So if that's more your forte, make sure to check back next week on Tuesday.
When Rory missed that putt to go into.
Are you a golfer?
I am.
I hear them talking about it.
I was just about to say something about it. Yeah.
I'm about to start playing finally at 45 years old this year because I can put it on my company's tab now.
Yep.
So my full-time job outside of here, and I watched the Masters for probably the first time in a few years. And man, that's
a good one.
God, the ups and downs and that. I mean, it was like a poker session. It really was. It's just like mistake, and then a great play, and then mistake, and you're like, God, you're just.
I used to not like Rory McIlroy.
A lot of people are saying that. I don't know
used
why.
to not like him, but man, he's really the way he handled the whole live thing. I have a lot of respect for that. And holding true to your principles. I don't care who you are or what your principles are. When you hold true to those in the face of overwhelming financial benefit, you still stand pat. You have my respect, sir. Yeah.
Well, and I did a little bit of a man cry when I got to see him celebrate with his young daughter.
Yeah,
there. That was pretty cool.
If that doesn't get to you, you ain't watching. Yep, I agree. That's a great card for Joe.
Absolutely. Set of 5s now. It's not an ace on the turn there.
Oh, it's not?
I don't think so. I think it was a 5.
It is a 5. Wait.
I
thought the ace is a better card for him, by the way.
The ace is a better card,
The ace is a better card than turning a set.
Yeah, he turned a set of 5s there.
But he's going to take it down anyway.
No, it is the ace.
It was an ace.
It was an ace. So
okay,
it was a really
got
good card.
faked out. Oh, fake.
Super fake.
All right.
It corrected itself quickly there on the screen. So.
Okay, so yeah, ace, good card. Yeah.
West Texas represent. Jay Orta saying 806.
Hey, Jay.
Corey and Sean.
Absolutely. Also, tell us where you're dropping the chat and tell us where you're coming from, where you're watching this from.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all hit us up right now. Let us know where you're watching from. We've got Oregon already in there. We've got some Austin, Texas representing. Now we got the 806, West Texas, up there in Amarillo. Of course, Lubbock, where Sean's out of.
I've been out to West Texas a couple times to play out there, and they have a lot of fun. They really do. They have a lot of fun out there. And it's one of the only places I've seen where they just like openly just blah, blah, blah about politics and nobody gets pissed. They're just like, yeah, whatever. We've known each other for 50 years, whatever.
TCH Houston represented. Awesome.
All right.
I'm going to be down in Houston pretty soon, and I think I'm going to stop by TCH there during the Poker Atlas tour that they've got going in May. So I'm pretty excited about that. So maybe might run into you, Jay.
Hey, I haven't been down there. I haven't been to Houston play poker like ever. I went there a couple of times in the military just to like for vacation and stuff. Went down to Galveston or across into Louisiana, but I never really spent any time down there.
I lived there for 5 years, had a good time. I don't think I ever got over the sheer size of Houston. Growing up in a big city like Dallas, obviously Dallas has exploded in the last 40 years, 45 of my life. But when I got to Houston, I was like, oh, as I'm driving in, I moved down to Pearland, which is south, kind of headed towards the ocean. And as I was driving into work my first day down there, I thought I was getting to downtown, and nope, that was the medical city. And then I got to the Galleria area, and they're like, nope, that's not downtown.
Still not downtown.
There's 4 areas that are bigger downtowns than you would have in like a city like a Little Rock or anywhere else in the country.
Phoenix is the same way.
And there's like 5 of them.
Yep, you know, Phoenix is exactly the same way.
It's amazing. But, man, they love their PLO down there in Houston, and there's tons of poker rooms. And we're blessed to have 2 TCH locations, Spring just north of Houston, and then the new one they built off of Westheimer, which is a beautiful club. And really glad to see that. Took them a little while just because it's so packed down there with card rooms. There's so many of them. There's a lot of competition. But they do things TCH does the right way, and they've really started to pick up not just these tournament series, but cash games. So that's a great thing. But we do have a new dealer in, so they're going to do a 4-card PLO bomb pot. So not the Big O that we've been watching. So new dealer in for that.
Yeah, man, I'm so proud of him being sober.
Look at that tattoo on his right hand there.
Yeah.
If that's not a long-term dealer, I don't know what is. Look at that.
4 jacks.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Wait. That's,
No.
That's the bottom one.
He also took a burn. He took a burn,
That
too.
burn goes up too.
Yeah.
There we go. Good catch, players.
Yes.
What do you think about bomb pots? What's your opinion on bomb pots? Good for the game? Bad for the game?
Oh, man.
Like them? Love them? Hate them?
I
do you
think I hate them, but I play them.
I think I hate them.
I think I hate them, but I play. I like the 4-card variety much better. A lot of our 1-2 games here, we just do the 2-card bomb pots.
Oh, that's boring.
It is a little boring, but I think the reason for that was players didn't know how to play them. They didn't know how to play PLO.
Yeah,
and they were getting stacked, and we were losing players.
Yeah, that is my biggest gripe with bomb pots. Is I think we might have talked about this last time I was here. Is my professional opinion and my personal opinion are exact opposites.
Right.
I think I can make a pretty decent argument they're not good for the game overall, as an industry zooming way out. But as a player, I love them. People suck. They are so bad at bomb pots, especially like when you say playing Hold'em.
Yeah.
You got players that have never played split pot in their life. Now they got 4 cards and 2 boards, and they're used to playing 2 cards, 1 board. They just don't know what to do. They just make very, very big mistakes.
I mean, you're rarely when you play just the 2-card bomb pot. Keep dealing, buddy. I thought he was going to stop at 2.
That's one.
You're dealing 5.
That's one.
You're rarely going to scoop a pot in those games.
Yep.
But at the same time, when you do, and if it's a player who just is not experienced and can't fold,
that's a big one.
if he only has something on one board and nothing on the other one. I mean, I've seen people literally lose their entire 2K stack when they probably shouldn't have lost $20.
And they shouldn't have. And they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how to play that game. They don't. That's the argument against them on an industry-wide case.
Yeah.
But obviously, everything I just said is licking your chops for better players. So, just depends, I guess, what your opinion is. Do you tell us in the chat if you love them, hate them, whatever. What's your opinion on them? They're relatively new to the poker scene. I think it came out of Texas.
I think so too. I hadn't played them until I sat down at a table here at TCH.
Yeah, I think Texas is the one that exported that to the rest of the country. But it's not. Yeah, it just depends on your opinion.
Jay saying 806 does Hi-Lo on both boards.
Oh my God, that's the worst. It's the worst. It's so bad. It takes forever. As soon as you deal the cards, there's 4 pots immediately. Wait, Corey flops too much of that one. Nut flush draw, top set, and a wheel draw.
Now that is definitely a drawback. Now in Texas, we have a great thing going with no rake. Right, we're paying for time. So if you play a short session, 5-6 hours, you can make mad profit. None of the money leaves the table. That's a great thing. But every now and then, if somebody acts out of turn or something happens that you have to get the floor called over, they literally had a bomb pot the other day that lasted almost the entire 30 minutes that one dealer was going to be there. He's like, I dealt one hand.
I have a video on my phone from the now defunct Rounders.
Yeah.
Of a 23-minute bomb pot, and I was the only one that folded. And we were playing. There's only 6 players going. There was 24 pots by the time we got done with it, and the dealer crushed it.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, just get this footage. That's your audition. Everywhere you go, just get that footage. Show them that you're good. You'll get a job.
Our dealer, I know, handled the situation well, but the players just insisted on having video done and whatnot, and it was an all-player error. It was because the guy bet at a turn, and then he tried to take his money back. Oh, I didn't bet full pot, and all that kind of stuff. So, that was nonsense. But when you're paying by the hour, and now you've just lost $7 or something,
you paid $7 or $8 or whatever,
plus
just to
all
sit
the
there and
hands
watch
that you
it.
missed and had the ability to win. That's ridiculous. But
time charge is the best way for the players. Best for the players. Obviously, rake's better for the house, but time they just can't beat it. Sean with an ace's hand.
Yeah, but thanks for the feedback, guys, and that's great questions. Not everybody loves the bomb pot, and that's the great thing. You don't have to play them.
Don't have to play them.
You can sit out.
Participation is optional. In every poker game, every hand, everywhere. Participation is optional. Ooh.
Spicy flop here.
Ooh, very spicy. This could get spicy. KD with ace 5, 6, 8, and still top pair. Sean with a nut flush draw and an 8-6, a straight flush draw, although he has both the ace high and the straight flush draw, taking away the power of a lot of that.
Not a diamond he won't like.
Yeah, Joe's going to take a flyer here with top 2 pair, and I know some of you out there, that's a big hand, top 2 pair. It's not likely to finish as the best hand. So top 2 pair here is generally a fold when there's a bet and a call here. You only have, 4 outs to make a hand.
Steve, you want 4 roses?
Sean's going to make the nut high, and also KD has the nut high. They actually are playing the same hand right now, ace 6, 8.
Same low, same high.
Same low, same high. At the moment, Sean is free rolling. As soon as Joe kicks his hand in the muck, which no, I'm wrong. Yeah, here it comes. I was like,
oh, this is KD here.
That's KD.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry. Other way around. My bad. My bad. KD's got the same hand. As soon as Joe folds, which he should be doing most of the time.
Right.
Yeah. This Sean has no risk here. He has absolutely no risk.
Free rolling.
Well, queens and fives. I'm sorry. That's the one. That's the card Sean would pick out of the deck. It'd be the deuce of diamonds. He's got to make a bet that he thinks he can get called by an ace-6 low or somebody that just smacked an ace-deuce right in the face. That might be too much. Yep, 900. That's going to be too much. But that's the card he would have picked out of the deck. Yep.
It looks like a funeral, a card funeral.
Too much. I know it's hard too, and I know some of you sitting at home being like, "Well, God, he has the nuts. Of course he's going to bet." It's tough. You got to get called by a lesser hand here, and now we know Sean knows because he has both 8-6 and the ace-6 of diamonds. His opponent's going to have less of a hand, so he has to make a bet that your opponent can call. Blow him off the hand, you might as well be bluffing.
And good fold there from KD.
Yep. It's also good discipline not to raise the turn there, because if Sean has a hand like just ace-2-3 and diamonds, he's going to have more than 50% equity, and he's going to be a favorite if he's up against just a naked nut straight. So it's good discipline by KD there to not raise the nut hand on the turn, which I know some of you Hold'em players just, their brain just exploded. You can't, that's blasphemy, sir. That is blasphemy, having the nuts, and it's good not to raise. Well, in this game, sometimes it is. Sometimes it can be suicide to raise the nuts, and that would have been one of them.
Yep. Luis Castillo joining us from Western Tennessee. What's going on?
Hey, all right.
Glad you're joining us from Tennessee.
I thought my 6-8 for sure.
Are you playing poker out there? Are you working?
I have one friend in West Tennessee, and he says he's always wet. He says it's always raining. Yep, I see it on the news every night on the news when they show the weather report. I'm like, is this area of the country right here, is it ever dry? You know, it's just all the time just getting battered with storms. You guys are
I had family outside
tough people.
of Memphis growing up that I used to visit all the time, in some town outside of Memphis, but
that's cool.
Lived on a lake and it was beautiful and trees. But I haven't been to the eastern part of the state of Tennessee, which I've heard is just ridiculously beautiful.
Yeah, I haven't either. Tennessee and Kentucky are gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, they're so beautiful. I haven't been privileged enough to spend a lot of time there, but when I pass through, my God, it's gorgeous. No, 5-way flop. All right. Again. 4 people to every flop.
I didn't even hear you say it.
Wish I could say, oh wow, this is so cool, but this is normal. this is normal. 4 or 5 ways to every flop. And the most transparent flop out there, 3-4-5. It's like flopping Queen Jack 10 and Hold'em. It's the most transparent flop.
I was going to say, Corey's hand is the one I probably would have picked to just toss, but he did have the 2-3.
Becca flops the nut straight, but no ace in her hand. She's going to try and push all the hands that aren't ace-2 out of here so she can win this. Hi, Pat. Yes, that is, I wouldn't say Mr. That is quite respectful, but yes, this is me. That is me, Greg Vail, commentating.
Howdy, Pat. Yeah, had the pleasure now of having Greg here in our studio booth a couple times now.
Yeah, anytime you guys run one of these, I'll help you out here. I'll take any excuse to come out to Texas to play cards. Just happened to be, I was heading to San Antonio tomorrow anyway.
Right.
So it's perfect timing. Thank you for sliding that into my schedule perfectly. Always like that.
Well, they asked if I wanted to do another one of these with you again, and I said, of course.
Yeah,
it was a great experience. Anytime that I can come and learn about a game of poker I don't get to play all the time, and it's a great opportunity. And again, if you're watching, you're getting a free clinic right now from Mr. Greg Vail. So take it all in, and if you really like it and you want to get better at this game, there's some opportunities for you to really learn from him. He's got 4 books out, right?
4 books on
Do we have a 5th on the way? Or?
No, hell no. Oh, God.
Not just no, but hell no.
No way.
Okay.
No, the rest, anything that would have been in the 5th would be anything that would have been in a fifth book, I keep for myself. I'm not going to publish it.
Yeah. Well, and again, he's got a website, doublesuitedpoker.com, where you can get a much better deal on his books than you can on Amazon, and also access to a lot of his content. So check that out as well.
Yeah. Doublesuitedpoker.com is where you can find all of my material. My instructional library. I may have written a book or two. Yes, a book or 2 or 4.
But not 5.
But not 5. But not 5. So I have my instructional library. I take all these live streams. I'm actually 2.5 live streams behind. So I have at least 100 videos in the queue that I have not posted yet. So there's several hundred live streams several hundred live stream videos where I take apart hands, talk about it. I'm going to make a big long tell playlist with all this footage that I have. You need to buy an AI tool to sort through it all. But where I'm going to have a live tell seminar, really, a seminar playlist coming soon. But I also have a newsletter on my site. You can stay up to date with the things I'm doing, live streams I'm on, places I'm going, all that stuff.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't scan it.
Just a free newsletter on my site that I send out maybe once a month. Don't spam anybody.
Got it. We got it.
Todd open limping here with a double suited ace. Corey doing the exact same thing with a very similar type of hand.
75.
Steve-O wakes up with a big one. Ace 2-2-3-7 with 1 suit. Most of the time, those hands are going to raise. And here we go. Everybody limps. Everybody calls. It's good enough for 20. It's good enough for 75. 4 players to the flop. Ooh. Corey with nut flush draw.
Absolutely.
2 pair and a up and down. Steve-O with aces up and the nut low. Jesus. Here we go.
A lot of opportunities in this
A lot
hand.
of opportunities here. That is one of the either fun or frustrating things about this game, depending on your opinion. A lot of people can have a lot of things all at once.
Yeah, and Corey's one of those here with his exact holding.
Yep.
Could still brick out. But
He could still get none of it, you know. It's that's one of them. Man, Steve-O with a huge hand. This is what you're looking for. Now, he needs to make a bet here where he gets everybody to call. That's a good one. That's a really good one. He needs to have people to draw.
Corey obviously disciplined enough to fold there.
Disciplined enough and experienced enough to fold. But Corey does like to gamble, but it's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. He was smart enough to get right out of the way. So he's going to hope for he's going to hope for his opponent to make a straight. Now his opponent called again, but he's probably going to make Steve-O's probably going to make a bigger bet here. He assumes if he's called on the turn, he's getting called by a nut low, so he's assuming that he's going to get called but a bigger bet. He's not incorrect to do that. But that's just not what his opponent has, and that's kind of unfortunate. Is that 800? It's a pretty good bet. It's a pretty good bet into 1100. Yeah. If his opponent did have a 2-3, he'd be making a bet that his opponent's going to basically lose the same amount, whether he folds or calls. It's not going to be that big of a difference.
Right.
And that's a pretty darn good bet. Oh, look at that, taking a drink. That's a huge strong
nice
tell.
shot.
That's a strong tell right there, folks. He's got it.
Shots just came to the
Yep,
table.
That is a old school, I have it, because the hand's over for him. He's just waiting to await whether he gets paid or not. That is a very, very common strong tell.
And Joe's predicament, obviously, he's got a low hand, and he's also got a straight.
Yep, there's only a couple low hands that beat him. He's got but when the opener bet 3 times, you raise pre-flop and bet it all the way through, the bottom of that range is generally going to be like 2-3 of diamonds. What's the absolute bottom of that range? 2-3-4 in diamonds. So with that being the case, generally want to kick this in the muck, but I wouldn't be surprised if Joe slipped up here and called. But take a look at Steve-O's body language. He's not paying attention. He's looking at something else. His head's moving. That's a comfortable player.
He did make the call.
Oh boy, they got him. And that's the tough part about this game. You know, to Joe's credit, it's tough, man. He has to have it both ways to beat you here. He not only has to have a flush or better, he has to have a better low. And so there's not a lot of combos that can do that, but it does make sense here. You know, betting all 4 streets Yeah, the bottom of that range is going to be 2-3 of diamonds. It has to go in the muck.
Now Pat's saying that his mind was blown that Joe made the call on the turn, but the size that he put out there.
That's right. That's exactly what I was saying. And then that's why that
$200.
Size, when I freaked out about that bet, it was 200 and a 700. I'm like, that's a damn good bet because you're going to get somebody drawing at half to actually do it. And then if they get there, you're going to get the whole thing. You're going to get a bigger bet later. So you're not missing value. You're just transferring it to a different street. So if he bets 400, 400, or what would it, so it would be 1,000 total. If he bets 500, 500, he's probably folding the turn. He's not getting any of that. But you bet 200, 800, he gets them both called.
Yeah.
So that was a fantastic bet.
Great job by Steve-O there, making that bet.
Yeah, and last time I saw him, he actually had a couple of these situations last time that he messed up big time. I specifically remember making a video about that, spoiler alert.
Spoiler
alert. But this time he did it right. You know, he absolutely learned what to do and executed it perfectly. Well done, sir.
Well, they resumed with high stakes poker last night, but they
See, I'm a no-limit hold'em guy. I can deal with PLO sometimes, but this 5-card stuff is ridiculous. Yeah. How many cards?
That's why we play 8 people.
Yeah, 8 people. It's 8 people, 5 in the middle. That's 45. 5 board cards, and the 4 cards that go unused. Well, you have 3 burn cards, 4 cards left in the stub. So you can't play this game 9-handed unless you have 1 burn card and then you don't use the last one, or you have to sit one out. You have to play this game 8-handed.
Oh, really?
Oh, Joe likes that flop.
Yeah. I just don't know how you kind of, if you know somebody going for
Jeremy with just a gutter at an 8 high or a gutter at a 9 high straight. Probably not going to call here, but he might because of the last hand. You know, because he just made a really bad call. This guy just lost a bunch of chips. He might just explore this and see what's going to happen later. And he's done. It turns deuces full.
He's done.
And that's not the card he wants. He's just going to rip this right into Joe and just put him in. You got a better hand than this. Good luck, sir. But he's going to snap call. Didn't have much left anyway. Yep. So and by done I meant the hand is locked up. The result's not going to change.
Ace-3 is going to be good there.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of times in this game you can. There'll be turn cards or flops that just the result is set in and nothing can change no matter what, high and low. And that's what just happened there. When the deuce hits on the turn, Jeremy's got deuces full. That's it. It's going in.
Yeah, so phony targets for that last hand, for the low hand, the deuce-3 was the nut low.
Yes.
And he also had 7s full of aces. So whereas Joe had a straight on the river and then a 3-4 was the low he was playing. You always go from your lowest card, the top one, down.
Top card down. Yep.
And he was playing a 3-4 in that situation.
8-7-4 low.
Yeah.
And his opponent had an 8-7 smooth. 8-7-3.
8-7-3. Yeah.
8-7-3 deuce ace, and the 4-3 was playing 8-7-4.
Yeah, and that was the problem with that river card there for Joe is, he was hoping maybe to hit maybe a deuce on the river, so he has the nut low because the deuce will, if you pair up your card, that can counterfeit your low if you don't have the other cards needed to make the nut low there. So a deuce on the river would have given Joe the nut low.
Would have given him half. Yep. The deuce would have given him half.
And then he ended up with a pretty respectable low and a
respectable low and a decent high.
A decent high.
As we talked about it.
Yeah.
But that was why that bet was so good on the turn, is that it forced him into a tough decision.
Right.
And we always want to do things that force our opponents to make tough decisions after about 30 seconds of thought. And that's exactly what Steve-O did to his opponent there. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, Mighty Hammer kind of spelling it out for you, though, so you can see the combos that he was playing to take the whole pot down.
How the split works with a high and a low. Well, it's the best high hand. The best hand gets half the pot. The worst hand gets half the pot. And you have to have 3 cards 8 or lower to qualify. There must be 3 unpaired cards 8 or lower on the board. Ace does count as both a high and a low. So you're going to see a low 54% of the time. There's just 1 extra rank of cards because the ace plays both ways. So there's more low cards than high cards. And so on a board of 8-8, deuce, deuce, 10, there is no available low. Only a total stud would call it an 8-7 smooth. That's because I play stud high-low. Thank you for everybody. That is my lovely wife, Mo, by the way.
Howdy, Mo.
Howdy, Mo.
Thanks for joining us again. We had fun with her in the chat. last time we did this stream, and glad to have her back in here supporting her man.
That is a smooth is what smooth means is that you have the best possible low. So when I say an 8-7 smooth, that's an 8-7 3-2 ace.
Yeah.
Or if you have a 6 smooth, that's 6 4 3-2 ace. So the best possible. It's an old school stud term. I used to play a lot of stud high low, and I am terrible at stud high. Just to throw that out there, horrible. I never believe anybody. But yeah, that's what smooth means. So, so you can win with the nut low. Yes, you're awarded half that. Some of the times half the pot, sometimes 25%, sometimes less. If you share the nut low, you will split that half of the pot with at least one person. It's a great way to lose a lot of money with the nuts, which is kind of frustrating.
Yep.
But yes, there's not always a low. There is always a high. But the nut low, having the nut low and your opponent does not, gives you a free pass to bluff for half. I talk about that a lot in my books, is that when we can bluff with no risk.
And we've seen it tonight already, too, where players have value-owned themselves.
Value-owned themselves.
Where all they had was the low.
Yep, and you bet into another nut low with a pair, and they just, with another nut low and a pair, and they just pay it off. A good action flop with a bunch of low cards. Todd flops a set and a flush draw.
Single draw. But that's one of my favorite games to watch.
Yeah.
I like triple draw.
That's why I got her watching poker too, because they were doing that next game.
All right, 3 players to the turn.
We're picking that triple draw at the final table because they said that's
Jeremy Bet tried to get it through, did not get called, but Joe's going to turn nut.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times they pick what they think their opponent's weaker game.
right. They say that's the
And if you're wanting to play,
Nobody's got much else,
if you're
though.
in position against a bigger
Well, I
stack,
checked it all the way through.
sometimes you want to play big. I mean, you'll PLO,
The big
big bet game because you got position on them because you got position.
No longer nut, but it's still nut second nut.
If you're trying to survive, you want to play like big O because it's a split block. It's hard to squeeze.
It's an unfortunate river card for the ace-4 clubs. He's going to have
There's
to
a lot
share
of,
25% of this pot. He's still going to get
like the worst.
still going to get 75%.
Just pull a quarter.
Yeah.
not the one you're necessarily
Pull a
best.
quarter in.
Jeremy knowing the shortcuts to getting quartered. He's gotten a lot of practice getting quartered.
Yeah. What are some of the things, Greg, that you see at the table most commonly messed up by players, like as far as like misreading hands? Not necessarily like missing bets and some of the things we've seen and gone over tonight, but players that are inexperienced and, is it not reading their hand correctly or not realizing their low card gets counterfeited when it's paired? Like, are those kind of some of the big ones that you see a lot from inexperienced players?
It's the live low.
The live low?
It's the live
Okay.
low that gets people, and I've never understood why it's so difficult. It's just counting.
Yeah.
But like when there's 4 cards on the board here, so here we have 2, 3, 4, 8. If you have an ace and a pair, not the jack, but an ace, a 2, 3, 4, 8, you're playing a live ace. So you just take the card that you paired, you cover it up, you're playing your ace. So you play an 8-4 smooth and a smooth 8. But anybody like 5-6 is a better low. That's a 6 low. A 7-5 is better than an 8 smooth there because it's a 7 low. So yeah, generally speaking, when people pair one of their cards, that is the thing that messes people up the most. Now you can make the nut low with a live, quote unquote, live low. You just have to have like 3, 4, 5 on the board. 2, 3, 4, 5 with an ace and a pair makes a wheel. But if there's no wheel available, like it's say 2, 3, 4, 6, and you have just like an ace and a 3, you have the number 2 low. You need a wheel to beat it. So it can still be a powerful low. It's just rarely the nuts. You have to make a very obvious one card. It's like having a straight and hold'em where it's the board's king, queen, jack, 10.
Right.
It's just an ace. Any ace makes a straight. Or an Omaha, it's just ace and a pair, right? Ace and
Absolutely.
a pair makes a straight. Same thing here, just is on the low. All right, Joe airballs that one.
What is it?
That is a situation that frustrates a lot of players when you have a really good rundown hand like this and the board comes 9-10x and not of your suit. Jeremy knows that. It's that board is going to favor him, not his opponent. Having the ace high flush draw here does actually. Oh goodness. Ooh. That is a ambitious call. He's going to try to backdoor a hand, but Jeremy's not going to let him here. Now he's going to force him to call his whole stack off if he wants to draw it at a low. Yep.
And he's going to.
And he's going to draw it. So this is drawing in half. This is exactly what you don't want to do. the best case scenario is Joe can only win half.
And he's got his whole stack at risk.
Did not get it.
And he misses.
Yep, that's a miss. He's drawing at half heads up. There's nothing to profit there. All risk, no reward.
And Joe probably just in a spot after this probably last orbit where we've seen where he's frustrated.
Frustrated,
and just wanted to try to
force it, make something work.
Take that down. But yeah, half the pot was just not even going to be worth it.
Nope.
You know, so
it's just getting his money back. It's heads up, just getting his money back. That's best case scenario. And that is, you know, Jeremy has made a living exploiting that situation for a very long time. And Jeremy's one of the best out there.
And nice little profit there for him. Joe's going to reload. Looks like he's coming back in for a fresh 2,500.
Told you it wouldn't be the only rebuy.
Yeah. Fresh, not to be confused with smooth.
Yeah, it's fresh, not smooth.
He's not feeling smooth about that last play, but he's in for a fresh 2,500 nonetheless, and probably not the last one that we will see.
Yeah. That is a mistake that people will generally, that when they do make it, you'll be thinking about it all night. When you see the cards turned over, it's, oh shit, that was only drawing at half. Whoops. And he'll lose some sleep over that one.
I would say after a losing session for me now, you know, 9 times out of 10 now, you know, when I drive home, any sort of anger I have is always directed at myself. You know, like just the mistakes that you make, you know, that cost you money, whether it's, you know, some of the value stuff we've talked about here, or, you know, just misplaying hands and getting tilted and making bad calls. When a player shows me a bluff, I love it. You know, because I'm like, bluff me all day long.
Please.
When I make a bad call, that's when I get upset, because that's on me. You know,
my wife routinely reminds me that we don't pick when we win. We don't choose when we win.
No.
We just have to make the right play and let the cards do their work. And you know, it's sometimes when you try to force it like that, you end up making a bigger blunder than you were going to do on your own.
Let them cards do what they do.
We can only choose. The only thing we can control is the decisions we make.
But for those about the rock, it's the last song. They came out with 2 songs.
And do we have a hand in the muck yet? 1, 2.
I hear Sean over there saying that he came in town a day early. He went to the AC/DC concert last night.
That's what he was talking about when I showed up. Did you go to this concert? I'm like, that's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah.
that's really cool. Also awesome when Joe flops the nut straight after getting stacked. He's gonna appreciate that. Sean flopping middle set,
and he's gonna pray that the 9 to 11%.
This one's a little easier to hold. Yeah, this one's a little higher to hold.
It is a rainbow flop.
Yeah, this one's got a better chance of holding. It's just specifically a 9 or a 10 high straight. With 2 higher cards over the cards you're playing, like 8-7, flop 9-6, something like that. That's a tough one. This is a fairly common to hold. It's going to be better to hold than not. I mean, more likely to hold than not. But it's going to pick up a small pot there, which always feels good after you get blackjacked in the head by a nut flush.
12%, 2 pair, Jack and 2 pair, Jack, Queen.
I remember
Queen, Jack.
6 months to a year ago we were playing. And we were playing.
Yeah, it is amazing. Mighty Hammer saying he kind of agrees with me with I think the getting bluffed versus making bad calls play.
It'd be Gary, and there was someone else.
I mean, I still see players get really upset and like go after people after they get bluffed, and I'm like, you know, unless the guy spikes it in your face, and
so I take it personal.
Yeah, it's
people take poker personally.
Bluffing's part of the game.
It shouldn't be. And I mean, I used to feel that way. I used to understand that.
Yeah.
You know. And I used to feel that way. It took it really personal. It was like a personal affront to my skills or whatever. Anyway, back in my immature days, you know. And but a lot of people think that way. They take because it's money, you know. And poker pulls on the things that make us the most human. It's, you know, how you handle adversity, how you handle not being able to like throw down the gloves. You know, you have to handle yourself like a gentleman or pay the consequences.
For sure.
And,
now, if you're trying to make the opponent think that it really got under your skin, you're kind of screwing with them, so they will do it more often. That's a different story.
I do that from time to time.
Because then they will try to bluff you again, and then you can snap them off, and that feels good. But
I do that.
Don't take it personal. It's part of the game, and it's especially the lower stakes. It's bluffing's so underdone. You know that.
Yeah, one of the best pieces of advice I ever got way back in the day when I was playing Nullum at home is stop paying everybody off, stupid.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, that's good advice.
It's mean, but
Like,
it's good
I almost
advice.
never catch anybody bluffing. They always
Yeah.
have it.
And we've seen some fun ones in this game so far. You know, you can even bluff in this game, the 5-card game. Another win for Joe.
Another win for Joe. I had 2 9s. I'm going to go ahead and hope nobody has a straight. So in that situation, blockers did happen. But you know, the problem is you can get called by ace, king, 10. You can get called by hands that don't have a 9 in their
All the
hand.
wraps, yeah.
Plenty of time a set's going to peel. And they won't care if you have blockers to the straight or not. They don't even care if you have a straight. So generally just a stab. You get called once. You're generally not gonna keep firing shells, because a lot of better players will float there with a 9-10. They won't raise you. They'll just flat with the nuts.
They play LA Friday. You're right about that. They need a recovery.
Todd with a decent hand here. It's probably going to open. Yep. Comes in for full pot here, tacking up the blinds. Joe wakes up with another hand.
Ride the wave, the momentum.
Just going to call here. He 3-bet a hand just like this earlier in the session, but he's going to call here. Steve-O comes in.
Wow.
Ace, king, queen, 4-5. Jeremy with a big one.
All the aces, everybody has a low card with it.
Everybody's got something, but Jeremy's the one that flops trips.
Oh God, let's talk about this story. This is funny.
Todd has ace, ace, 3, or ace, king, king, 3 with the nut diamonds. Jeremy's not gonna slow down here. He's gonna bet 3/4 pot.
Todd folds the diamonds and the ace-3 low. Do you like that?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Coming from Jeremy, if he knows his opponent and he knows Jeremy's never out of line here on a paired board, then a lot of those flushes are going to be, where cards that fill up Jeremy.
Right.
That's a good discipline fold. I know it's weird to see at home. Be like, how could you ever fold that? Well, he's going to know that Jeremy's not going to be out of line on a paired board. It's if he's going to have at least a 6 most of the time.
Right.
And so it's not a matter of like being too tight, or it's just a matter of, drawing a high flush there, peeling off a jack or whatever of diamonds and then running into a full house. You're just drawn dead. You do that enough times, you tend to make the right fold here and there.
Very rare for him with his holdings, specifically what he had to end up with the nuts high and low.
Yeah, I mean, you need exactly the deuce of diamonds, but if Jeremy's the one opening or he's the one betting the flop, he's going to have a deuce in his hand a lot. So that means if he has a 6, the deuce of diamonds doesn't get you anything but half. And so that's that one magic card if you can pick out of the deck when it still won't give you anything but half. Time to throw it away.
Yep. Learned earlier, don't put your whole damn stack in there with just the ability to win half.
Yeah, Eric's with you.
What did you do, Tom? Fall down the staircase?
That was the trip before that.
What happened to you where you busted?
Greg stepped out for a minute.
Yeah.
We got a flop of ace, 6, deuce, rainbow.
But you ran into something. You hit something. What?
Becca is going to come out and bet her ace.
It was weird because I played it a big O. I think you were at the table as well. But
The 8-3 low.
I can't even see where it was.
Bet by itself is just going to get it done. So even though 55 in profit is a small one, you win enough of those throughout the night, they add up. Yeah, Pat, chasing flushes in this game on paired boards is silly. It's often silly in Hold'em, when you're holding 2 cards, but when you're holding 5 cards,
That same game.
I mean, it's tough to not think that somebody at the table is going to have a full house with the board being paired. Did see it earlier though. We had player make a call with a flush, hoping that the player didn't have that full house, and it was all based on the sizing on the previous street. Didn't believe that the player would have bet so small with a full house. An ace, jack, jack, and then an ace on the turn. That was a really well played hand.
It looked like a balk to me. It looked like you tried to raise it. Something.
Steve-O's hand here, is that one that you would frequently recommend playing?
No. No, don't.
I just looked at that going, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
we're playing high only, yeah, maybe, but
you got a just over an 8-to-1 chance of flopping a set of tens, but
yeah.
I mean, a set of deuces is worthless now. Generally,
Worthless, right?
you don't even waste
Yeah.
the $5 completion into the straddle with him.
But he had a shot. He's made a couple good plays. Now he's getting bored. He's like, why not? And then he throws it away.
A lot of times I actually do this a lot with some of my professional clients. Is that we calculate how much we waste, and we call it trimming the fat. I want to know every time you saw a flop and folded, add up how much money that is. Now, granted, most of it, it's just good hands that missed, okay, right? But add it all up, and then see how much money that is at the end of the night. And then ask yourself, if you're playing 5-5-10 and you spent $1,800 or $2,000 seeing flops and folding, how much of that can we trim off?
Right.
And even little things like completing with junk. You can do that 10 times in a night. That's usually $150.
Right.
It can be a lot of money. So we work on getting real granular with some of these mistakes. I mean, it's treated like a business,
Yeah.
I treat poker like a business because it is one. And those little cost-cutting measures sometimes make a huge difference in your night and definitely make a difference in your year.
Yeah, there's a lot of nights just playing Hold'em or PO where I look down at my stack and it's either half or 3/4 gone. I'm about to reload to top it back off. And I'm like, how did it get down to this low? But it was because I was calling with speculative hands, just trying to see flops.
Yep.
Wasn't 3-betting, wasn't in position, and I'm like, wow, if I can add all that back up, over multiple sessions, the amount of money that I would have saved myself. And yes, those hands that you fold for $20 or something when you have suited connectors, whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
That comes into effect where you would have hit a straight flush and you would have made thousands and thousands.
Yeah,
but those are so
could've.
far from. And that's why I'm leaning towards wanting to learn this game, because you mentioned so many more opportunities in this. If you master this game and really learn how to play it and play it correctly, the variance is there, but splitting pots actually isn't a bad thing. You have a lot more ability to go home a winner, a lot less opportunity to go home a loser, because you're not losing those massive hands.
Yeah, and
you're getting half the pot.
You get some of it back. A lot of times when you take a really bad beat, like we saw Jeremy do,
Yes.
that ace 2-3. If that's a different game, he loses everything.
Every penny.
Here, he gets still 25% of the pot back.
Yep.
So I routinely use the analogy that if you were every time you lost a pot in Hold'em, you had the best hand on the turn, then you lost on the river. If you got half your money back, how often would you lose?
Yeah.
Like almost never.
Win rate would be through the roof.
Yeah, through the roof. Well, that's Big O right there. That's exactly how we play. Becca finally found a hand to come in for Ray. She's been quiet for a while. Steve-O with a big-time premium hand. Joe with a 10-10-2-3 combo. Corey with another. Jesus, everybody's got something.
Yeah.
They want you to die before you have to do the
Sean's got 3 ladies. Sounds fun.
Out of the way.
Out of the way.
Oh, so they want you to wait
Okay.
5 years?
All right. Something for everyone. Couple of pairs here and there. Steve-O flops a nut low draw. 2 pair for Corey. Becca with ace 5 here. Gonna keep on betting.
Right.
That's full pot, trying to get everything, but trying to get everything to fold. That he was trying to get the 6s and deuces to fold, trying to get the kings and deuces to fold. And Steve-O's going to call with his 1 pair, a gutter, and the nut low draw. Steve-O looking for the 5. Sorry, the 4. That one right there. Steve-O turns nut. That's the card he'd pick. Now, 4 spades probably if he had his choice, but 4 diamonds is nut. 500 in the pot. Becca could choose to bet and fold to a raise here, or she should check. She could check and see how her opponent reacts. It's a full pot size bet. She's probably going to fold. But keep in mind, Becca does have the nut flush draw. So Steve-O's going to want to make a bet that forces her to call with that. Half pot might do it. Half pot might do it.
2 days.
Boy, that's tempting. You're sitting there getting 3-1 now. That's tempting now with ace 5 and diamonds. Ace 5 and diamonds.
That is the look.
That's a great bet, sir. Fantastic bet.
And a player that doesn't love to fold, like Rebecca, probably would have snap folded if he just
full
hammered
pot.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to answer Pat's question, no, I don't blast here because I need this player to call. And that's exactly what happened. She's going to miss, and that's how you extract value from better players right there. You force them or tempt them to make a mistake, and she did. Now he needs to, really the bet needs to be, you know, he probably needs to do the exact same thing. What would my opponent call with an ace-5? If she has a hand like ace-5 with a couple of pairs, what would she be comfortable calling quickly? I would bet here about 350, 400.
600?
He's going a little bit bigger, about 600. I think that might be too much. Might be. Boy, it's a tough. Yeah, see, I think it might be a little too much. She might get away from this. But if it takes her 30 seconds to fold, it's a decent number. Yeah, well, it's just a little too much. Almost perfection, Steve-O.
Yeah.
Almost perfect, sir.
So if 6 was a little much, you think?
Yeah, nice. Right before he bet, I said I would have bet about 350, 400 there.
Okay.
That would have been my pick, just because I'm trying to keep the same thing going. So I have to target just a little lesser hand. Since I can't account for the ace of diamonds and Becca opened, there's a good chance she's got it in her hand. So if she has a hand like ace-ace-5, which is exactly what she had, what's the most I can get that hand to call comfortably, quickly? You know, 350-ish, somewhere in there with 1,000 in the pot. It might even be so much as bet at 250 again on the turn. You go 250, 250, she might call that off. But yeah, you got to get your opponent to call with less.
Yeah, and I can tell as somebody who plays a lot of Hold'em and who's played a lot of PLO, not lately, but, you know, everybody goes for full pot and for, you know, the all-in plays, and you want to extract max value and stuff. But in this game, like you said, there's so many more opportunities that you miss out on because a player can make a call with the hand like she had if you tickle it with a bet like that.
If you set the conditions properly.
Yeah.
People will walk into a landmine if you tell them it's safe. You know, and so you have to show them that the path is safe. And you know, he did it on the turn. That was a pretty good one.
Just sized it up a little too much.
Just enough. So Becca thought that 3-1 was the right price to draw. It was not even close. But that's the mistake that we have to get people to do. We have to get people to put money in the pot with less of the pot odds, quote unquote, that they believe that they have to draw. So as long as you give them what they think is good, they make that mistake, and then you got to get paid. You got to actually,
for sure,
you know, get paid on it, which is half the battle. He did the first part right, and we've seen now a big difference from the Steve-O of last live stream with his bet sizing. I mean, he's done really quite well. I'm quite impressed. Jeremy went for a bet, tried to steal this one, and wow. Becca check raising with the ace-ace-3. This is very dangerous because if she runs into an 8, she's just going to get this ripped back in her face. But she did catch Jeremy with his hand in the cookie jar. Oh, and Todd called that cold. Oh, yeah, Jeremy's out of the way. Bye-bye.
Jeremy did make the call, it looks like, because there's a turn card already out there.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
So they had it backwards. It was it was Todd that folded.
Oh, it's backwards. Okay.
Backwards. And Jeremy did make the call. Speculative call,
Speculative
obviously.
call. But, I mean, if their boards were wrong, we might have had the hands wrong. So it might have been. We'll just move on. Yep, move on.
And 59.
And,
whatever it was, Becca made if that's what she had, the ace-ace-3 there, you know, took a big gamble there that nobody had the 8, and nobody shoved it back in her face, and it looked like it worked. Dahoud watching from Lake Highlands saying running it twice shouldn't be allowed. Well, that's definitely for our whole stream, and we're going to be running it once tonight with the game we're playing.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of running it twice in high-low. Generally, most dealers can't handle it.
No.
Takes too long. Not my favorite. You know, if there's no low involved at all, we flop 3 high cards, fine. You know, fine, run it twice. But with a low, it's just, especially multi-ways, no, one time. Let's keep it. Let's not make it too complicated.
It's just 20, yeah.
Bam and
1, 2,
Nixon.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're going 6 ways in this one.
6 ways. 2 hands in the muck. That's all.
That's what we do. That's our home game back in Lubbock. We get 2 chips, and to lose both of them.
Corey just flops it. Easy game. It's good flop selection, sir.
In the main pot, you only lose 1 of your chips. Oh, really?
Corey has to bet pot here. There's no other option for him. No matter what the turn card is, the nuts are going to change, even though he has the current nut hand now. It's a mandatory bet here. Sometimes you just have to take it down.
We called it, I renamed it the Todd tax.
Yeah.
The Todd tax?
Bama Nick says oftentimes you can trim the fat better by just 3-betting and 4-betting wider instead. That works in Hold'em and PLO, but not in this game. There is not a lot of 3-betting. There's not a lot of 4-betting at all. Generally, when a 4th bet goes in this game pre-flop, all the stacks get in. Almost nobody flats a 4-bet and plays post-flop in this game. It is one of the major differences from this game to other games.
Yeah.
While there's 3-betting, it is what it is. People do it less in this game than in other games, but 4-betting and playing a 4-bet pot almost never happens. A 4-bet pot is an all-in pot.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned earlier. You know, I would be comfortable playing Big O 5-5-10 stakes.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable normally playing PLO 5-5-10
5-5-10
and above because the way that game plays, there are 3 and 4 bets and there's multiple people potting it, repotting it, you know, and it just you end up getting all your stacks in.
Yeah, and then in this game, generally a fourth bet pre-flop just means it's getting in pre-flop. Because if you have the hand of 3-bet, you're going to have the hand of 5-bet shove. It's just you're not generally going to be playing a 4-bet pot in this game. I mean, it does happen. You get some super deep games, sure, but it's very rare. Generally, people just would rather see a flop.
How much more?
And you're seeing that with a lot of these players that have aces combos that aren't 3-betting and they aren't 4-betting with their aces, even though it's the best hand pre-flop. They just don't get it in. We don't get too aggressive pre-flop in this game because it's just easy for everybody to get all the money in. And when that happens, all the equities are about the same. You just gamble. No matter how good your hand is, no matter how bad everybody else's hand, you're just gambling. There's not that big of an advantage. So we generally try to get further in the hand before we expose ourselves to loss.
And so it takes you.
All right, Queen 7-8, 2 hearts. AD with the only heart draw. Corey flopping a top pair in the nut low draw generally ends up being a pot-sized bet. I think that's what he made.
On my game, on their game they play in Lubbock,
KD gonna peel one off here with 2 10s and 3-4. Uh-oh.
So it goes by fast.
Hello, card.
Uh-oh. And from Corey's perspective, that card looks like it's going to be nothing. Oh, check. Oh, wow. You get that check, too. You have to make that bet.
Well, that was Gary's argument. That's why he didn't want to do
You're seeing hands played.
That was very passive. Both players.
Never see and it just makes the game better.
Wow.
Which one do you want to play?
I mean, when you have a set of 10 there, you call a bet with ace 3, 4, 10, 10 on the board of queen 7, 8. Turn a 10, your opponent checks. That's going to be a green light.
Yeah.
You know, that's your green light to go and make them pay for that. A little surprised by that check.
Yeah, clear check in a game like PLO with just a set there. All the straights are there, and that's more common in that game.
Yep.
This one,
because the bettor is going to have 9-10 jack a lot of times. 9-10 jack 6 or something like that's going to be common, and you don't want to get check raised. Sure, fine, got it. But in this game, nobody's betting there and checking a straight. No one. It's just unless you're trying to check raise. If you have a hand like ace 2, 3, jack 9 with nut hearts, all right, maybe fine.
Yeah,
but
that's one hand.
That's the one hand that's going to raise you. So it's a pretty easy bet fold there. Pretty darn easy bet fold. You only get raised by somebody who bet on the come, got there and check raise. So it's like, cool, you're going to get one bet. That's it. So that's a pretty easy bet fold situation there.
Yeah, I've seen it when they've done the Hold'em game before. I've seen that.
Steve-O is up 1.3 tonight, so big winner so far. As you mentioned, a couple of really nice bet sizes to get him paid tonight.
Yes, a couple of those were really good. When do you not bluff with the nut low? Dominic says that is man, I could write a book on that just by itself. You don't want to be bluffing with the nut low when it's highly likely your opponent shares that nut low, and they're just going to call you anyway. That's another reason why we don't usually run the naked ace bluff when there's a low available. So you make a 10-high flush with the nut low, you're just calling anyway. It's like you're not going to fold. Most people don't anyway. So yeah, there's times to bluff with the nut low, and there's times to definitely not. Actually, talk about that a lot in my second and third book.
Set of 4s here for
Ooh.
KD.
Okay, that's the card he would pick out of the deck.
Yep.
But Becca's got top 2 in the nut flush draw. Uh-oh. Whoops. Suck out, resuck.
How about queens full? No low.
Yeah.
4 is full,
Snap.
no good.
Snap. Yep. And that is the problem with bottom set in this game. Talk about this a lot. Actually, it's on page 1 of book 1. Is this situation right here? Is that bottom set is usually a 1-out draw. It's usually a draw quads because it's very, very easy for everybody else to have 2 pair, and all those full houses are no good. It's usually a 1-out draw. You should treat it as such.
Yeah, very sick hand there. We mentioned that card was the card
That's
he wanted.
what he would pick out. He said, how about turning a 4?
Yeah.
You have 4, 4, 3, 2. And then what he needs, just a 7, he gets that whole thing. And the cool part about KD's hand there is if the river's a total blank and he comes out firing right into Becca, she's going to be like, yeah, whatever, that's a 2-3.
Yeah.
She's going to be right. She's going to call, and she's going to lose anyway. So he had it set up there, but the cards did not cooperate.
No.
So I think it was right around that. A couple minutes late.
He would have gotten paid on a blank, that's for sure. There wasn't a 5. As long as it wasn't a 5, he'd have gotten paid on a blank. 6, 7, or 8, he makes a lot of money. Jeremy coming in with a limping from early. You don't see him do that very often.
Don't feel bad.
I didn't do it.
I suspect that if I were to ask him, he's probably a little card dead. He's probably noticed that people aren't 3-betting as much, so he can get in there and play with whatever he wants from wherever he wants. We saw him adjust to this, remember, from the last live stream, when he started to open up later in the session, because he identified the dynamics that he could get away with it, and he probably has identified the same thing here. Becca coming in for a raise, taking it 5 ways as usual. Ace, queen, 6. KD flops a good one. Steve-O middle set. Becca top 2. Hey-o. And somehow nobody bet. KD turns the nuts. You're going to have to bet your own hand now. Or not.
Try to get some more money in that pot.
Oh, man. Jeremy actually has the best low with the 8-7 low. I mean, it's not going to be good enough for a call, but it's a very unusual check there on the turn. Don't try that at home, kids. He has the ace, the king, the queen, and the jack in play. There's not much left to have. So you have to force people to pay if they want to draw against that card. You know, 'cause half the time he's going to chop it anyway.
Right.
You can't let that low come out. You can't let that low come out and get people chopping you for free. Can't be doing that.
Just in case
I'll be
Becca makes
down.
a
I'll
He
be
actually
down
kind of
on
froze
Sunday.
there, but I'm thinking he didn't get called there.
Yeah, I saw
took that
all
down.
the hands went in the muck. Nobody had anything.
I feel like it's time to play a big
There we go.
Well, you'll say
Refreshed.
that not putting 20 on makes
KD
bigger
gonna
pot.
take that one down.
Sassy is suck out to the suck out. Yep, that's Big O. The fortunes changed on every card. That's yet another reason why we generally don't play huge pots pre-flop, is because things change so frequently, so often. Everybody has so many hands. Generally, you have to make the hand, not a hand. Got to make the best hand, and that's not in our control.
You're not supposed to see somebody get broke.
But then again, I also just revealed the best way to take the advantage away from better players. Force them to put money in early, and you take away a lot of that equity advantage that we're good at. You know, if you put a lot of action in pre-flop, it really puts better players in a vice. Not that one they can't navigate. Don't get me wrong; we can navigate it just fine, but that will cause us to have a lot of variance, and it can be a way. It's not the best way, but it can be a way of taking some of the advantage away from a better player. Jeremy paired his bottom card, ends up playing 9s and 3s with his aces. KD has bottom 2 pair and a bad low. Usually you don't peel with bottom 2 pair in this game.
Here on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So Congress and then drama.
Jeremy and I actually had a conversation about this.
Yeah, card funeral.
Especially, like, I'll play PLO.
If somebody does this and then raises you, we got a lot of questions. I got a lot of questions if they do that whole rigmarole, then put it down and say pot. Wait, what? Call the academy.
The award goes to.
Pat says, do I cover six-handed play in my latest edition? No, generally not. I do. Most games are spread eight-handed, not six. So I generally don't address six-handed play, although six-handed play is my favorite damn thing in the world. You don't run into the
Glad
nuts every
you
hand.
answered that and not me, because sitting in here now for 2.5 hours without a bathroom break, I was like, wow, they play six-carded? Six-handed.
Six-handed,
yeah. That makes sense. I was like,
It's
six cards?
Six-card Omaha is the thing. It's called Big
Jeez.
Easy.
Big Easy, all
It's
right.
called Big Easy. It's six-card high-low. It's not really a poker game. It's more of a discipline contest.
Yeah.
Because everybody makes the nuts every hand. So it's really a discipline contest. Not my favorite game. Generally, people who are losing players get smashed pretty hard in that game,
sure.
so it doesn't last. But yeah, not my favorite, but I'll play it if it runs. It's just a discipline contest.
All the big pairs represented here.
Goodness sakes. Aces through tens. Everybody's got those pairs.
Jeremy loving his cards, though, too. Ace, queen, 10, 9,
everybody's
suited,
got
and
something.
a deuce. Yeah.
Now watch it. Watch it. Just cut 8-8-3. Nobody's got anything. Nobody's got anything. God, give me a good action flop. All the aces are out, though. All the aces, all the tens, all the queens.
All right. Thankfully, it didn't come 8-8-3.
Goodness, what a flop for Jeremy. Ace, queen, 10 with the nut hearts. So for those of you out there who are not mathematically inclined, that hand is going to be a favorite over everything, no matter what, every time. That is the hand that scoops up most of the equity pie, no matter what. All right, KD. Making that. Uh-oh. Corey says, top set, pay more, boys.
Pay it up.
Now this is tough for Jeremy because he knows he's a favorite over the hand that's check raising him, but he knows exactly what it is, and that hand is a small underdog. A set of kings is a small, not a big one. And he knows that. So he's going to basically have to make a decision. Do I want to flip a coin 52-48 against top set?
I was going to take the whoop my ass, but I knew how many they were going to use. Little piece of information.
Yep, he knows. He's talking. He's comfortable. He knows exactly the hand that 3-bet him. 10 of hearts is still alive, huh? Or that was in the muck. Yeah, that's in the muck. We can see that Jeremy doesn't have very many ways to improve here. All the cards are in the muck. But he doesn't know that. That's not one of them, but it did add another gutter. It added a 5 for a wheel now. Sick part is that he's going to be forced to call whatever Corey bets on the turn.
Yeah.
He's absolutely mathematically obligated. He knows that.
And he's got to bet with all those draws out there.
He has to, and he knows he has to call. Jeremy and Jeremy have had this conversation many times. He knows he has to call. He knows exactly what he's up against. Yep. He's going to have to call. Let the cards do the work. There's not much left. The only cards left are those two, the deuce of hearts and the 9 of diamonds. Everything's been mucked, but I mean Jeremy can't possibly know that. He thinks he has too many outs to get ahead.
Corey wants to see like he
wants to see a pair.
Yeah.
He wants to see the board pair. And it did. Yep.
King's full.
Now see. Now he brought it down to 500 for his credit. He had to bring it down. He's like, yeah.
Always them against the big ones. Your set of kings is a dog.
Yep, it was. Not on the turn, though.
Set of kings was a dog indeed. And
on the flop. On the flop it was, but we can see all those cards have been mucked, but Jeremy doesn't know that. There's nothing he can do. That sucks. That sucks. That hurts. That's so frustrating.
Every card in the deck that doesn't pair the board gives you a nut.
Pretty much, yep.
Pretty damn much.
Everything that doesn't pair the board except the deuce. That was his only miss.
That's twice you ran pure.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is twice. Yep, the ace-2-3 hand. It's a super running pure.
I can't give you a free card.
A lot of cards give him half the pot. A lot of cards can get him the whole pot.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're not giving me a free card with that hand.
Yeah, what a battle there. Nice juicy one for Corey.
Yep, and that is it. That hands like those are generally going to be how we pros, and I say me, Jeremy, and you know how we take a lot of variance.
Yeah.
When we have the mega draw, we know we
Just
have
can't
to
get away from it.
play,
You have
and
to
then we
call it.
just brick city out, you know, and that's it. It's just there's nothing you can do. You're just gonna have to lose, and that sucks. That's not any fun.
Yeah.
Becca limping in with an ace-3 combination from early position. That is rather common. A lot of players, especially experienced ones, do not like to open early with a 1 key card hand because if you don't hit it, you generally end up check folding. It's kind of like opening with 4s or 5s or 6s and hold them in front of the gun. It's generally a tough thing because if you don't flop a set, which you are not likely to do, you're generally going to end up bluffing or check folding anyway.
You're going to hate every street afterwards. Yeah.
Right. It's a very, very similar situation in Hold'em to this right here. But again, that's Becca didn't flop it. She'd be check folding anyway. Corey flops a mirror. Mirror meaning you flop 3 pair. The hand on the board mirrors your hand in your hand. Joe calling with the ace-2. Corey fills up.
Full mirror.
Yeah, full mirror. Full mirror makes a full boat. 300. Good bet. You got to force somebody if they want to draw. You can't slow play low full houses. You know, 3's full of paint. You know, 6's full of kings. You can't really walk the dog on that because you never know what kind of big pairs are just laying out there in the weight. So you have to press it. You just have to take the pot sometimes. Corey's body language. He knows he's already got the hand.
Corey's still in a hand, and Jeremy's still telling him of all the cards that he could hit. Jeremy won't let it go.
No, it's you don't see hands that big very often.
Yeah,
you know.
But on the river, if he only had that one for 5 minutes. That would have been sick. You watched the live stream, not having the same hand.
Nah, you're not check raising with this. You can't have the same hand.
Can't have.
He has the ace-10 of hearts or whatever it was. Ace-queen of hearts. You can't be the same hand. That's how Jeremy knows exactly what he's being check raised by. You know, if he just had ace-queen-10 without the hearts, that's different. Then he could be getting check raised by the same hand. But when he has the nut flush draw 2, he knows that the only other hand of value is the exact hand that Corey had. Makes things easy. you know exactly what to do. You might as well turn the cards face up. But
We trust to verify over here.
the outcome is determined by the cards. Not much you can do. Just take it up. Just take it and say, "Nice answer." Damn it. Just ugh.
I had to pay it though.
Yep.
I mean,
Well, you have has to.
Oh, scan?
Mathematically, you can't fold there. It's too, you have too much. And even if they pot it, you're still getting 2 to 1. So it's just you're locked in.
Does it not like my cards?
C5.
little lag right now because the cards weren't scanned, so players are rescanning their cards. But our second dealer here, Ruben, doing a great job.
It's still red, but I've scanned and scanned.
All right, another suited aces, not 3-betting. This is very standard. Generally don't want to get too aggressive with a hand like that pre-flop. You want to take a flop and see what happens. Jeremy with the 6-high rundown. Needs an ace to continue here. He won't be continuing unless he flops a full house or an ace. It's a 1 key card type of hand. All right, Joe's going to like that flop. Flops a king. His aces still play and the nut flush draw. You're going to want to move right into there you go. You move right out into the pot with a flop like that. Even if you run into a big hand like king queen, you don't really care. You know, you run into a set, you're generally just going to get check called. You're not going to play a big one with a set unless it's like, you know, king ace 10 or something like that.
But I'm giving you Scott.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
More than offset anything. He just listened.
Okay, KD's got a pretty big advantage here with queens full.
Yeah, just a couple of specific hands he's worried about.
Yep. Joe does not have one of those hands, but can catch up. These are tough spots. This is what makes playing bottom and middle set kind of difficult, because that top card pairs, then your opponent keeps going. It's really difficult. Uh-oh.
He's taking
no.
out the 2 cards.
no.
Like, literally he's telling the whole table what he has there, right?
Oh, no. Is he going to get bluffed off this hand?
That's
But, like, does Joe know he's bluffing? Does he? I don't know. If you're sitting here with Joe's hand, do you think you're bluffing or do you think you're value betting? This is tough.
I just wonder if anybody else picked up on that. He took the 2 queens out,
Yeah.
pulled him to the side.
Yep. And if you're paying attention, you should notice that is he's
absolutely.
pulling a pair out of his hand.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 3s or queens. Uh-oh.
He lost
it's
the
gonna
hand
work.
earlier with
Oh,
4s,
it's going to work.
right?
It might work. Oh, he doesn't like it. He does not want to fold. He doesn't want to give it up.
Nobody likes folding full houses, but man, rough spot here.
He's got the best hand, and it's. He's got the best hand. There's only 1 ace left, 3 9s, 3 5s. That's it. 2 5s.
It's just giving off too much though here to these professional players,
I
right?
don't. I think he's going to fold. I think he's going to find the card funeral. He's going to fold. That's a tough spot, man. No. Okay.
Hello.
All right. Well done, sir. Oh, man. Well done. Think long, think wrong, but not in this case.
No.
Oh, man. Well done, sir. He's probably tired of that crap. I'm so tired of folding. And Joe has 2 outs.
2 minutes and then just move on to the draw.
well, I'll show you the hand and I'll tell you what I think.
Oh, that's an honest statement. That's queens full every time. I know we can see the cards, but like when they say that is an honest statement. What's the only hand he can do that? And that was honest words. It's queens full. That's the only hand he can have. Because that was an honest statement. He meant that. Well done, KD. I say well done, then he's got 2 outs. He's going to get banked with the 20-1
Yeah,
here.
he doesn't know that, right? We know that.
We know he only has 2 outs, but he's not sure if all of his draws are live.
Pat, indeed, we did forget about the ship option.
He could just ship it. Woo, man.
Oh, 1860 total. Right here.
Got my chips over there.
God, that sucks. It's when you do, and then he goes through that whole thing and then raises. Did I say that earlier?
Yeah.
I'm like, what if he goes through this whole thing and raises? You're gonna have questions. That's exactly what just
Call the academy.
happened.
Oh, that's fine. Can't get away from hands like this tonight.
That was honest, though. He was honest about that.
And Joe said, I can't get away from it.
Can't get away from it. Well done, KD. I say that before the river card comes out.
I don't know if King's full yet.
Oh, it's almost in time. Oh, goodness. Well played, Kevin. Well done, sir. Think long, think wrong as usual, but
how about a
not in this situation.
$4,900 pot going to be shipped over to KD there with queens full.
Oh, man. Well done, sir. It is tough. Usually you think that the longer you think about these situations, you generally come to the wrong conclusion, but that was
everything about the body language said fold.
Yes! I even said I think he's going to fold. I said it like 4 times. And he's like, nah, I'll just raise it. I'll just ship this in.
I really was thinking about
So that's definitely a Greg question, Pat. He says, was he getting the price over there? Of course, we know he only had 2 live outs. If you put together all the outs he could have,
and
is he getting the right price there? Or is that just a boat every time?
No,
right?
that's just a full house every time. It just is. And like you saw, like you pointed out, he moved 2 cards out of his hand. He's pulling a pair out.
Yeah.
So if he thinks long and thinks like that, and then shakes his head, goes through that whole thing, and then comes to a decision to raise, it's like, that's 1 hand.
Yeah.
It's 1 hand. And that's it. That's it. Are you sure Big O isn't a game of discipline? It is a game of discipline. I said 6 card was a game of discipline, to be fair. Yes, the most important thing in this game is discipline, but every once in a while it gets a little artsy, and that's what that was.
Yeah. We've seen it all night, though. The biggest mistakes have been the lack of discipline, whether pre or post flop on some of these calls players have made that are just been super speculative. So, very disciplined game. And you can tell that, your typical Hold'em PLO players, coming into this are not going to have the patience to win in the long run unless they learn that part of the game, which is discipline.
Yep, and that's one of the first things I work on with new
players.
clients, new students, people like that don't they've never played before or just making the transition. I'm like, all right, all the quote unquote poker that you play, get rid of it. We're going to be a card game for now. It's a disciplined card game, and then I will open you up later once we've learned these discipline. So yes, Dominic, to your point, it is a big time game of discipline. Mostly, there's some real artsy things that we can do. See the last hand. Fantastic. That was, man, that feels good. I bet you Kevin really, that got his blood pumping on that one. I feel like we just turned into that UFC meme where they're all like, oh! And back here we're like, oh my God.
There's a reason we didn't have ourselves on camera.
I guess that's exactly what it would have looked like.
I literally hit you in the arm.
You're like, oh my God.
Yeah. The Joe Rogan thing. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, we look like idiots in here, but this is the exciting stuff, right? You get a lot of these small pots, discipline. Still fun to watch from a strategy level.
Yeah.
Then you get a hand like that.
Then you get a hand like that that's just pure art, and that was just fantastic. Yeah, Pat says he would have junked those trips. I mean, it's tough. He had the momentum. He turned trips. He said that's probably good enough to go with, and he got sucked into that. The problem is if he checks there, he's going to lose that pot a vast majority of the time. Wheel stays the wheel.
Something else. Did you officially confirm that you had
out of the way?
Well, that's what I have. You can look on
Did you officially confirm? Yeah.
Because Jeremy's continued to talk about that hand.
He is.
Jeremy is such a smart guy in this game that, just like what you were saying, Jeremy and you were basically having the same conversation.
Yep.
You out loud, Jeremy in his head, he knew what his opponent had, and he knew that he was ahead.
Yep, and he knew it. He knew he's ahead. He knows the math. Jeremy and I have had
impressive.
a lot of conversations about this game. I mean, like I said, Jeremy and I play a very similar game. There's not a lot of differences between our game. And the cool part is I never trained Jeremy. He did that all on his own. And he came to these conclusions of, that plays almost the exact same game. And, he knows what the deal was, and he just has to strap in for the ride. Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me. Oh, goodness.
Yes, that's going to put KD at the top of the leaderboard. So a couple players up in the $1,000 mark. KD up over 2K though. Pretty good hourly rate through 3 hours.
Pretty good hourly rate. Yeah, you make a gutsy shove like that. Man, that feels good. When you do that and you're right. Feels so bad when you do it and you're wrong. When you just rip it right into King's full. Oh, whoops.
Oops.
I mean, oops.
You can have that hand.
Yeah. Oh, you actually had it. And then as soon as when he ripped that in there, as soon as Joe takes less than a quarter of a second to call, I might have got him.
Fade to the snap. Yeah, that was a fun one.
Joe with another aces combo.
I'll give you a $5 rebate after I win this hand as a transaction.
All right, heads up here. Blind versus blind. Todd with a not so good hand. Joe with another suited aces. Oh, and not so good hand. Just smash that flop. 10-9X. That's the hand that's the flop that usually hits all the bad hands right in the face. Got it. Number 2 straight for Todd. Check.
There is a low.
No, check again. Wow. Goodness, that was really passive play from Todd there. Just Jack 7-4 is going to take the whole thing. And I understand not wanting to get raised on the turn, but that's a pretty simple fold if you get raised on the turn. It's a very, very easy bet fold situation there. And you're generally not going to get raised on a bluff there when you lead twice. They're going to have it. They have to have it. Otherwise, they're just punting the chips away. So it's a pretty easy bet fold there. You say, whoops, sorry about that. Oops, just kidding. Just kidding. Nice hand. Sean's been quiet. He's been card dead for a while.
2 to 3 day hold since it's the first
Recovered about half of that first hand, though. Was able to get a little bit back. Joe's currently throwing the party after that big last hand we just saw.
I'm still waiting to catch Sean in a bluff when he bluffs, saying he doesn't bluff.
Yeah.
It's going to happen tonight, maybe.
Jeremy with the primo again. Oh, man, you don't see this hand very often. He's at twice in one night. Ace, ace, 2, 3, 6, double suited. I mean, I'm always rooting for him, but, like, I mean, this hand hurts so bad to lose with.
Ace,
Joe with
ace,
a premium,
6,
too.
3 deuce, yeah.
Okay.
What a fun one.
Becca's taking a flyer. 10, 10, 9, 10, 10. I'm sorry, Jack, Jack, 10, 9, napkin.
Blue, there's Sean over there too.
Oh, Jesus.
What's up, buddy? How you doing? Good seeing you, man.
Jeremy with the nut flush draw. He's going to keep on firing. Back out of the way.
No loose.
Yeah. He's going to go ahead and peel with middle pair and a gutter. Uh-oh.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Jeremy's in the same spot as he was when he got hosed. With the he's not betting there because he does not want to get check raised. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
And how does the ace queen end up winning this hand? Gross.
Oh, my God, Jeremy, you poor thing. Yeah, yeah, you deserve to kind of complain a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, Joe can't even hit a low there. He's got ace deuce.
Oh, man.
He
He
hit,
hit the
thing
gutter.
he could hit was the gutter.
The non-heart jack, yeah.
Non-heart jack.
The set of aces, nut flush draw, the nut low draw. Bye-bye. Oh,
He's
God.
thinking, good thing I'm getting a massage right now because I feel like I just got kicked in the you-know-what.
Good fold, good fold.
Good fold.
Oh, my God. You don't see that hand very often. He got it twice in one night and lost both hands. With top set and the nut low both times.
And no matter how good the massage feels when the player says, well, I had a 10 in my hand and ace deuce. And he's thinking,
yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it.
Great hand. Oh, my
Yeah,
God.
great hand. Jeremy's been at two spots tonight where he's just had to look at the opponent and go, nice catch.
Oh.
Just knock the table, nice catch.
Man, Jeremy running bad tonight. My goodness. Down almost 2K here, and he's probably just like, oh, man, that's so hard not to get frustrated. But, you know, you're going to see that Jeremy's not going to tilt his pants off like a lot of people would be doing. He's not going to throw a fit. He's a professional. Oh, who lost the last hand? The guy raising? Okay.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if you felt it at the beginning of the hand. You're like, I'm going to root for Jeremy.
Yeah, I want to root for Jeremy, but like, if
when he's got a hand this strong, like I really got to root for him, and then that hand still gets smacked.
still gets bulldozed. Oh man,
yeah, that was
that's rough. That is
stiff
rough.
kick to the you-know-whats.
Right.
Wait till you see what I folded on
I watch after that. Oh man.
Oh my God. Just tell me you bluffed me. Tell me you had two queens.
Yeah. Tell me your hand was at least stronger than a 10 and a...
Two queens and a 10 still beats him. Oh, Corey flops the mega hand. Ace 2 of hearts, that's what you're looking for. Jeremy's staring down the barrel of a likely quarter again.
Todd getting in there with the ace 3.
7, so you got ace 3, 7, 7. He's going to turn the nut straight. Jeremy now turns the same hand as Corey, only with the different suit. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We can see some fireworks here because Todd has the nuts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bet and 2 quick calls. Very quick calls. And the fate is?
Heart.
Oh, my goodness. That goes to court. Wait. It says heart. There it is. Okay. Yep. Oh, man. Jeremy, buddy. Running bad tonight. It swings the other direction.
Todd only had 1 heart, 1 club in his hand, so he's like, how does that get there?
And he just has to pay it off. Jeremy has to force to call and hope the call comes behind him and eases this pain, but
obviously a good fold by Todd there.
Yep, good fold by Todd. That was also good to not get out of line on the turn with that nut straight. Yet again, another example where raising with the nuts there would be absolute suicide. because he'd have over half the deck is going to change that. 60-something% of the deck is going to change that nut straight. Probably more.
Yeah.
When I think about it. All the hearts, all the clubs, all the cards. 7 or up to queen. Change the nuts, and then he's going to be forced to make a tough call. Because the 2 nut lows and flush, they're going to keep betting. So that was again another time where it's correct not to raise the nuts on the turn. Nut second nut.
Yeah, he had nuts with the ace-3, yeah.
Nut second nut, and it's not strong enough to raise there. And that doesn't mean that's always the case, but in this situation, that was the case. If he gets checked to, Todd gets checked to,
What's up, Spooky? Spooky's one of our great players, too, and he plays a lot of PLO and Hold'em. But maybe he just doesn't like that extra card, but we enjoyed having you on our last stream, brother.
Extra cards means extra variables, extra mistakes, therefore extra money for us. That's why we like this. Complicated systems require a lot of skill to navigate, and that's my favorite part.
Yeah, I played several of those tournaments.
I've routinely called this and had people tell me this the chess of poker.
Yeah.
It's a very, very complicated game where Hold'em is checkers, then this would be chess. It's that level of complexity, not to condescend Hold'em. That's not my point.
PLO often in rooms like ours plays as bingo. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
huge.
or scratch off. It's
huge.
just huge difference.
Do I think folding the turn with a 9-7 is a sensible play?
No, because he had the ace-3.
No, he had an ace-3, and he can make nut and a blank on the river, and he's going to probably make a ton of money quartering both the ace-2s, so no. I mean, 6 ways, 6 ways, and everybody's all in before you, sure. But 3 ways where it's very clear that both players have an ace-2, pretty darn clear. No, probably not. You're just going to strap in, hope for the best. And if it stays the nuts, great, but hopefully you don't have to
Once it did, he immediately checked, got the bad news when it went bet, call.
All the way out of the way.
Yeah.
There are times to fold the nut straight. That's not one of them. There are times not to raise. That was one of them. But the correct call. The correct thing is just to call and pray. Say your prayers, touch the forehead, touch and do all the things, and just hope it works out. If it does, great, because you're gonna get a very lucrative half pot there, a very lucrative. You're gonna get the whole big full bet called. Comes a king or a queen or a king. I think was his only king or a deuce is his only safeguard.
He had those gin cards, the deuces.
Yeah, deuce he gets the whole thing. But he just hopes for an offsuit king of spades, offsuit king, and then he can just rip the whole thing in there and quarter them both.
This time Todd's going to raise it up with the ace, king, 7-3.
No suited ace. He's got a couple of bluffing aces.
Jeremy, and already get a special on my hand.
Another name for props. Talking about trips are better in his hand. Okay, neither player hits that really well. That's a good thing for aces. Check, check. I'd like to see aces make a bet there. Well, they will now. However, Corey turns the nut low and a gutter and a flush draw. So while Todd loves that card, Corey likes it even more. Sick part is Corey has the better hand. He has way more equity here because he can scoop.
Insane.
Yeah, he can scoop and the other player cannot. That didn't change much. I suspect Todd's going to make this call here.
Shouldn't have too many 7-5s, right?
And not too many 7-5s the way this hand played out. It's a pretty easy call. Well done, sir.
Chop it up.
And that was, Corey played that hand on the turn. He had no risk here. I don't think he could be swept. The deuce. Yeah, offsuit deuce, he gets swept, but that's it.
Yeah, thank you.
So very, very little risk for Corey there. Yeah, I know that people out there, well, he only won 20 bucks. Well, what's the Sklansky dollars or whatever, the theory dollars or whatever we call it? He had all of it that time. He played that hand with very, very little risk, and his opponent had a ton of risk. Absolutely.
At least one stack. You don't have to divide them up. You don't have to divide them up, but stacking's not bad.
I mean, I don't know why they do.
Corey up the most now. He's had a couple of big pots. All of them have gone his way so far. 5 winners and 3 losers. That's unusual,
Right.
But when players are putting up big numbers and losses, we got both Jeremy and Joe put up a number of losses.
Yeah.
That can happen.
So if
Always
that
be
kid gives
consistent.
it away, that they know there's
I ate right before
Yeah.
that.
6 hours to go.
Chicken and
What time was that? 4?
that's like
And in Jeremy's case, really hadn't been a lot of erred play that
No.
has led to it. It's just
Yeah, there's not much he can do
the
about
way
any
the
of it.
cookie crumbles tonight, the way the cards go.
Yeah, there's not much he could do about any of those hands. I mean, I don't think I could have changed. Even if you go back and you could see the cards, you're still not going to change much
Right.
of what he did. And it's just that's how better players are going to lose.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't happen often, but that's how it's going to happen.
I'll go grab when he
And that will happen, you know, when you're really good, when you're as good as Jeremy is. You know, it might happen 1 session in 6, you know, somewhere in there, 1 session in 5. But that's poker. You can't win every time.
All right, KD flopping the joint
Flopping
here,
it
Broadway.
Joe with a set, too. Not much for Steve-O. Sean airballed that one.
The good thing is this is all on camera and I get to relive the pain over
$40. I suspect Joe's going to peel for $40.
the masochist.
Got bluffed 4 times in a row.
Jeremy's laughing, saying, I get to watch this again? I'm a masochist. It's on camera.
Woo! Good fold by Joe.
Oh, we're winning. I think we got the same hand.
Did we? We did.
not really.
Being stuck big can pucker you up pretty quick. That's I doubt he would made that fold in
Earlier,
the first orbit
yeah.
of the first orbit of the game.
For sure. And he's not going to allow it to make him just go into a deeper hole and just punt the money off just because you got a set there.
It
So
seems to be he seems to be making that adjustment. You know, it's a tough thing to do. It's a really tough thing to be like, okay, I need to knuckle up here.
What?
I need to get this done. It's a tough thing to do.
we just hit the 3-hour mark. Got a couple more hours of this live stream. Again, for anyone just tuning in, this is a 5-5-10 Big O game.
All of a sudden wants to play.
PLO Hi-Lo 5-card variety.
I noticed it until afterwards. Play pickleball. I didn't notice
I've got Greg Vail in with me, a professional poker player and book writer, specializes in this very game, Big O. So you're getting a free look and a free lesson, really, of what Big O is. Everything from just learning the rules to actual, strategy and how to maximize, your win-loss rates.
Yep.
Just in case.
Had a really fun time doing it with you a couple months ago, and glad to have you back.
Glad to be back. I'll come down anytime you guys want.
Heck
These
yeah.
these things are so much fun, and a lot of times I'm here in Texas anyway,
Right.
just playing cards anyway, so it's not that difficult for me to come here. 4 ways again. Oh, goodness, what a flop for Steve-O.
Oh, absolutely. Wow.
Steve-O flop the hard hand and the soft hand. That's the 2 pair types of hands is the hard hand. The soft hand is the draws. Flops them both. Got a big piece of the equity pie here. Rebecca with King, 10-9. Not enough. Todd probably going to fold here. Yep. Sometimes you're just going to have to win the.
With holding that strong on the draw side, do you ever check that? Hoping,
No.
Yeah.
No, because it's just 2 pair.
Gotcha.
At the moment. It is still just 2 pair.
Right.
You never know what kind of small set. We saw that with KD earlier on a board
Right.
of King, Ace, King, Queen. You just turns a set of 4s.
Right.
And you never know what kind of pocket pairs are out there. So
For
no,
sure.
you generally can't mess around. Same thing in PLO. Like if you have trip 4s on a board or 4-4-10, you can't just let it. You never know what kind of pairs
Right.
are out there. You never know when you're going to lose to 6s full or jacks full. Like you can't let cards peel off there.
Bet it while it's good. Win what you
Yep.
can. Yeah.
Sometimes there's not. Sometimes you just have to win the
Yeah.
pot.
Well, then the pot could obviously get so swollen if another low card hits, and now there's draws involved.
Right. And it can
And again, those sneaky small
sneaky
pairs.
small pairs can come to bite you here.
Right. And if your hand doesn't improve,
Yeah. Now, granted, if he has a set of jacks or set of aces, sure. Yeah, fine. Let one peel off.
Yeah.
Let people find a low draw or straight draws and
Makes
stuff
sense.
to peel. But no, not with 2 pair. Ooh, no, good flop for Jeremy. Jeremy, bottom 2 pair, nut flush draw, and a wheel draw. But
this
nobody
point,
has much else.
Jeremy's like, to hell with these good flops. Give me some good turns and rivers.
Yep. Yep, he's going to make a small bet. He's trying to pull people in, but nobody has enough, so just going to have to win a small pot.
That's right.
Too soon, too soon.
Needle the man while he's down.
Well, I mean,
He's needling himself,
I'm surprised
right?
Becca isn't giving him more of a hard time. Jeremy doesn't lose very often. You know what I mean? I don't know how well Sean and Jeremy know each other, but Becca knows that Jeremy doesn't lose very often. So, but that's why he's allowed to, you know, poke fun at himself, because one of the funniest lines I heard somebody say a long time ago, and two guys are yelling at each other. Oh, he says, "Man, the only thing you need to work on is being a better loser." And the guy, without missing a beat, just turns to him and goes, "Well, yeah, I don't get as much practice at it as you do." It's like that's a good line.
Yeah.
Getting 100 years of that ain't gonna matter.
Whole room.
Poker's definitely good for, you know, 1 and 2 line little needles and insults.
Yeah, I routinely joke that if I ever do write another book, it's just going to be anecdotes and just like a list of quotes with no context. Just like, here's a conversation I heard, here's the jokes we heard. I'm
This is some of the dumbest shit I've heard in a
the
poker
dumbest
tale.
things I've ever seen. Like get dealers to contribute.
Yeah.
I've had that idea in the bag for a while, but I don't know. It's one of those passion projects I might do eventually. Would just be a really funny read. Stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool content out there. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but there's a guy, Greg Goes All In. He's played on it. He's just a Hold'em player, so
Yeah,
not something you would probably watch, but he's been on our stream, and he's got some good comedy, and he replays scenes, and he dresses up as different actors on his deal. It's pretty funny, but it's
pretty funny.
a lot of anecdotal type stuff of just the dumb shit that people say and do to each other at the table. All right.
Yeah, for someone who spends as much time as I do in poker, I don't follow it. I'm never on poker social media. I don't watch poker on TV or anything.
You're busy enough doing you.
That's my work, man.
Yeah.
It's my job. I don't recreate at my job.
Yeah.
No. Ugh. Go golfing or something. I live in Arizona. I'll go do something fun. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I just don't. Poker's a job. It's not entertaining to me.
Yeah, people often ask me. I've been doing this commentary for TCH for right about 3 years now. They're like, "So you watch? You go back and watch?" I'm like, "No, I watched it live with you.
Yeah, I don't need to go back and watch it again.
I don't want to hear my voice for 5 hours.
Yeah, I have to.
No.
I routinely, when I make videos on this, I'm like, let me shut this idiot commentator up talking about me.
Yeah.
I'm like, let me turn this crap off. But yeah, I mean, when I go back and cut up these videos hand by hand, and make a that I already know what it's going to be, and I still see new things. And I still a lot of times end up, well, listen to this awesome line that somebody took, and I go, oh, geez, and we're going to turn this into a tele video.
Right.
This is strength. Look at this. Look at how his hand is. Look where his elbows are. Whatever. And yeah, it can be. It's really interesting to see what you see the second time through.
You gotta make it 40.
Joe with a mystery card. A premium hand regardless of what that last card is.
What?
Jeremy with a good high rundown
I
hand.
just saw you.
Generally, you don't want to have the king and the queen of spades. Nobody else can make a big flush, but ace, king, queen, jack by itself is worth playing in position on a player who's stuck a ton. You might be able to find yourself in a good situation if they get out of line. Not on that flop.
No.
So regardless of what Joe's mystery card is, he's going to love that flop with just ace 2-4.
12 years, a long time.
Even like that one.
Yeah.
We don't care what that is. It's a huge hand now. That's going to be the end of this hand. Is that a bet and a call?
And Kevin, I think I've seen you for about 5 years.
Well, we're going to like quad fives.
Yeah, I guess you're going to have to win with quads. Call? What's going on? There must be a misread. There's just no way Jeremy's going to be calling him down with ace high. That must be a misread.
Did he have a pair?
It has to be a misread. There's just no way.
Yeah. I mean, even for 75, he's not just throwing away money.
Yeah, and he called almost instantly. He might have had a pair of kings or something.
Yeah.
That had to be a misread.
Bet.
Low draw with a...
Small bet.
Yeah, there had to be maybe one of those face cards, the queen or jack must have been
It had to be
misread.
paired, where the 7 was something else.
Yeah.
It had to be because, like, yeah, she's not. You don't call people down with ace high you don't call a triple barrel down with ace
Never,
high ever
yeah.
in this game because they always have a pair of something. So I don't. People just don't bluff like that. So it must have been a mystery. We'll give him credit until I get out there and get, nope, called him down with ace high.
Joe's like, I finally get just a monster there, and I don't get paid off after the rough start for him, but
Like 20 years ago.
he's dragged a couple pots since that big beat he took, so working his way back.
So, okay, thank you.
Corey, KD, Stevo still our 3 biggest winners. Becca and Todd still up
A little bit.
a little bit.
Sean trying to make the comeback. Had stuck since hand 1. Hasn't done much since then. He's won a couple of small pots, but pretty much been card dead. It's not like he's been playing too tight or anything. It's just we've seen all the cards he's folded. It's just nothing there.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was. What was his name? He ran the real estate. Bobby.
I never went to, I just remember.
Joe way out of line now.
R&R when executive-
Queen Jack 10-8-3. Don't try that at home, kids. Becca coming in with a 2-3, a decent 2-3 combo. $4-4-9, no help to anybody. First person to bet's going to win this
I
pot.
feel like I'm getting cheated now. What do you mean? What do you mean the first time?
We need to check the deck.
Becca's got spades. She checked, so now Joe gets to take the lead in position.
Yeah, I don't like this check by Becca. 2 players, you're going to have about a high 30 percentile of people flopping trips or better. Don't care for that check. So you take an action that loses you the pot when you should win the pot.
Yeah.
That's a big mistake.
Now, even though it worked, does the betting 25 make much sense there to you?
It can, yeah,
Okay.
it can. To a better player, it might look like a mega pull.
Yeah.
You know, because Becca doesn't have can't account for the ace of spades,
Right.
so you could easily have a hand like ace 2 of spades and a 4 and just be a mega pull. So yeah, that's a post oak bluff.
Could feel like he's just throwing away $25, but at the same time he's not risking much either, and he could
Correct.
potentially win 130. So
Yeah, and he could buy himself a check back, but
Yeah.
you know if Becca check calls, there's there's only a couple of types of hands she's going to check call with, and it's not a 4.
yeah,
So you usually can get that through if you fire 2 shells. Yeah, Becca's almost never going to check, like, she's going to check call with a 4. She's going to lead, or it's going to be like ace 2 4 9 9. Okay, that she'll check call with. But outside of that, you got to c-bet there. You have to c-bet into 2 people there and take it down. It's about 36, 37% with 2 people that they flop trips or better on a paired board. You got to have to take that chance. You can't just check fold.
Can I get an iced coffee, vanilla iced coffee, and add 2 Splendas?
2-4-7.
Go ahead.
Jeremy flopping a few draws and a couple of pairs.
a couple of ace 6s.
Oh, man.
Steve-O with a naked ace.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's the bingo card for Jeremy. Jeremy might actually get a piece of this pot.
Yeah. Where's that at?
How are you?
I'm only calling because
Kevin turned top set. So I'm only calling because you're running bad, is that what he said? Only calling because you're running terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's the worst. Good
Yeah.
needle, though, sir.
It was.
Good needle. That's a
I'm
good
that
one.
guy at the table tonight. Running so bad, people are just willing to call me light.
I'm only calling because you're running like crap.
I seen it one time. I was
Nope, that's not going to do it.
I was
Okay.
sitting, we were playing Texas Hold'em. The bad beat was like 100.
That 25, that's the smallest he thinks he can get called, or the largest he thinks he can get called by aces up, a set, and it works. Yep. Okay, good job. Well played, Jeremy.
Thinking that was an 8 on the river, not a 9 there, but
Yeah, it was.
nobody
It
had
was
the
an 8.
Nobody had the 5-6. Now it's changed to a 6.
6.
There it is.
There it
That's
is.
the
It's an 8. All right. Yeah, and that's see those little things like that. Yeah, Sean, good job. You finally won one. Little bets like that, little value bets for small amounts, that can make a big difference in your month. And sometimes you do that a couple times, it makes the difference between winning and losing on one night.
For sure.
And again, Jeremy did the right thing. If he calls turn, he can't raise the bet size because you're going to get everything that's not a 5-3 to fold. So he makes a small bet that Kevin, the guy who's up a decent amount of money, might just pay to see.
Yeah.
And that's $25 that in your wallet that you don't have before. So well done, Jeremy.
Cool to note, we're through 81 hands now. Normally right around this time when we're doing a Hold'em stream, we're a little closer to 100, but not that much difference. So these dealers and players doing a great job. We're getting to see quite a few hands per hour. We're on our third dealer now. Miss Mary is going to come in. But, yeah, I like seeing that. These players are making quick decisions. There's not a lot of tanking that you have in Hold'em.
You don't get that in this game.
Yeah.
While it takes longer to deal and longer to sort out the pot, players generally act quicker. So it kind of balances out. I think this game is a little bit slower than others.
Right.
But it does balance out just a little bit.
Some better than others.
Players do
in
act.
PLO, we end up with a lot of multi-way all-ins, and then you have the delay with the dealers really calculating on the pots and splitting them up.
Right.
This, we tend to go, to a river, 2 people in the hand. And
yeah. I mean, how often have we been calling the hand, calling the action, and they've checked and gone to the river before we even got our sentence out?
Yeah.
So it generally works that way. This game is a little bit slower as an average, but players act quicker.
I'm sorry.
What do you say about dealing? What? What? She
thought we were doing
just complimented you.
We did. She thought we were doing a 5-card bomb pot, but these guys are just doing 2.
We just went to battle for you. Oh, that's okay. It happens.
Got to let the dealer know.
It happens.
Yeah.
No big deal. I never understood how people get so upset about dealing mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
Can you do better? If not, be quiet. I mean,
well,
dealers
especially
got a
ones
hard
like
job.
that didn't cost anybody money,
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't cost anybody
Oh, my
anything.
first card was an ace.
Yeah, I know exactly. It's just like, come on. I just immediately roll my eyes. Like, ooh, everybody wants to show their cards. Like you're making it last longer.
Right.
Throw it down. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next one.
That's what we
But,
did. Just go straight to the
Yeah, I've
bottom.
never understood people getting on dealers.
No. Yeah.
All right, so we are doing a 4-card bomb pot, yeah?
4-card PLO bomb pot.
Production crew.
First board.
Okay, relatively similar boards.
Check.
Check.
1, 2, 5 in there. Not much else.
No.
Not much else at all.
I see a 6-3.
Whoops.
No,
Whoops.
she's
There we go.
She got to get it to read. Yeah,
Yeah,
there we go.
Got it. hey. And she knows what she's doing, I promise. Well done. Well done. Yeah, the only hand really is the... Well, now 10-7 is going to make a straight. So does the Jack-7.
Players might be a little scared of clubs on that bottom board
Yeah,
as well.
Nobody's got clubs. I don't think there's going to be any betting here.
No, I don't
except
think
for
there
the
is
one.
either.
Becca's going to try and get through one of them, but that is probably not going to work on Joe. Yep, he's going to call there.
She got not clubs.
Standard.
Joe's like, thank God I'm not getting quartered.
Standard.
Things are starting to go his way again. Gets half of that one. All right, we'll be back to the Big O once she gets this pot settled out. And again, we are trying to get Big O spread more often. Rebecca hosts a game here. 5-card Hi-Lo or Big O. For some reason, they call it Congress in Texas, and it drives me nuts.
I don't know why. You guys got to rip that Band-Aid
I know.
off,
I've been trying. So
Yeah,
I don't know if you noticed in the chat,
Yeah.
people are saying, I thought this was Congress,
No.
and the other.
No.
But the problem is that not only do they not know that Big O and
Jared, you wanna
Congress
play higher,
are the
but
same
don't do
game,
it.
they think that Big O is
High
a
only.
completely different
Yeah,
high
it's,
only.
it's only here. It's
Yeah.
Dallas and like southern Oklahoma.
It's really
I have no
confused
idea.
people. Yeah, that's why this whole night we've been calling it Big O.
Yeah,
You haven't.
because that's what it's called.
Yeah, we don't talk politics, right? We don't talk Congress. We don't
Yeah.
want to talk about
Yeah.
Congress.
No, no, no.
Congress will only screw you.
Yep.
This game, you have a chance at least to win. So
Don't name anything after an entity nobody likes. It's like
Exactly.
the one thing we can agree on.
we can agree on nobody likes it no matter where you stand. But
Yeah, so don't call it that.
Becca's host this game twice a week, Sundays and Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Get your first hour for free. We're doing our best to make Big O great again on this.
I was just at lunch with a friend of mine right before this that I've known for years and years and years. That's her favorite troll. Is when I come and she's like, I got a Congress game for you. I'm like, I'm gonna smack you. Like, she does it on purpose.
Smack that right out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm like, God, you just. Oh.
Jeremy's in there.
And yeah, I have a couple friends actually that all work out in Fort Worth that they love to needle me on that one. Like, hey, you want to play Congress? I'm like,
Yeah.
no, I don't.
Nope. Never heard of it.
Yep, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Yep, everybody's seen a flop. One hand in the muck? All right.
Well, this might
Poker
be
is
a
good.
first. Oh, this is 6-handed? Okay. So I didn't think we'd gone 7-handed quite yet.
How is that ace available? That always blows my mind when we take a 7 or an 8-handed flop and an ace still flops. I'm like, what are you guys doing?
What are you playing in
What are
this
you guys
game?
playing? Oh, big flop for Todd. He loves that one. Todd's going to end up with the nut low no matter what. Steve-O at top set, playing for half with the nut set. That'll frustrate a hold'em player. Flops the top set, can only get half. Multi-way, still five ways still. Goodness. That'll change things. Couple of straights in there now.
And what, the 9-5? Is there a 10-9?
Nope, just 2 9-5s here, but Todd makes nut second nut. I expect him to blast this one here with that spade draw out there. You're going to have to make a big bet. Yep,
Yeah,
full pot.
With nobody holding the 10-9, can you get those 9-5s to fold?
Well, yeah, you want to put pressure on somebody that has, like Steve-O, has top set and the nut flush draw and a straight draw. If you're going to draw at this hand, you want to punish him. But he also has another 2-3 in really bad shape.
Right.
So this is standard pot size bet here, hoping for the best. You really want to get, what you're really looking for is somebody else with a hand like 2, 3, 4. That's what you're looking for. Joe wisely folds the second nut straight.
Yeah, it does get one of the 9-5s to fold.
Good fold, sir. That's tough to do. That's really, really tough to do. Oh, man.
I enjoyed the comments, Lawson, because it was new to me. But
as a buddy of mine lives in London.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am in my 80s. Yeah.
I remember him from the last stream being in the comments as well, and that was a new term for me, so I liked it. I liked the definition of 8-7 smooth.
Yeah. A buddy of mine lives in London. We actually stopped by London with a layover on our way back from our honeymoon.
Nice.
Actually, last fall.
Okay.
And hung out there for a couple of days. It was fun.
Where all did you guys go?
Oh, I mean, just
everywhere.
Just a breakfast. I mean, it was just.
No, I mean in the.
Oh, for a honeymoon?
Yeah.
Oh, all over
Europe,
Mediterranean,
nice.
Spain, Greece, Italy, France.
Awesome.
We went on a 12-ish day cruise. I think we were gone for like 18 days. It was the best thing ever. I knew we weren't going to get this opportunity, except for when we had it. We had to take it then, and it was like that was going to be it. So
nice.
We went all out with that. It was the best. I'll never forget it.
My mom and her amazing husband, my stepdad, they're over in Amsterdam right now.
Oh, cool.
Enjoying.
Never been there.
Yeah, enjoying some place over there.
Yeah. Jeremy looking to get involved with a hand that can do some damage with the right kind of flop. That 2, 3, 5, 8, 6 hands like those can, like we saw last hand, if you connect with the right kind of flop, you can really do some damage. Just like a 4-5 suited or 6-5 suited and hold them. If you get the right situation, you can really bust some heads open. Oop, that's not it. Bottom 2 pair for Jeremy. Generally, he's going to get away from that.
Yeah, he's 4 looking the best here on the low side.
Feel pretty good with that hand anyway.
Uncounterable. I know it is.
Don't have the turn. Oh, turns an ace.
Wow.
Okay. Now if this gets checked. Okay, so Corey decided to bet here. Jeremy's not going to buy it. He's going to force him to have what he's representing.
I need someone in front of me to call. Anyone.
You mean that hand?
Yeah.
Jeremy looking for a 4-ball.
I top set of aces. Top set.
3, 4, 5, 7. Doesn't change much. A check. That's a free pass.
Free pass.
No, he's not going to take it. You know, if he wasn't running bad, that's a free pass right there. Because a wheel never checks. Neither does a 6-4. So you got to take a free pass to move your opponent off of aces up right there. A very rare mistake from Jeremy. That's going to be probably getting to him. Probably getting to him. Yep, that checks a free pass to bluff for half right there. You don't have to have the nut low just to bluff here. It can be any low that you know is good. The opponent never checks a straight there. Therefore, he can't have the nut low. Gotta make a bet there.
I needed to do so.
Even pros are susceptible to making mistakes when you run bad.
Right.
Jeremy didn't believe me. He was right. All right.
Corey currently the big winner. Joe's still throwing the party. Making a little comeback, though.
Well, Jeremy, I think you lost your customer.
You hear the action in the background. Still got a tournament going on a Tuesday night. We usually have a black chip bounty hold'em tournament. I think it's a 10K guarantee for $300, and you get a $100 black chip for every player you knock out. Here's Donovan, our tournament director, in the background. Usually good turnout for that. Wow, raise and take there for Becca with the ace-ace 9-9-3.
That does not happen very often.
No, does not.
Double suited aces with a wheel card, no action. I mean, it happens, but not very often in this game. Everybody's got so much that it just, you don't get a lot of walks in this game. But that is our first one of the night. I think we had one last time I was here.
Yeah.
There was one walk.
Okay. I'm not going to beg people to put 20 on it.
Sean's still trying to get that damn 20 out there. He's like, I ain't begging. I don't blame you.
It might be a big disadvantage.
A lot of games will be that, the table cop that wants to, be the enforcer of all the rules, and I'm just like, whatever, man. If you don't want to straddle, don't straddle.
Yeah, I don't care. It's always optional. Do what you want. I'm going to straddle every time anyway, so do what you want. Jeremy coming in for a raise? That's out of line.
10, 8, 6, 4, 3.
You know what I mean? Like if you have ultra.
That is not a seat there. The seat 5 normally doesn't have card read errors. So
might be. I mean,
but maybe tonight there's an issue. Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I'm very suspicious that
that's
the
what
quad fives. The quad fives
that
thing.
Quad fives
he's
hand,
not
right.
calling down with ace high.
Never. Yeah.
But I don't. I'm a little surprised by this.
Because he's getting 3-bet and now
yeah, and he
calling.
called. So
we'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, but I take that with a grain of salt. That is very out of line for Jeremy. Yeah, well, we'll find out. Todd flops a monster, and Corey flops a big hand too. Ace 3 with nut spades.
Yeah, and if that's what Jeremy has, he's open-ended with.
Oh, he'll fold. If that's what he has, he'll whip this in the muck very quickly. So we'll find out soon.
So, my understanding is the only skill
there is one ace left. It could, if he has a hand like ace 3, 4, 6, he might actually call here, but now I really think we have a misread.
Yeah, it has to be. He would not have taken that much time with his
no,
hand, right?
He would not have. No, so
you're not chasing open-enders in this game.
Nope, but that's what Todd's got here. He's got a full wrap on the wheel, and Corey has ace 3, 3, 6 too. Oh man, Todd adds a flush draw. How does this go check?
I don't understand. Nut flush draw as well? Well,
how does this go check? You guys, we're trying to win, right?
Yeah, 940 out there. Like, let's get it.
I mean, I understand Corey's check back. He didn't want to get check raised, but like, my goodness.
Yeah, 940.
Very passive play. Very, very.
And then we go to 940 river bet and then snap call and we chop. Like,
huh?
Interesting.
Well,
those cards were accurate.
Those
at least
cards
that
are
side.
accurate.
We still don't know what Jeremy was holding over there, but yeah. So Todd turns the absolute nut low.
Turns a nut low.
There's two draws on the board that maybe he wants to get off, but
I mean it's standard to have. I mean it's standard to have ace 2, 3 there and then check to your opponent, but going check is a little weird, especially for Corey. He usually Doesn't have a problem putting the action in there. That was a little unusually passive, I'd say.
Didn't he have another 3? He had ace deuce, or he had ace 3-3?
I mean, ace, ace, 3, 6, something.
Okay.
But I mean, I get it, but it's a little. Yeah, Pat, we're on the same page. Why would Jeremy open? I don't think that's what he had. We called a 3-bet, so I think we had a card read error. We suspect we had a card read error when Joe made quad 5s, and Jeremy called him down very quickly.
Ace 7, yeah.
Yeah, very, very quickly, which he would never do with ace highs.
Called
so
turn and
river, which
yeah.
he's just never doing. Nobody calls anybody
Nobody's
down with
just
ace high.
flicking 75 bucks over.
Yeah, so that might have been a mystery. Now, if he had ace 3, 4, 6, that would make perfect sense. That would actually make perfect sense. I mean, hence why would he open? Hence my surprise. I was like, yeah, I don't think that's right. Now that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jeremy almost never gets out of line. Like really, truly out of line, no matter how bad or how tilted he can be. I just don't see that from him very often. I don't think I've ever seen it, to be honest with you. I've played a lot of cards with Jeremy.
All right, so big hands here on the
with the kings full of tens in his hand.
Kings full of tens
in his hand. Can you just stand pat and play kings full of tens?
Family minus black sheep.
2 of the 10s are gone. What the hell? And somehow he still has
He's got a gut shot.
He's got a gut shot to the nuts. All the queens are gone, though.
Joe's got a big hand. Look at this. Joe's got a very big hand here. Top pair, nut flush draw, and open ender.
Steve-O folding a full house in his hand. We've yet to see, and I saw a player in the chat earlier mention that as long as he's been playing this, he's never been dealt 4 of a kind in his hand. So.
Oh, play a lot of big O. It'll happen.
Yeah.
It will happen. Not often, but it does happen.
Joe shows the 10s, thinking his 10s were good, but
yeah,
we all know
show the 10
some.
of hearts. We know exactly what you had. You had
full wrap.
Yeah, full wrap, nut flush draw.
Nut flush draw.
You know, they're not hiding anything. It actually gives less. You give. Make it more blurry of a range by actually not showing. But once you show that 10 of hearts, everybody knows exactly what you have.
Yeah, but no 10 of hearts.
Well, thanks again for everybody that has joined us tonight. Again, I'm Eric Van Loosen. This is Greg Vail in here with me tonight. Professional Big O player and author of 4 books on this very game. And he's got a lot of content on his website, which is...
DoubleSuitedPoker.com.
It's on his shirt, and the cord on your microphone was in the way, and I had a brain fart. But yeah, DoubleSuitedPoker.com. A lot of content out there. I'm going to step out real quick to grab a beverage and a quick restroom break. But y'all feel free, ask more questions to Greg while he's in here. This is your chance at professional, knowledge here from Greg.
Yeah, and Pat, when are you guys going to stream Dramaha? I don't know, but when you do, I want to play. That is like. I love Dramaha. So 3 players here. 2 deuces on the flop. Nobody with a deuce. It's good news for Sean with the aces. Checks through. Pretty standard. Steve-O's going to fire out a bet with his flush draw and nut low draw with a pair. Sean quickly calls.
I have spades as well.
Sean's going to make an ace-high flush. That's going to be good. I'd like to see a bet there. Generally, if your opponent checks the flop, bets the turn, then checks the river when the flush gets there, they do not have a full house. Pretty simple value bet there. You make a small bet, you might get called by a lesser flush.
I think one of them was out there, right? Oh, yeah.
Pat, what's my favorite Dramaha variant? I like ace to 5 Dramaha, to be honest with you. That's my favorite. Probably because I'm just used to looking at big O hands. But yeah, ace to 5 Dramaha is my favorite. But I love all forms of Dramaha. It's a fantastic game. Extremely complicated. More information than even this game. And it's a lot of fun. I love games that nobody knows how to play. It's my favorite.
But he forgot the second part. He wants to play big rock, but he wants to win them.
Yeah.
I mean, he just doesn't want to play bigger pot. I just want to play bigger pots. I don't care about winning.
Becca limping in early with a very speculative holding. Don't try that at home, kids. Joe doing the same thing.
Oh, got him.
Whoa. We are live,
You can pass
Temporarily.
They don't care.
such foul language.
I'm used to it. Everybody gets mad.
Four-way to a flop
if somebody
here.
got killed on live stream, the ratings would go up.
Oh my god.
He's closer.
Steel flops nut nut, easy game. Nut flush and the nut low.
Probably the wrong.
Nobody's really got anything. Sometimes you're just going to have to win the pot.
Do what?
The ladies.
Now that would be a candidate to maybe let a card peel off, maybe undersell your hand a little bit.
But you can't hear that much.
They were harassing the
He
men.
is locked into a 6-5 low no matter what the run out is.
I didn't count sleep.
And sometimes you might want to let a card peel off there. Maybe let a 2-4, believe they have the best low. Might be able to get some value there. A lot of times for you PLO and Hold'em players out there, a lot of times in this game the answer is not betting the pot. You know, the pot size bet is not always the best way. Interesting little graphic we got there with the nit, seriously? Oh, man.
They like other players trying to build a pot. Random people. 2-3 and king high diamonds. Pretty sweet.
All right, Becca with a decent premium. Now, she was limping in with these hands earlier in the night. I think she's now changing things. She's going to start opening. You can open with these hands from early position. You are still faced with the same problem if you do not flop your key card.
Maybe you should listen to what he said. Man's
I'm
funny.
gonna get out of the stairs.
Yeah, and calm down, he said. I heard it. I heard it.
Sean with a decent all-high hand.
See, it worked. It worked.
Deep breath.
Deep breath.
Four
Deep
ways to the
breath.
flop. Corey flopping trip sevens. Now with nobody has much of anything else though. And that can happen in this game a lot. A lot of times when you flop trips, most players aren't going to have much else. And most players who play this game enough will not be drawing on paired boards. So it's a little tricky to play trips sometimes. But in this case, you're just going to have to win the pot.
Yeah.
It's tough like that when you have a hand like A7 and then you get played back at. That makes things very difficult.
The Hawks and the Hawks.
See the little TV?
Ah, Becky in the chat.
How you doing, Miss Becky? I'm sure you're out there in the room somewhere.
That is the Mrs. Jeremy Govert.
Absolutely.
I think our maps are traveling.
The way better half of those two. Oh, those two are so much fun. They travel all over the place. And dancing competitions. I run into them in Vegas, and they're all dressed up.
I have seen that. I have seen some of the videos of them cutting the rug.
Cut and rug, yep. They're having a blast.
That's cool. They travel around and you know, she lets Jeremy play poker and he dances with her. And, you know, they keep it fresh. I love seeing that in couples.
I asked him once. I said, you know, what about dancing? What about doing what you do get you? And he said, without missing a beat, he said, oh, it's a perfect contrast. He said, you know, I have to hide all my emotions here, but on the dance floor, I have to express them. It's a perfect contradiction, or a perfect contrast. I'm like, you know, that makes a lot of sense. I get it.
3 aces for Joe.
And not a flush draw.
No flush draw
No
or low.
ace-high flush draw.
Or low.
Oh, goodness. And, you know,
and of course,
but by that hand, yep, Corey flops a 6-high straight. So does Kevin. But nobody's going to have an ace here outside of the guy with 3 of them.
To watch Arsenal play.
This is frustrating because
triple blockers.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it's like all you needed was a couple of high cards, you know, and you could win this pot. But you could go for, you know, represent the ace-2 here and raise. But problem is, if somebody's sitting there with ace-6-7, they're just going to call you down anyway.
Whatever.
Both players still with the same hand, playing the deuce-6 for all of it.
Take a picture of you watching the game.
Generally, when both players have the same hand, just like in other games, the person who takes the more aggressive line is the one that's going to come down ahead.
He checked ours.
No scary club hits, so yeah, we're just going
to check.
Chop this booger up.
He's going to call the Omaha list in on Thursday.
7 high straight, 6 low.
except for one.
The Omaha list.
Both have the same hand.
No, yeah, I'll come in after.
Okay, I have you
Chop
for
it up.
afternoon.
So we're starting at 1, but Jeremy's starting at
He's
later.
starting later.
Players' ears must be burning. That they're talking about Omaha and some other stuff now. They get a mixed game going, regularly too. So these players play a lot of the other mixed games as well.
Usually when a player plays Big O, they play all the games.
All the games, yeah.
They play everything. Yeah, this is one of those situations where, if you understand split pot, you understand every game. And there's only 5 variants in poker.
Yeah.
Flop, draw, and stud, single pot, split pot. That's it. That's every game in poker. So if you understand split pot, you can play anything, anywhere. It's always just different variations of the exact same concept.
Person if you wanted to, like, until Jeremy comes
Time.
in.
2 draw Archie.
Talk about Archie. That's the one
Yeah.
game. One game I don't really care for. That would be 5-card draw high-low for those of you out there who've never heard of that. Actually, a friend of mine in Arizona named his son Archie
Because of that game?
because of that game. I was
Wow.
like, it's not because of the game. Is yeah, it is. I'm like, okay, cool. That's committed right there.
Yeah.
That's committed.
It's definitely not a very common name anymore.
Yeah, draw poker isn't really a popular. Kind of had its day back in the day, and it's not very common anymore. Most games are flop games now.
Pat, pretty sure it's pot limit.
Mindy, how are you? Archie, not my favorite. Yep. Me neither, girl. Oh God, it's. Ugh. Nope. Ooh,
Deuces.
Jeremy turns the set. He's going to take control after this gets checked around. It's an easy call when you're bet into when you turn a set here.
Go move my neck like this. It goes crack, crack, crack. All the way. It's like crack, 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 and it does it all the time.
Becca talking about cracking necks, and now I'm cracking my neck. Amazing how that works. 3-burger, clubs and low get there.
Yeah, Joe's going to end up with the low. Jeremy's going to end up with the high, assuming he calls, which I don't think he's going to be folding. If you're calling turn, you should be calling river.
Nut low 2 pair.
Take that. That's exactly what he wants to hear. Maybe not the nut low part, but you knew.
Does he
I
call
knew
without?
you had a
Does
set
he
of
call
deuces.
without the ace in his hand? Probably not. With only.
Oh,
a
without the
set?
ace 5?
Yeah, without the ace 5. Probably not.
Probably not. No, probably not, because that way it has to be a very specific hand to scoop him. Or I'm sorry, it doesn't have to be a specific. It'd be just a set.
Any clubs, yeah.
Any clubs, any bigger set. You could be overplaying something. You could have the naked ace in a set. Then you get scooped. So no, probably not. But with the ace 5 in a set, you're gonna have to show me a very specific type of hand. And he didn't. The way he bet there with just tossing chips out like that. Generally, people that bet on the come on Queen 10 7 deuce.
Right.
If they're gonna have it both ways, it's not just gonna be tossing some random number out there. They're gonna bet the full size of the pot. They're gonna say something. The established high didn't change. So generally speaking, no, it's not gonna be a winner both ways. The way that hand played out. He may not know which side he's gonna get. He might not know if he's getting the high or the low, but he's probably gonna get half. Steve-O raising it again. 3-wheel, 3 Broadway. It's mostly what you're looking for. Sean's card deadness continues. Sean is not usually this tight, but anybody can fold some trash.
Yeah, he was active early.
Yep, and just sometimes it goes like that for this game. Sometimes you just don't get dealt. You think, getting dealt 5 cards, you'd think you'd get a lot more hands, but sometimes you just don't. Sometimes you just pitching garbage all day, and positive is you don't get in trouble, but it's sure frustrating.
Absolutely.
Like all these cards, I can't find an ace.
Todd has the nut spades and ace 4. What else do we have in these holdings here?
Turn is an 8, brings the low in.
Straight's available, but nobody's got a
nobody's
7.
got
Not
it.
a single 7 in the hand here.
But we do have a lot of somethings, a little bit of somethings. And actually the hand that has the least is betting here. We got a top 2 pair. We got ace 4 of spades. Becca with 2 pair. And one pair's betting. Steve is going to call here with his Jack-10 and Ace-5. Todd here has the better part of most of this with his Ace-4 and spades. Uh-oh, not anymore. Steve-O's going to get the low if he takes it to showdown. This gets checked all the way to Steve. I would like to see a bet here. Because straights, anybody who bet the turn and river to straight is not going to check the river.
He did check
and
it.
he checked it. He's going to win the low, but he's going to lose the high because of that. What's a pair of jacks? Is that the winning? Is that the winner? Todd wins. Oh no, Todd's going to win high with a pair of queens.
Queens.
Yep. All you had to do is bet the river, and you win that half pot. That's a $175 mistake. That shit adds up big time. No, two pair. Yeah, same thing.
That 3 blocker and then a straight draw and a flush draw was worthy of a bet.
A 3 blocker. Okay, that's not a blocker, folks. Having a random 3 in your hand is not a blocker for anything. So do blockers matter? Nope, not in that context. That means absolutely nothing. Don't get caught into that. I do see that quite often, actually, with people who are just learning the game or making the transition from other games. They use that concept as an excuse to make a mistake.
Right.
It's an excuse to play bad. And just because you have a random 3, it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing in this context.
But if you use 3 of them, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, sure, but then you should be betting.
Right.
You know, but it's like, yeah, generally people use the concept of blockers as an excuse to do something stupid.
Right.
Or justification for doing something wrong.
I'm glad I can.
Jeremy wakes up with a premium here. He's had ace 2-2 a few times tonight. Sean finally finds a hand he can play. To his credit, he's not playing too tight. He's just having garbage thrown his way all night. But with the other 2 deuces, so we will not be finding a deuce here. If we do, we need a setup. Play long enough, that will happen too. 5 ways to the flop. 9-9X, black. Joe flops trips, but almost nobody's going to like flops like that. Sean knows that. He's going to try and take a stab. Probably not going to work this hand. With 4 opponents, it's over 50% likely that somebody flops trips.
And it's a small bluff.
Yeah,
that's a bluff, and he said he never bluffs.
Yep.
He lied.
He's going to get check raised right here. This is a bold check raise. He has a 9, but he can't beat 1. But it's going to work because Sean just kick it right in the muck immediately.
He said that was my 9. Pointing over at Joe. Yeah, he had the 9 I was representing.
Sometimes you just represent the hand somebody else has.
Your Arsenal jersey is like because you're a fan.
If you weren't listening to us earlier, Sean Rice, he's in from Lubbock, rocking the Texas Tech gear. I recognized his face when I saw the picture, and I recognized his face when I saw him in person. Goes back to playing WSOP, a lot of Hold'em events and other mixed game tournaments in the WSOP, and you might have seen him on TV, but I just looked. The big score for him was in 2004, right, when the big poker boom was going on. He's
second, right?
Second place in the WSOP $2,000 no limit Hold'em event for over $213,000.
I think I remember watching him when I was a sophomore in college.
Yeah,
and I think I remember that.
He's just got a recognizable face to him. But he's been in the tournament scene for a long time, and he just won in January a ring event up in Choctaw. So familiar face in the Texas poker scene, and hope he's got some friends and family members that are getting to watch him tonight. I've seen a few shout outs for Sean.
I run into Sean all over the country. I've run into him in Florida, Vegas. I've run into him all over the place. Texas, I've seen him in San Antonio. I've seen him in Austin. I mean, I've seen him everywhere. All right, top 2 pair for Becca.
The mirror, right?
Becca flops a mirror. Steve-O with a flush draw that is good, but he can't possibly know that in the real time. Checks to Becca. She's going to make a pot-sized bet here with her mirror. Generally correct. And playing two pairs and mirrors is a very difficult thing. If you flop 2 pair all day, you're generally going to have a bad day. But nobody has anything here, no risk, so she's going to take it down.
Beautiful lady can't go anywhere without a mirror, right? And she's going to take that one down. Yeah, in other games too, 3 pair rarely good, but in this case, nobody else had much. She takes it down.
Yeah, it's a tough hand to play. It's a really, really tough hand to play. If you get any serious action, you could be drawn stone dead. So it's a tough hand. You want to be called by some draws. You want to be able to force them off. You want to fill up and make somebody make a mistake. But you know, problem with 5-card on mirrors, sometimes you're just drawn stone dead right off the bat. If somebody flops middle set on you like that, then you got 2 outs to the nuts, or 2 outs to glory.
14% chance.
I forget the number, but it was a crazy high number for them to get the first strike.
Still 5 winners, 3 losers.
No, Boston. There's a reason the team that can't be covered. She was expecting to get.
Oh.
Becca ace 2-2 with one suit.
Maybe the 4th, and they had like the number 1 overall easily, and they just got nothing. Worst case scenario.
Nobody might have much. Nobody had anything. And Jeremy, see how he folds ace 4, 5-5. He knows he's not going to play out of position against Becca with a subpar holding if he can avoid it. Now, if that had been somebody else, he might be calling a raise there and playing the pot, but not against Becca.
Another raise and take. Seen it twice, and it was both times it was Rebecca.
I came over to the table, and then you guys said you wanted, like, I had already had a partner, but you guys.
How long does it take to play a game?
We rent the court for an hour.
An hour?
And we played 3 games.
Talking about pickleball, I think.
Pickleball now?
Yeah.
Or racquetball? One of the two?
I think it's pickleball because I saw on Facebook Rebecca and some of the other great poker ladies that play here got together and took some pictures on social media and were playing pickleball. But I haven't played yet. I've heard you can play it at any age. It's not.
I haven't either.
You're not running too far, so the risk of tearing things is a little less than playing some of the other games. But
probably going to have to try it eventually. Anything that poker players, senior citizens, and high schoolers all agree on, probably something to it.
Yeah. it's that wide of, you're right.
Yeah.
I just know that at 45, my days of playing flag football, I could do a little softball every now and then, but the last time I played flag football, I literally tore my hamstring almost off the bone. And
oh, jeez.
We don't really run a whole lot of sprints anymore because of that.
I bet not. The same thing. I played adult baseball when I got out of the military, for years. And I moved down here and, moved down to Phoenix 3 years ago. I was like, my body can't take it anymore, man. I can't take baseball
Surgery's
anymore.
Too expensive.
Yep.
And being able to, walk at an older age too, so you can still enjoy traveling and stuff. It's a good thing.
It's a good thing to have, be able to walk.
But you can retire you can go in after college at 22, work 1 day, and go, I'm retired. There's no law that says you can't do that.
You don't even have to work.
Well, you have to be retired from something, right?
Do you play many tournaments?
Rarely.
Rarely, yeah.
No, like we.
Do Big O tournaments play like a cash game?
No,
or is it completely different?
No. That's the one type of tournament that I do. It's interesting to me because it's so janky. Like, it's so different, so weird. Oh, there's a VPIP. Look at our VPIPs. The lowest is 33%. Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt you there.
No. That's an important thing to point out. The lowest VPIP is 1/3 on the table. That's Big O for you. That's you can say what you want about it, but you don't see a Hold'em game where that's the case. You don't see a PLO game where the lowest of 8 is 33%.
Yeah,
just don't see that very often. But anyway, to the tournament, Big O is it's not a game that's meant to be played with 40, 50 big blinds, so it's real weird, very strange. I do play those, but other tournaments, nah. Poker tournaments offer me nothing of value that I care about. Fame, trophies, bracelets. I don't care about any of that stuff. Becca flops the nuts. Steve-O flops top set and a straight flush draw. There's a straight flush that matters.
Absolutely. 10 of clubs I don't see out there, so still available.
And any flush is a good flush in this situation. Going heads up, the made hand against the draw. 10 of clubs is available. Look at that. All right.
Oh! There's our Joe Rogan moment. Oh, yeah. That's exciting stuff right there.
Oh, man. No, that's the exact opposite of what Becca wants to see. The problem for Steve-O is he's not going to get paid.
Yeah, he's got
He
the
needs
beautiful
Becca to have
hand.
ace-8 of clubs, like not Jack-10. Good check back, though. Good check back. And Becca's not going to fall for this. But yeah, she's not gonna pay this off unless she tries to
Little
bluff here.
stab.
Oh, she's gonna try and stab. Girl, what is he calling you with on the flop? If you have the Jack-10 of hearts, he's gonna have all the other stuff, and most of that other stuff beats you. Yeah, pots it. Yeah, he's hoping that she checked an ace.
Yeah, please have the ace-8, right?
Yeah, the ace of
Ace-8
clubs, but that's just not the case. It's a misread, but a reasonable misread. It's reasonable to assume for Steve-O that Becca does have the nut flush, that she tried to get cued on the turn and then led the river, but that is a reasonable assumption to make here, but that is not the case. Becca was just bluffing. But that's the value of that check back on the turn.
Yeah.
Is that if checking that back, he baits that lead bet. He opens the door to some bluffs. If he bets the turn, there's no bluffs to be had. Becca can't bluff him now. Now, granted, if she does have the ace-high flush, she can check raise him, but checking it back, see, if that's the situation, you ain't got to try very hard. It's going to get on the river no matter what. So you can let that street go and move that equity to another street. You're not actually sacrificing anything. If anything, you might be stoking the fire a little bit by checking it back, because an ace-high flush is going to lead the river.
It was going to be tough for him if the board pairs and he ends up with kings full. She's not going to pay him. That 10 of clubs, she's not going to pay him based on her holdings. But she had a club, but not the ace of clubs.
Yep, Steve-O needed Becca to have like ace-jack-10. Like with ace-jack-10-8 or something with the ace-X of clubs. That's what he needed her to have.
I had the king and the jack.
Okay. Yes, I did. I had a jack. There was a.
He
also
didn't
had a set of, also flopped a set of kings. I had
don't show it. Don't say that.
Yeah, if you don't show the hand, you don't have to tell
You
him.
don't have to say it. You also had this. I had that. We're going to see it. You don't need to say anything. We're going to see it.
But I'm like, even a board pair gives me a top.
Why would you pot there? Because he misread your hand. That's why. He thought you had more of a hand than you did. And to her credit, she did. That's what she's going to have most of the time. When she leads the river, she's going to have an ace-high flush most of the time.
At least.
He's saying if she had the ace of clubs with her hand, she would have had to have at least called.
Yeah, she's going to get potted there and go, son of a. But then, you're holding the ace-high flush there and you get potted after checking back the turn.
Well, he's saying she would have to call with the ace of clubs.
Yeah.
If she didn't have another club.
Yeah.
She doesn't have to call with just a Broadway.
You don't call with bluffs. Yeah. You don't call with bluffs.
You bluff with
bluffs
with that hand. Yeah.
You have to call that.
I'm saying from the perspective of
But she's asking why he potted. I mean, does she ever fold if he just min clicks her?
I have. I've done it before. Yeah.
I mean, you don't have a flush. Any flush beats her. So.
I've done it before.
Right.
Like having actually ace-high flush. Like, I've done it before.
Okay.
To a min click? No,
No.
not to a min click. The last time I ran aces full into quad tens, actually, a guy min clicked me on the river, and I sat there for 2 minutes trying to think whether there's any value in raising him. I didn't, and he lost his mind. He's like, what? I'm like, well, you got a one-hand range, dude. And
you literally told me what you have.
yeah, I'm like, if you'd have potted it, you would have gotten called. But the min click, the irony of it, trying to be sneaky, gave it away. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like, oh, I'm so good, I'm going to make that fold. But like, yeah, she actually has ace-2 of clubs there, and that hand played out the way it did. Yeah, you can fold the river. What else is he checking back turn and potting the river with?
Right.
I mean, yeah, it can be done. Play enough big O, you're going to pay that shit off enough times you get tired of it. It does happen.
That's like when you have top boat and somebody raises you.
Yeah, see, that's what she's talking. She's like, would you have folded? Like, if she has ace-high flush, did you call? It's like, not always, no.
There's actually a decent chance that people misread their hands. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff that can happen.
Yep.
He's like, quit questioning why I potted it there, damn it.
And those are all points. People do misread their hands sometimes. They think they have a straight flush, and they don't. They think I've seen people fold it, not realizing that they had it. But yeah, I mean, do you have to call? Probably. Some people do get away. I have made that fold before, and been right and been wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, generally you can. There's not a whole lot you're getting raised by. It's Almost nobody makes that as a bluff, like with just the jack of clubs. Almost nobody does that, because if she has ace 10 of clubs, she's like, okay, I'm all in. So people don't do that. A lot of PLO players like to say they do. No. One person with a king. Not going to stop Joe from trying to bluff this one down. Right. Not going to work. With 5 opponents, the chances that somebody has that king is well north of 70%. That
10 high he bets with.
A ill-advised bluff on a paired board with that many opponents.
You are?
Somebody's gonna have trips or better 3/4 the time or more.
Right, that is an ace there on the turn.
They're like, okay, they gotta be betting low. You know, if they don't.
Not a 6, so it's the ace of spades, I believe.
You get called twice, you got to shut this down.
There we go. Ace of clubs.
You got to shut this down. I mean, he makes a low, he's going to keep firing. And he did. Joe made a low, 4-5. That is the downside of you know, taking a low variance line, just letting your opponent fire all the way through. Now Steve-O's got a tough call. This is a free bluff right here for Joe. Yep, it's going to work. Well done.
Wow.
That is the problem. Yeah, you should show that. That is the problem with playing too passive. You're going to get bluffed when you shouldn't.
Look at Steve-O.
Son of a...
He's like, you dirty son of a gun.
He's like, yeah, that's good.
Bluffs,
yep.
Bluffs are possible in this game.
Yep.
What's going on? Mark Mediocre Poker joining us, saying I would make that bluff.
Yeah.
On the hand, he's talking about the hand prior.
Before,
yeah.
with the
ace.
with like a random jack of clubs. Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, everybody says they won't. They won't. I want proof.
That
Show me receipts.
That was a fun one though.
Yeah, you just be
Good
sitting
job,
there
Joe.
with ace 10 of clubs and just okay.
Well, look at that. Joe is at the bottom of the barrel there at minus 3.5K, but he's still putting out big bluffs.
Hey, that's better than the 42K was stuck. So
Yeah.
he's moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Used to be,
A couple of fun hands there. We're just now at hand 100 through 4 hours of play.
It's not bad. That's pretty
Yeah.
quick.
It actually is, and I was mentioning that. This is actually right where we're at normally at the 4-hour mark in our Hold'em one.
All right.
Without all the tanking and stuff
Yeah.
that goes on in Hold'em, you know, we always wondered if we did if a Big O stream, would it be really slow? And it's gone.
Nah.
We've seen just as many hands.
Yeah, everybody here has played a lot of 5-card. Nobody's new to the game, I don't think. Again, I don't know Joe. I've never seen him before. I don't know if he's new or not, but generally you can tell how new somebody is by how they look at their cards.
Right.
You know, if they have a smooth, comfortable way of looking at 5 cards, they've played plenty. Doesn't mean they're good, but generally speaking, you've spent enough time.
When they take them all off the table and they hold them to their face.
Yeah, the go fish thing. Yeah, I was
the
last one I did in Austin, the live stream. They had a player who it was his first time playing, and you know, it was one of those bless his heart kind of things, and he just ran the table over. But he was go fishing every hand. He's pulling them all up 2 at a time.
Deck's just hitting him in the face,
and
too.
it's just the guy next to him was just shaking his head like, oh. This guy, like he just can't even hold his cards, and he's just running over everybody.
Again, Joe is giving it hell tonight. He's got 60% VPIP tonight,
Yep.
so his VPIP is the highest. Todd at the lowest is at 32, so you can't call anybody at this table a nit tonight.
It is worth pointing out the guy with the highest VPIP is the biggest loser. It is worth pointing that out, and I do believe that Todd is near the top, right?
Was for a long time. I'm not sure if he still is, but should still be in the green, I believe.
Yeah, generally speaking, the highest VPIP in a Big O game is going to be the biggest loser. Generally speaking.
All right, big pairs again. Becca's got a full house in her hand.
What are you doing? When are we playing props? Did they put the prop game on? Oh, she just completed. Just throw the extra.
For $10, yeah. Well, let's see.
Steve-O, or no, Joe making the raise.
Becca did fold, thank God. Yeah, she
she
folded
threw the random $5 chip. That's the thing I was talking about. He's like, you'd be surprised how much that adds up to in a year. How much that one random 5 chip. She would have drilled that deuce.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God!
And that's not quads, by the way.
Nope, sure not. But Steve-O did flop the pants off of this one. He's going to go ahead and play it fast here. You really want to get a couple of pairs to fold. If he gets like 10s and deuces to fold or jacks and deuces, he can add more value to his kings. That is the right play here in this situation. Todd folding the big wrap, though. King, he had ace, king, queen, 9. Flop a jack and a 10. Just whipped that right in the muck.
Interesting.
I
mean, obviously the spades aren't good for you, but
changes nothing. That adds value to Joe's hand. Neither player is going to be folding on that turn. As soon as I say that, it's one of the hands going to go right in the mug.
Right in the mug.
Yep. That's a you check to me. You check to me twice, or you bet flop and check to me on that turn. I'm going to fire away. That's the right answer. Steve-O playing very different from the last time I saw him on stream. Well done, sir.
Now does he get called by just a player with a pair and a draw? A couple of draws. Obviously
Sure does.
Horrible spade draw. But
Yeah, he's going to take it. And the card he really, I mean, we can see that he can't really win this with any of his draws. He has to actually make a jack or a, because a 9's not going to do it. He needs a jack or a 3. Oh, 3. That'll do it. Now, if he takes this to showdown, I suspect that Steve-O could probably find the right answer and bluff here. Oh, he didn't do it. Didn't do it. Again, a passive play is going to lose you the whole pot. Again.
King's no good,
Jacks
right?
and threes.
Jacks and threes.
No, you got 2 pairs.
Jacks and threes with an ace-7 low.
That's insane.
He's like, son of a...
He's going, what did you call me with on the flop? Well, he had
That's-
spades.
That one, Steve-O, that one's on you, bud. That one's on you,
No,
my
he
friend.
didn't have spades.
That-
He just had the jack, really, right?
7 and 3 of spades, yeah. But that one's on you, because on a flop of Jack-10 deuce, his opponent led into him and then called a raise. He's likely oriented on the high end of that board. A run out of 3-4 is not going to help him very often at all.
Yeah.
You have to fire that third shell. And you have to fire that third shell, and I know what I'm saying, that you have to triple barrel there to make it happen. It doesn't happen very often, but that was the right time. And not just because we can see it, but because when Jack-10 deuce, you run out 2 wheel cards, it's generally not going to help the person leading into you.
Yeah.
You have to make that next bet because you can't lose the pot to just 2 random pair.
Yeah.
It can't be
Makes
done.
sense.
That's
A couple of good comments and statements there. Mediocre Poker giving us a little shameless plug, reminding us that on April 29th, he's helping Mallory put together a PLO action pack lineup with special appearances from some friends of ours from across the pond. So
that's awesome.
Awesome. We will see you on that one, Mark. And Pat asking a question that we did talk about earlier.
Yep.
I think you said 18 to 28%.
18 to 28 is going to be your range. It's acceptable to go lower on crazy games. It's acceptable to go higher on very, very tight games. But generally speaking, you want to be right around 25%, give or take. Give or take. And you know, Mr. Mediocre Poker, there's no reason, there's no apologies needed for a shameless plug.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, if you want all the info on this game, you can just go to doublesuitedpoker.com. Shameless plug. Yes.
That's why Greg's here for,
you get
for
all
plugs.
for shameless plugs.
This isn't hair plugs. This is poker plugs. Yeah, we will definitely tune in for that one, Mark. If you're promising action, I better hear you say the words pot as loud as you normally do, and it should echo throughout the room.
Yes. Potamus Maximus.
Potamus Maximus.
But I do coach this game. I have lots and lots of experience coaching players of all different levels. I have a lot of professional clients. I'm teaching a lot of people that don't know the game. So everybody from beginners to pros. A lot of the professionals that I do, a lot of stuff we do is just finding ways of making you more money. That's my job. I find ways. We'll put you through the scientific and mathematical ringer. We'll find you ways to make more money. I make no apologies on. That's all we focus on, making you more money.
To be honest, if you're not saving my soul or helping me make more money, I'm not going to listen to you. So
Yep, and that's
you at least are offering one of those. So.
I'll try to save your poker soul by making you more money. We can probably get to both. But Jeremy, with the naked ace of clubs, he is continuing to bet here because a high club, and he's going to take this pot down. He's going to end up actually triple barreling again if it's a high club. With ace deuce. Oh. KD saying, not so fast, sir. You're going to have to force me off this hand.
Yeah, mystery card under there as well.
Todd just folded the nut flush draw. What?
Interesting.
Okay.
He folded one just a little bit ago too.
Yeah, we've seen some unusually passive play from Todd, and that's the one. That's the card Jeremy wants to see.
Check.
I expect a large bet here. He's got to have to follow through. Yep.
1 minute, I'll be at 1,000.
Well, I'm sorry. 1265.
Yep. He's going to go full pot here. It's not very often you get to run the naked ace bluff with a low, but this is how you do it. I suspect this is probably going to work. Now you might be looking there and say, but Katie has the nut low. He has the nut low. He's going to get half. Not necessarily. He's not necessarily going to get the nut. You know Jeremy is not out of line. He's doing the math here. How much is this going to cost me if I call and I'm wrong? The answer is half this bet.
Yeah, we don't know what that other card is. Does he have some sort of 2-pair?
No, I doubt it. I doubt it. I think he would have called with 2-pair already. This is a perfectly reasonable fold. For those of you at home that think this is kind of crazy thing to say, this is a perfectly reasonable fold, and it's going to work. That's the benefit of being good.
And Steve-O should be making a decision here. He's
got number
second
two.
nuts, yeah.
He's got number 2 and a bad low, but you don't want to pay that off.
Yeah, and he does let it go.
You don't want to pay that off. That's a plan well laid, comes to fruition. Well done, sir. Good play.
Hammer it and get 2 players you would have chopped with to let it go, right? We think.
So, I would probably be folding that hand to that action. Yeah,
Yeah.
The nut low.
You were
And
getting
he's
quartered,
awesome.
yeah.
If he only had a 9, yeah, you were getting quartered.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to tell him that it was a bluff with ace-ace-2.
Right.
But it wasn't actually a bluff. What he's really bluffing is he had to merge that.
Yep.
He needed a call from the nut low, and he needed the second nut flush to fold. If that had happened, it would have perfectly executed merge. But Jeremy, being the player he is, left both options open. If one of those players made a mistake, he could stand to benefit. The only mistake he didn't want was a 1 fold and 1 call. If it goes fold in front of him and call behind him, he's going to get chopped. But that was the plan. That betting the turn like that allows Jeremy to continue that play and allows to leave that door open for that play on the river. So well done. Even stuck balls, he can still do good things. Sean with a big double-suited high hand.
After somebody else already, I think it's already. If you don't do it in time, it's going to be hard for him to
Not much anything. Not much anything. Joe calls with perfectly reasonable holding there. Double-suited ace-2, 5-5 queen. Steve-O knows better than this, but he's going to do it anyway. Jeremy with a very respectable hand.
We definitely see players do some unorthodox things, on stream.
Yeah, I mean, it's tempting.
Subconscious, you're on stream.
It's just tempting to be like, I'm already half in. It's just tempting to make that mistake.
All the diamond draws are out there.
Everybody's got a diamond draw but Jeremy. Sean aces, nut flush draw with one of the kings. Nobody's got much of anything except for Joe, who's got number 2 flush draw and a pair. He has shown that he's not afraid of situations like this, even from out of position, which is a very dangerous gamble to take. It's going to do it. Scoots up to the table, ready for battle.
He's the old pro.
Oh, geez, Sean adds another flush draw. Sean has both nut flush draws here. I'm not sure if he's either going to go for a powerful semi-bluff or he's just going to take his free river card. He's probably not going to throw a small bet in here.
The only thing I'm seeing in the graphics we don't have tonight is the equity type percentages. I don't know if it's just not even possible with this many cards. I'm not sure.
Not. That software is tough, but Sean's going to make one of his nut flushes on the river. Fortunately, there's not going to be a way to get paid here unless he makes a really small bet or gets bluffed into, and one of those is about to happen. But it's fair. It's perfectly fair for Joe to think that that a backdoor club flush favors his range more than it favors Sean. But for those of you who like tells, what you're seeing here with this chips, that's weakness. That carefully, I'm going to change the amount and then stack it back up. That is a very weak tell.
And in Sean's case, it doesn't matter because he's
got the nuts anyway. But to be completely honest with you, I'm calling here with a 3-high flush. I'm probably calling with a straight 2. I see something that powerful as a very strong weak tell. Excuse me for my
You get dealt 6
contradiction, but as a very, very reliable weak tell.
Reliable weak
A
tell. There we go.
reliable weak tell.
Yeah.
I'm probably calling with straights here, but this raise is not gonna work. It's better for a mid click here. Make it 600 or something. Leave him
whoopsie.
room. You got to leave your opponent room to make a huge mistake. We've seen him do that, and Sean's seen Joe make a very large mistake. You make a small raise here, make it 550, 600. There's always a chance he could do something stupid and try to bluff you.
You're gonna get called down more spots.
There you go. That pot got a little bigger courtesy of a bluff. Yep. And Sean's going to take that one down. Nice hand, sir.
When I told Glenn,
Yeah, I'll be making a video about that one. But, yeah, rewind that. Go back and look at that little chip dance that Joe did. That is a very reliable weak tell.
And it was just the breaking it down.
Breaking it down, counting it up, changing the mind, and putting different stacks out, taking one off, and then putting it out there really quickly like that. Very reliable weak tell. I'm probably calling that with a Jack-9 straight. Yep, you're probably getting called there almost very high frequency. That's probably not a flush.
yeah, exactly.
Sean, can I ask you?
I don't.
Did you put me on like a straight or just a pure bluff?
I look at things differently.
You're talking to someone that's self-banned?
I'm online and I get bored. you
Basically
know?
telling him what he had.
That was a good bet.
Every year.
I put you on a straight and I still raised you. So you just told him what you had.
It's like the oldest peeve, like most people. Oh, I put you on XYZ that has me smoked, so I called with nothing.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what? That doesn't make sense.
You made it up. You could have done that with the naked ace, but would have still been a great play.
I could have.
Yeah.
Joe's really wondering, like, what did you put me on there to be able to
I figured you turned. I figured.
raise me? And he's like, well, I had none of it.
Yeah, I don't care what you had.
I had a queen. That's all he had.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you have. You just leave the door open to get the naked ace blasted in your face. It's a reasonable thing to try and stab at, but a more experienced player like Sean's, he's gonna play his bluffs and his value bets exactly the same way there, and there's gonna be no difference between the two. Not advised.
I could have played for a big pot with 2 nut flush draws and a gutty.
Yep, sure could. That was one of the options we talked about on the turn. You could play a huge one, and he's a favorite to do. You know, he's a favorite there, even if he does get action. He has half the cards in the deck plus a gutter. Yeah.
In January?
Set of 4s here for Steve-O.
Joe flops his key card of a 4. He's going to make a low here 77% of the time. But Steve-O with a set and the same nut low draw. Sean declines to play the naked ace.
He's really good at it.
That's short.
Not a bad idea when there's a low draw available. He is basically drawing at the ability to bluff. Not advisable to some people. Well, that's it.
Yep.
That would have been it. He's drawing at a high heart with the ability to bluff. He could have done it here.
Not fun out of position when that card hits.
Oh, man. He would have won. Passive play. Loses a pot again. We're talking about Sean here, but the set is still going to be good if he makes it to showdown. And it just
Joe knows he can't
flag.
get a bluff through here. Yeah.
Just wave the white flag. Mindy says, I've seen so many players do that with chips. Learn something. Yep. Yep. These little tiny details, you know, and I don't get a lot of criticism on things like that every once in a while, but, you know, there's a financial benefit for looking at every piece of information means something. Everything somebody does means something.
Right.
And if you can translate what that means, it's worth money. So, like, let's do it. You know, let's look at all these things. No detail is too small.
Yeah, and again, Joe's an experienced player, knows how to stack chips. You know,
Yep.
It's not like some novice player who
No.
just showed up in the room, doesn't know how to stack chips correctly, and was just fumbling them.
Right.
He strategically.
He's doing that and not realizing that
Yeah.
that is a very reliable weak tell.
Gotcha.
Yep.
And then I would have lost it.
Yeah, there are a lot of times where you're playing with folks, you know, in poker rooms that they just don't. So they're making plays that are so unorthodox to you.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, but it's because they're not experienced. They're not really giving the tell that you thought they were. Whereas if you were playing with your normal crew of experienced guys, you might be able to pick up on one of their tells. Doing that, and they're just accidentally doing something because they're so new to the game. But
And that was my next point. The one caveat there is that unless you're playing with somebody who is just doesn't play live poker, and they've only played like 5 times in life, then they might be doing that because they just don't know how to count chips.
He clearly is not.
But he's clearly not that player. It's a fairly simple pickoff, yeah.
I think even out of position, you're favored.
And if you want to play this game with any degree of certainty, or you want to play it for a living, that's a mandatory pickoff. You have to know that. You have to see it. You have to exploit it, because they can be worth hundreds or thousands of dollars over the course of a year. It can be a ton of money.
And if you didn't see it, go back. Hand 102.
Go back and check it out.
hand 102 is what he was talking about. Bluff on the river, the way it was put out there.
Becca with the double suited aces this time.
Somebody let me win one big pot and let me get stuck like 1,000. I'll consider that a major win.
Jeremy, he just wants somebody else to be miserable too.
He'll consider it a major win, he said, if he's stuck $1,000. He just wants to play a big one.
Oh, Becca flopping 2 pair with the nut flush draw. It's really frustrating when you flop 2 pair with a hand like ace 2. You generally don't have much to go with it, so she's forced to turn this into a pushing scenario with her nut flush draw and her bottom 2 pair. She's going to try and get 10s and deuces to fold. She's going to try and get called by like an ace 3, but
we could get a big one here.
Yeah, Joe's going to
second nut.
This is the mistake that Becca was looking for. She's looking for somebody to draw at a naked, number 2. And this is what she's been waiting for. Oh God, 3rd pair for Becca. Oh no. She now can't win the low. Unless a 5 or a 3 peels off, but with a hand like that, she's just going to go for it. And the reason she's just going to go for it here is because if she checks, she's going to lose the pot almost every time. If she checks, her opponent's going to just bet a lot of different combinations, naked ace 3s, and she's going to be forced to fold. Instead, she'll stick it to her opponent, represent the ace 3, and hope for the best.
Joe would probably just have to be in effort mode, wouldn't he, to make this call?
I mean, this would be an extremely loose call. I mean, I don't really know what he's hoping for here. I mean, if Becca has a hand like just ace 3 of clubs, has him in really, really bad shape.
No, you're right.
Pure gamble.
Oh my goodness, that is a very loose call. Becca's going to need a 3 to get half this pot.
I don't think you've ever been.
She's going to lose it all with a 4.
In the dark, in the dark.
She's going to stick the rest of her money in the dark.
She needs a 3.
You have a club draw? I have 3 clubs in my hand.
Well,
He has 3 clubs in his hand.
Which means nothing, by the way. If folks at home don't think that means something. It does not. There are 13 clubs in the damn deck. Becca needs a 3 to scoop this whole pot. A 4 goes to Joe. Yeah, not going to change it much. The result is still the same.
He did make the call.
Yeah. He's probably not going to. This is just like $100 or something. That's the call you want.
Y'all had nothing until the room.
It's funny, she put the whole rest of what she had in, turned her hand over thinking that he had called.
Yep.
Were he to have had no low there, it's just the club draw.
Yep. She's going to
He could have
cost
folded,
herself all the money.
she turned it over on accident, not knowing that he didn't put the stack out there. But
Yep.
it was just a couple $100, but you're not just going to give away a couple $100 if you can see the player's hand across the table. So
yeah, I'm not a fan. I don't care for that. I mean, I understand putting it in dark so you can't get outplayed, but yeah, my God, make sure he called first. You never know when your opponent's going to do something stupid and fold for $150 or $200 with 3K in the pot.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can't just. Yeah, that's. I think Becca just let her.
They both were kind of in effort mode in that
hand,
weren't they?
I mean, I think she just kind of let the excitement of the moment take over there and just, well, let's just get it in there and hope for the best. I mean, let's not pretend your heart doesn't get pumping when you're on a semi bluff and somebody goes, let's fuck it, let's just whatever.
Let's just get it in.
And she's technically on a semi bluff. She gets called by 10s and 8s, she's in trouble.
Big time. Handsome Andy, my brother, joining us, saying, you know what's better than double suited aces? Liking and subscribing to TCH channel. Well done.
Well done.
Thank you, man. Doing my job for me.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah, and Greg Vail, who's in here commentating with me, PLO or a Big O professional.
I suck at PLO.
Big O professional and writer of 4 books. Also commentated on other rooms for TCH.
Yep, we've done a
recently. So you can go back and once you subscribe and check out some of those previous Big O streams that Greg did. So definitely check that out. And Andy's getting his feelings hurt a little bit because we were roughing up Becca a little bit. Well,
oh gosh, oh gosh.
Trust me, she's got thick
Becca
skin.
can take care of herself.
She can take care of herself.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
But you are right. She is an absolute sweetheart.
Yeah, she is.
We love her.
Yeah. Action flop.
Yeah, a little 10-8.
Becca hit all of that. So did Joe.
Oh, yeah, the ace-3.
Yeah,
See, we were talking about her, and she gets her nice flop.
It's just a dream flop for Becca there. You got bet and get 2 calls. It's not Jeremy with that. Jeremy doesn't have a hand. That's Todd with that hand, by the way. Becca turns one of the better cards for her hand. 250 into 470. This is asking for a call. And she got the right customer.
Wow.
Most of the time, it's ill-advised to draw on paired boards. A lot of times you draw on dead, and that is the case here.
And hearts aren't good for you either.
Nope. Becca's going to make nut second nut. She's assumed that she's being called by ace-3.
Yeah, she's going to stick it in, yeah.
She's going to put a bigger bet in there. She's going to assume that he's drawing at ace-3. But that is not the case. And Joe has shown that he's willing to call with very, very speculative holdings. So assuming that Joe has an ace-3 is not a fair assumption here. But he does have ace-4. He might make a bad call here.
He might make a call here, yeah.
If that's what Becca's betting on, that could be a good bet. He has shown it's a 2K in the pot. He's got 10-10 to call. It's a big call to make with second nut low and nothing else. And I did mention this. We're at the start of the stream. You want to make hero calls with the second nut low, you're going to have a very tough day. He knows it's wrong. See that face? He just shook his head. He knows it's wrong. Good fold. There you go. All right.
He said, I'm going to check this on the stream later for sure.
Well, it is as advertised. She has the hand as advertised.
You're going to see it later anyway.
Just the ace-3 was all that needed to kill me.
Yeah.
I never get to over Becca back. We don't need that.
Yeah, because if Becca has ace-3 and a king, that's sweeps,
Good bet.
by the way. So if she has a naked nut low and ace-king high, yeah, that's good. That's all of it.
Yeah. All of it.
I don't know about you, but when I'm playing Hold'em and I call somebody with ace-queen high and they show me ace-king, I feel pretty stupid. like, yeah, that's good too.
Yeah, a lot of people will make that incorrect call there,
Yep.
and good fold by him.
It's tough too when a player bets 3 times on a paired board. It's like you know they probably have a full house, and it's so hard for them to have a.
Yeah.
It's just you have to let it go. You're gonna have a very long losing year if you can routinely make hero calls the second nut low.
In Becca's specific hand there, how far ahead would she be of somebody who just had, say, top set, really not a whole lot of other connectivity to that board? Like, flopping what she flopped there was just such a stranglehold on that board.
In that case, you'd basically be playing a naked ace-3 of hearts,
right?
Which is, in that situation, is almost always the best hand. So it wouldn't really change anything, actually. It might make it, she might have a better hand because she's blocking out the 10 and, 2 of the 8s. Less of a chance to pair the board. Oh, Steve-O. That's what you're looking for. Flopping that key card. Well, flopping the deuce of diamonds, turning it into a key card, rather. Nobody has anything. It happens.
Yeah, that reminded me, though, a little bit of the hand with Jeremy and Corey there earlier, where, Jeremy just, knew he was ahead with what he had of even top set in that case.
Yep. But instead of risking his whole stack, he said, I know what you have. I'll see you at the river. We'll let the cards do the talking. There's no sense in, well, in Jeremy's opinion, in the moment, he said there's no sense in gambling at a small edge, especially with a player that he thinks he's going to have an edge on.
Yeah.
I don't know how much he knows of Corey, but, you know, generally speaking, Jeremy's going to be a good judge of talent. He's going to think that, hey, I'm in position on a player that I want to have an edge on. There's no need to get over-the-top gambly on something that's going to be a flip on the flop. You know, on the turn, the set's a little bit ahead, but not on the flop. Generally speaking, in this game, the soft hands, the draws, are ahead of the hard hands on the flop, and then that switches on the turn, mathematically speaking. Hard hand favored on the turn, soft hand favored on the flop, usually.
Someone has forgotten which one they're playing. We've all done it.
Yeah, we've all done it. Played the wrong game. Yeah.
You get dealt ace 2, 3,
We've all
and
been
boom, you think you're playing ultimate every time you get dealt ace 2, 3.
Yeah.
Oops, it's high.
They are discussing my favorite part about playing half and half or a round of each is when somebody calls with the nut low and high only. I love it. I love playing round of each with 5 cards. People screw it up all the time. KD with the naked ace again. Pairing his deuce, so probably not going to get out of line here. But nobody has a flush.
Set of deuces for Becca.
But on this kind of board, being out of position, she's probably not going to do anything with this hand.
She's got the 6 high straight.
Becca does make a straight, but again, not strong enough. If this gets checked through again, she might stab on the river, but even then, oh well, now she will. Now she just makes a 6 high straight and a wheel. Now she can bet.
Right.
I've seen a lot of people do it because they think they've got a good hand.
Corey also have a wheel, but he's gonna. That call's gonna cost him $25.
Yeah, wheel down there.
But he's not gonna lose a lot because there's a lot of dead money in the pot. So Corey's probably gonna break right about even here.
He said, give her that quarter.
Give me that.
She earned it.
She earned it. That's right.
Rebecca gets a gift. See, Andy?
You get 3/4 of it. She's got 26, don't she? To build a 6 high straight.
Okay.
Yeah, she's got the wheel, and then she's got the straight to the 6.
And Corey gets $15.
15?
15.
15?
Yeah, not a very big difference. Yeah.
Well, all you Hold'em folks, tournament folks, next week on the 22nd is going to start the even bigger one, the 250K guarantee multi-day, multi-flight tournament starting on the 22nd. We'll live stream that final table on Monday night, but obviously $300 buy-in with a chance to win 60K plus. It's kind of been the trend for that awesome tournament, so great value there. Hope to see some of y'all out here next week.
Not much movement on the chip counts. Same players winning, same players losing.
Jeremy begging, just give me in a big pot. I don't care if I get down 1,000. He wants to play a big hand.
Yeah, he's chipping his way back, and that's usually how these things go.
Right.
You know, you're going to chip your way back slowly and surely, and then you get playing a big hand that goes your way. Damage undone.
Yeah, he's still showed some good patience tonight, right? Cards just haven't been cooperating.
Yeah. 4-way pot.
You would have scooped me. If you called me, you would have actually scooped me.
Definitely want to see KD coming in for a raise there. There's really no reason to open limp a pot with a premium hand in any form of poker. Corey flopping the nuts straight. It's going to lead right out in the field.
3, 4, 5.
I don't think it was that much of a runner.
2, 3, 4.
Neither ace-2 should be folding, but Todd has shown a propensity to fold these kinds of hands.
What if I have slightly even better? Now I'm making a real crank call, and you get scooped for a huge pot.
Yeah.
Yep, okay, coming along.
When we were playing Omaha, and I kept bluffing, thinking that I didn't realize you had to have top 2 pair to be
Changes nothing.
So I kept
10-8 still the nuts, but adding a flush draw that KD has.
the guy with the low scoops every time with two crappy pair.
Now Todd might fold his hand.
See, I knew I could get that guy off of this.
There it is. Okay.
Now the low guy just
Yeah.
Yeah, you got me off a couple of those. I remember that. I think I only did it twice before I realized.
Oh, the heart does get there. Wow.
Oh boy, that is the worst card for Corey.
And all you had was a 10 in your hand, but there was 2 aces on the board.
But it went check, check. I don't understand that. That check is, you got to have a bet there. But then again, 10-8's probably not going to pay you off, so I understand it. I'm definitely going to throw in a bet there and see if I can't get a straight, or maybe if they have like, you know, 10-8-3 or something, they have a qualifying low. Yep. They might try, but a small bet there, generally, you're going to get, it's a better option than checking it back.
Yeah, what a run out there. KD.
I like that game. It's fun.
The bomb pot where you get a quarter bomb. Yeah. Somebody.
Yeah, you can.
We don't play it enough. We only play it 1 hand per round.
Oh, do you?
No, right now.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know all that stuff.
But yeah, you can get.
Well, but there's 2 bomb pot lines, so it goes fast.
Yeah, but only one is ultimate.
Figure it out the hard way.
2 bomb pots around? Is that what they're talking
That's
about?
what they do, yeah.
2 bomb
absolutely.
pots around? That's a lot of bomb pots.
What's up, Mallory?
Hey, Mallory.
Ghost Rider.
Agree. Maybe you and I need to start playing this one.
Uh-oh. Challenge issued.
Or at least me. I mean, she just binked a huge tournament, so she can play whatever she wants.
Yeah,
But
she
me and
can.
I need to find a strategic advantage in a game I'm playing, because I think the room is finally caught up. I ran like a king for about 3 years playing in this room.
Right.
Just the 1-2 and 2-5 games, and now, man, I'm just it's been rough.
Well, if you only knew somebody with an instructional
Right?
site.
God,
Yeah.
where can I meet somebody like
Yeah.
that? Oh!
Shameless plug. Yes.
Greg Vail has an awesome website called doublesuitedpoker.com. He also has written 4 books on Big O
Really do that.
and has tons of online content.
No.
And you can watch the streams that he's done for TCH as well for knowledge on Big O.
Ooh, here we go. Corey turns the nut low of the flush, but Joe turns the second nut low. Oh, that's a diamond. Never mind. Flush draw, excuse me. Joe has jacks, ace-5, and the nut hearts.
I don't know about
Corey makes the nut low, and he's going to fire into him. This is going to get real tricky if this card's a blank. Meh. Sort of.
Sort of.
Sort of. Corey's going to blast this one. Yep. There you go. Almost a full pot size bet with his ace-4.
can change at any
Now you just have what?
Just
King?
just ace-king-5.
Ace-king-5.
And this is the exact situation that he has shown a propensity to make the wrong calls in the situations like this. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's been in a situation like this.
It's like, one of my 2 options has to be good. Well, no, sir.
Nope, not in this case. Yep.
Your 1 pair is usually never good here.
Almost never. Yeah, this is another one of those situations. Trying to make a hero call with second nut low.
So then you have 19.
Rarely a good idea. Generally, it's a pattern you don't want to get yourself into.
Nothing I'm saying is making me nervous at all.
He's talking. He's probably going to fold.
He said, nothing I'm saying is making you nervous at all. And
Yep.
Corey's like, you're right.
Well, see, when you're in Corey's situation, you're not sure if you want to call or not.
Right.
You know, you're not really sure. Well, we can see that he does, but Corey's not sure. Am I trying to bluff him off 2 pair? You know, am I value betting here? But the longer he takes, the more he likely wants to call. Yep,
All
good,
right,
good decision,
good
Joe.
fold, yeah, good
Good
fold.
decision.
And thank you again, Miss Mallory, the aforementioned Mallory, for putting together a great
Hey, that's her.
live stream. There she is. If you're wanting to play on the live stream here in Dallas, that is who you contact. You heard from one of our other players, Mark Wee, earlier, that we're going to have a PLO one coming up in 2 weeks. Next week we'll probably be back to Hold'em, but Mallory puts on these lineups, and we always have great content that comes out of this. 5-hour streams of awesome poker, good action. Tonight, even better, we had the opportunity to learn a new game. So thank you guys again for joining us, and obviously thanks again to Greg Vail for coming in again and helping us navigate through a game that needs to grow in popularity.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Absolutely.
Sure is popular here in Texas, though, and Oregon. And it's very and Boise, Idaho, for whatever reason. I have friends in Boise that they
Love it,
play
huh?
Big O like 5 days a week. I'm like, wait, what? Oh, all private games, like 3 or 4 different ones. Like
amazing.
just randomly, Yeah, Drama stream. I'm in. If we can get the
We'll see what we
if
can
we
do.
can get the cards to cooperate with the software, I doubt
Right?
it.
Not sure if they can or not. Mallory, we'll talk about it. Dramaha.
Give me a call. I'll play.
I know Seat 9 would play. I know Todd would play. Yeah, there's a lot of folks that would come in for a Dramaha stream for sure.
I don't think those are the cards that Sean is 3-betting with.
Yeah. Trip 4s
Yeah,
in your
I
hand.
don't think that's right.
And that's common, right? Those seats kind of over there in the corners are usually the ones that have misreads.
Yeah.
We had a couple from our 5 seat earlier, or really 6 there.
Oh, we're going to find out. I mean, I guess Sean could be just forgetting that he's not playing props, but
we're going to F around and find out right here.
Well, if that is what he has, it's not a bad it's not a bad flop for that hand.
King with the heart draw.
225.
And not much for Joe.
This is probably going to get through.
Right color, wrong red.
Greg overlooked my hand.
Put it, I mean, I've done it
talking to
before,
Greg.
like,
I did overlook my hand.
He didn't look?
I know, I've checked emails and stuff. And
He did have.
Oh,
the
that's it.
3
That
4s.
is what he had. He said I overlooked my hand or missed. I don't believe you. You can have a good bluff, sir.
Yeah.
It's good, but
That's
I mean,
funny.
as
He's
if
talking
he-
to the commentator.
I mean, believe it if he said I never looked. I
Yeah.
believe that.
Overlooked. Yeah.
Overlooked. Okay. Nah.
Too funny.
Nah. Come on, Sean. I believe that you just gutted it up and stole one.
3 4s.
I'm going to give him more credit than to say it's a simple misread. Oh, no. I've seen you bluff for a lot more with a lot less, sir.
And that's going to get Sean back in the green. Look at that. He's got a trip
Hey.
to Taco Bell now.
He made it back from the first hand. He was stuck on the very first hand, losing 1,000 on that one, and is back in the green.
He came all the way from Lubbock to try to win $15 on the live stream. He's having fun. That's a good thing.
Oh,
you
he's
can tell
having a
Sean's a guy
blast,
that has a
yeah.
lot of fun, loves the game.
He does enjoy these live streams. I know he does.
And you can't not love the game if you're playing all across the country running into Greg Vail, right?
Yeah, he's running everywhere.
Yeah, you said Florida and the West Coast.
Vegas, yep.
Vegas, yeah, that's awesome.
See him all summer. Becca with a big premium hand here.
Todd's playing in hand.
Joe stepping on the gas here.
Oh my gosh, he woke up.
Todd
Now I'm
is
worried.
awake. Todd is awake.
Oh, God, what a flop for Todd.
Absolutely.
Oh, my. Oh, and Becca flops 2 pair with an ace-3. This could get hairy.
Let's go. Get spicy.
I want to see the king of
Check.
king of clubs. They're going to let the guy who 3-bet from the button. They're generally going to let. It's best to let the momentum stay with him,
Okay.
because when you have a hand that big, from Todd's perspective,
Now the ace-5s are all good?
now the ace-5s are all good.
Gross.
But,
And Todd's got ace-6.
Yeah,
That's
you,
just gross.
You generally don't want to change momentum with a hand that big because you have everything, right? So, but now he's got almost nothing, and that sucks. That really sucks.
And Becca goes full with not even the nut low here.
Yep. As this gets checked around, she's going to assume that 2 pair is probably the best high hand when this gets checked around after there's a 3-bet pre-flop. And so that 3 is going to mess up anybody walking the dog with an ace-3, which is exactly what happened. And that is a decent bluff, even though we can see she had 3/4 of the pot. She's going to believe that this is going to be a bluff.
Yeah.
But a good play from Becca. I'd expect nothing less.
Yeah, she just creeped back over the 1,000 profit mark. She was our big winner the last time we did this a couple months ago. She won 3 or 4K on stream. Well. I know they played a little bit off stream, but yeah, great night for her last time. Really put on a show.
I made a lot of good hands from that live stream. That was a fantastic live stream. So much high-level play. I'm talking about relative position and merging and saying, oh, Becca's going to execute a perfect merge here, and the whole thing works. It's like, it was a really good stream. A lot of high-level play on that one.
You're not gonna give me action?
Well, I would
Joe gets our third walk of the night.
Yeah.
STV raising with that, perhaps it'll be a line out the door again.
Getting in plenty of hands. You were right about that.
Yeah, we are. And Joe's still giving it hell down 4K. I mean, he's trying to get unstuck, but
But they weren't even together. Like one was
I'd imagine they're going to keep on playing.
Yeah.
Sometimes
feels like they still got a good energy, right?
Yeah, sometimes these things just evaporate as soon as as soon as the cameras get turned off. But
I would be looking that way.
I have an inkling that this one might go for a while.
There was a big old bluff out there. That was outdoors with a pair of threes.
It's always fun you represent the hand.
It comes,
Yeah.
it comes
Yeah.
When you bet into my Jack's full.
Yeah, we were just
Corey,
discussing
ace,
that.
ace, 3-4. Very respectable holding.
little one, I think. Well, that didn't hit him. Don't worry. Top set.
40.
Joe's going to try to flop one of those aces.
He could have anything. What's right?
Sean, ace 3, 8, 8 at least. Kevin with a reasonable holding here. All right.
Walk me a hand big enough.
4 players, 4 reasonable hands.
Big enough hand to bet.
Flop me a big enough hand to bet, he said. How about quads?
Oh, that's a pretty good flop. Quads and a pair.
When you're stuck, like Chuck.
100.
Well, I guess that Sean's mystery card's not going to be a deuce. Oh, see how he put those chips in there? We haven't seen that all night.
No, we haven't.
So there's your strong tell right there. That is he has not done that all night.
Not a raise, though, but a slap down.
Oh, gosh. Corey turns the one card that's going to get him in trouble. Oh, baby. And guess what? Corey has an out now. The quads do not have a lock on this hand.
You're right. One out. Mr. Corey.
Corey can get the whole thing with a 4 of clubs.
God, that'd be nasty.
Play long enough. It will happen. It's happened many, many times.
350.
But Corey's not folding. Snap call. You have to know what you're up against now. There's 2 leads and a call of a raise. He's going to have ace 3, 4 in clubs. Exactly that. 4. No! No! Oh my God! No way! Oh.
Are you kidding me?
I told you it happens.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is not the 3 of
That is
diamonds.
a 4 of clubs. That is a steel wheel. Just beat quads.
1070.
And you're never folding quads.
Oh, no.
That's insane. It is not Joe's
and
night.
Joe has a 6-3 low to qualify, too. Oh, my God. Does he know? Does he suspect this?
He does.
Does he suspect it?
Well,
You're
it's all
sick.
quads.
Watch Corey's face. Does he move? Does he move?
Let's hear him.
Third flush?
Got it.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
How do you, I mean, the instinctively knowing it.
Wow. That's the 3rd time we've
That's
done
when
that.
you played the game long enough. That's when you played the game long enough. Like
Deuce, deuce, 9. He wins with a 5 high straight flush.
You can't fold, but you know your opponent has it.
Oh.
That is just nasty.
Oh, my goodness.
Hand number 114, folks. Remember that one. I know you're going to remember that one.
Oh, my goodness.
Existence
Oh,
is
it's
pain,
pain.
says your wife.
Oh, yes. That's the worst thing, which is the best thing.
we rarely get to do that. I think, one time a stream, maybe we get to call a card, and we called that one. You called that one.
Well, that's the 3rd time we did the UFC meeting.
Tonight.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God. Wow. That's a 4. Is that it? Is that it? That's it. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. That is
Oh.
disgusting. And I think that's one of the last hands of the night. I think they're going to do another hand in a bomb pot.
Oh,
So
my
what a way to
God.
end our stream. My
Welcome to TCH, Joe. Jesus. Hey, Corey, how are you feeling right now, buddy? Good Lord. Deuce, deuce, 9. I'll just move it straight flush. No big deal. Wow.
One out to get the whole enchilada, and of course, you're getting paid when your opponent has that.
Oh, perfect, correct. So for those of you who like math, the chances of that happening are 981 to 1. Ugh. Sorry, hold on a second while I clean up my vomit. Jesus.
981 to 1.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
The other black 4.
Oh, ouch. Oh, that's the kind of thing that'll make you never play poker again. So they're just like, screw this game. I'm going back to Hold'em.
Yeah. I mean, I've got plenty of friends that in PLO and some other games, they'll take 3 weeks off after a beat like that.
I mean, can you blame them?
Yeah, not at all. Not at all.
See, play long enough, it will happen. Bink. Oh. Did you guys do this on purpose? You set this shit up like, oh my god.
Well, this happened 15 minutes ago, so
What?
you and I
That's
had
true.
no clue.
That is true.
We had no clue in here that this was going to happen.
I think, was that what they were laughing about in there? Somebody, I heard somebody laughing in the other room.
Yeah.
Or saying something.
Because she knows.
They know it's happening.
The production crew knows that it's already happened, and they're waiting basically for us to.
What did he turn? 2% equity on the high, yeah.
On the high,
On the high, yeah. He turned. Oh god. Wow. 2 outs to turn 1 out. Oh. Existence is pain. Phew.
Sadly,
all right, well, back to your regularly scheduled bad beat program here.
Sean has aces, ace, deuce, and of course diamonds. Oh, wow.
Pot, whatever, I don't care.
What are we doing here with just a 9-10?
I think he's
had it.
He's had it. He's just had it.
Goodness gracious.
Oh,
well, we know he's getting called.
170 maybe.
170 is left after pot, so let's just
in.
stick it in here.
Stick it in. Sean has the best hand. He knows it. Ace 2 of diamonds is always ahead of everything.
I have no chance.
You do. I have no chance. He says, yes, you do have a
Yes,
chance.
you do.
He does now.
Jack.
Queen 2 pair. That works.
Queen 10. Oh, my God. You lucky son of a gun.
I have no chance.
I'm rooting for Joe, right? After he took that last beat, like, come
Oh,
on, Joe.
man. Oh, wow. He says, I have no chance. I'm like, no, you got chance. That's it.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
What's up, VV? How are you, babe? Don't be starting rumors.
Incredible.
My goodness.
I got no chance, except that. You can.
I had a buddy we used to call Fuck It, I Call, because every time he said that, he would get
He'd
there.
win, yeah.
He says,
I
have no
got no
chance.
chance. And yeah, you do. Yep. Sean, that's not what he wants to hear when Sean has 1 pair. He's like, I have no chance. Oh, no. What he wanted to hear is, I have a naked nut low. That's what he wants to hear. Not, I have no chance.
Insane.
Oh, God.
Mary dealing out some heat to close off the night.
Pew, pew. Every direction. Fire,
Yeah.
fire, fire. Oh, man.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Kevin. I was like, man, I hope she's not talking about me.
Yeah,
I love you, VV, but we ain't got no babies. We ain't got no babies.
Oh,
Y'all do have a beautiful daughter. You are correct.
I called off 1,000. There was already over 1,000 in the pot that I was quadding. So that's about 2,000.
You know, I made a comment last live stream at TCH Austin. I was like, you know, eventually you just get these setups where all the chips gets in and crazy shit just happens. And it didn't on that
Yeah.
stream. I guess we're saving it all for this one.
All for this one.
My goodness. Deuce, deuce, 9, flops, quads. No good. Loses to a straight flush.
Yeah. And I'm like, we know he's getting paid in this hand. Oh, no. He's not getting
no,
paid.
he ain't getting paid. He's getting charged. Oh. God damn, that was like 2 hands ago, and I'm still... Goodness.
Yeah,
Pat, thank you. Glad to see you watching. Appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, and I'll say thank you to you, Pat, as well. Thank you for being so engaged in the chat. You're definitely what makes it fun, why we keep coming back here as commentators and doing this. Love engaging with the folks in the chat.
Had a couple of tough ones.
The bottom end of the straight, I see once.
Joe flops second. Ace 3-7 is good for a second. Corey does have the nut low.
Had the ace king with clubs, and the flop comes king queen of clubs. King turn.
Got smoked. Yep, remember that hand. That was Kevin. That was one of Kevin's best played hands I've seen.
That was Kevin's
Oh,
hand
man,
where we thought he was going to fold.
I would have bet money he was folding, and then he just raise, get it in.
We thought call or fold more likely, and he just
Shipped it. Just shipped it, and it was right. Man, that was
I
good.
had deuce 9 in my hand. That's why I can't raise it.
They're going to talk about that for a while.
They are.
Huh?
Was there a bet on the flop in that hand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe gets checked 2 here with second. That's your green light to fire the missiles.
Corey led off on the flop, didn't he, with a non-deuce deuce? Corey led off the flop.
Corey might be thinking about folding here.
Well, when you know you're
With not much of a chance to make much of a high hand here. With the ace of diamonds, he is not going to have the ability to bluff his opponent off a low hand since the low's already there. So wouldn't be surprised if he folded. Yep, there you go.
Lays it down.
Not bad.
Oh, Joe's going to win a hand. There you go.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Is I mean, you know, we always say like no sympathy, no mercy, but when you do that to somebody, you have to feel for them.
Yeah.
And you might just, you know, let a couple
I mean,
go
the only
later.
time you're ever rooting for somebody at a poker table to lose is when they're being a real horse's ass.
Sure.
None of these folks are that.
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, and I'm the first person to be like, no mercy ever. That's not why you're here. But when that happens,
Yeah.
it hits you right in the feels because you know it's like, because you're going to be there too.
It's just grossed
and
out.
It's going to happen to you, and it's like, you can feel their pain from like the other side of the table. And you know, I'd be lying if I said it doesn't affect you. It does. You know, with any sort of empathy, you're gonna feel for that situation because there's nothing you could do. It's just a truck that comes out of nowhere.
You flop quads and you think this is my chance to get unstuck, and nope.
He basically flopped a Final Destination blindside.
And there's a new Final Destination movie coming out.
Just wham!
Go see that one, Joe. If you want to replay this hand, go watch the new movie.
It's like the original one, or it's just like the random bus shot.
Yep.
You know, it's like that's just what happened. Random. We're just having a conversation. You get smacked by a bus going 60 miles an hour.
Right the side of your face.
Oh my God! There's the flop again. Every time he sees 2 deuces, he's gonna have PTSD.
Yep. Haunting.
God.
Well, this is going to be our final hand of the night, ladies and gents.
God, going out with a bang. My
PLO
goodness.
Bomb pot. Joe's got nut diamonds. And he's like, what are they going to beat me on that
Yeah,
board?
what are they going to beat me with here? Oh, man.
Sean even folded a deuce there. He's got trip deuces on top. So
All right.
that was it.
Now we get to take all the equipment off. Well done,
take
everybody.
all the equipment off. Thank you again, folks, for joining us. Greg Vail here with us again. Check him out on doublesuitedpoker.com. He's written 4 books. If you go to his website, you can get them for a much better deal. So if you're interested in learning about this game, Big O, he's got 4 books on it and a ton of content on his website. You're also on Twitter?
Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So a lot of opportunities to connect with Greg Vail and potentially, you know, take some classes from him. He puts out a lot of really cool content. I've enjoyed both times being in the booth with you, so thank you again for coming back. Any final words? Or
No, this is, you know, this was a good sample of the craziness that we see. It's the little, you don't see quads losing to a straight flush every day.
No, you sure don't.
You don't see it a lot, but I do coach a lot of different things. I coach mental game. I coach professional careers, you know, people who are just playing poker as a career. I can help you out, but if you want to learn split pot, Big O's my thing.
Awesome.
So this is one. Get a hold of me at Greg Vail at doublesuitedpoker.com, and I'll help you out.
All right. Well, thanks again for tuning in, everybody. Until next time, we will see you. Peace.